stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock. My family's a little more close. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working for you. Hopefully everybody had a good day. I'm still on the fence. What's up, Colacor? What's up, brother? Oh, man. Gotta get motivated. Hey, Josh. Dad for service. Anna. Benjamin. T-Girl. Hey, Mr. Chuck. Yoda. Jennifer. Cool. What's everybody? Oh, hell. Hold on. Maybe it was just the placement of it. Oh, I see you, kiss off. I see what you did there. Hey, morning, Nikki. Hey, Miss Hot Mess. Miss Summer. might be me. I'm not overly motivated. Got really nothing to read. I don't know. I'm just on a blank spot today. Hey, what's up, Jewish redneck? Shalom, brother. Hey, morning, Miss Tina. Yeah, this morning, just some days are just tougher than others. Oh, I hear you, hot mess. Look at you. You're doing good things, though. So what made everyone smile today? That's a good question, Jennifer. So Miss Jennifer said, what made everyone smile today? So did you smile? What was it? Ted for service. Seen my executive branch strikes back short. No, sir, I didn't see it. I don't know. Yesterday was just, it was one of those days, sir. I have these moments. I will have to go take a look at it, though. Let's see. Much love, Colakoi. Thanks for coming, brother. Thanks for hanging out and stuff. A lot of days I stop at yours because, boy, you be jamming. It just seems to get me going. It's like a wind-up key. Oh, there you go, Jennifer. Life made me smile today. Plus, I've been making a bunch of adult fruit roll-ups in the dehydrator. Oh, yeah, look at you. Oh, there you go. Damn sure. That's cool. Mr. Benjamin bringing the coffee and donuts. The chocolate eclairs. And rich. What is it? Freshly ground and roasted coffee. Or I don't know. Whatever them little pitch sales are. Oh, that's so good. Do this and this. I will put a link in. And let's see. Caught it on both wide dash cam facing where she was going and portrait dash cam watcher. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, those moments, and man, that's, see, y'all got that benefit now. That's something of this day and age. Because back in the day, you couldn't record those moments. You just had to mentally capture them. meant to gather some books together today, but just one of those days today, just not there. Boston cream Long John and creamer with coffee. And that Boston cream filled Long Johns are good stuff. Hey, who that? Morning. I can't believe Nikki in between prepping's still up. Must be one of those sleepless moments. Hey, morning, Chrissy Kit. Morning, Tony. I don't know, I might even just pick a song or something to play. Just not really. Just not feeling it. Hey, there's Mr. Chuck C. What's up, Mr. Chuck?
How's it going?
I'm just, think I'm just going through the motions right now. I don't know. Yeah, just one of those days, I think.
Yeah, I was looking through all the YouTube music they offer you to put on your stuff. I was trying to find some genre sounding sort of like Stevie Ray Vaughan-ish, ZZ Top, and I'm probably not going to find nothing like that in their offering. Take his off.
Oh, that digit in their little audio library in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some that sound pretty cool. You know, actually what's ironic, Chuck, what I did when that window came up with the selections, you know, and you can start looking through them, I went all the way over to the right and I did the sort by and the date instead of the newest. I got the oldest, and I started going through the oldest stuff before things got goofy, because that goes back to like shit, man. The old songs I think go back to 13. So
That may be that thing I need to do. I was like, it's real generic what I was listening to.
yeah, you can find some more distinct stuff in the older categories.
Let's see. Added. You hit the added where to go. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that one's September 13th.
Yeah, Anna said, my friend lost her daughter years ago. I bought her a bunch of different ice creams and a plant for her garden. A bit early, but for Mother's Day from her pets. Oh, there you go, and it made her smile. Look at you. My niece, to me, to an early birthday, she got me a very delicious marmalade cake. Oh, look at you, girl. Fair does not sound I did something to my knee.
Yeah, I went all the way back to 13. I'm going to look through them later tomorrow. I didn't realize you could do that.
Yeah. Kind of go back before they're polluted.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was actually some pretty cool ones. I don't know, man. I tried to play around with that. I don't do good in certain situations right now, I guess. I was sitting there and I was getting so frustrated. Things just don't click like they used to.
They might not be the click, might be the patience to wait for it to click. Might be a lot of it like me.
Yeah, because I go to learn it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to, I was trying to think about it yesterday afternoon. It's like you want to give a shit, but you kind of, you went so long without giving a shit that I keep hitting these gaps where I really don't give a shit. And it's like, I just got mode.
Like your background on here with your flag and all your stuff, is that you run OBS to put that up?
Well, actually, Mayhem did the overlay thing. So the little flag with rescue and then the little fire guy, Mayhem actually made that overlay for me, and I just got it loaded in StreamYard. And then the little motorcycle dude, I just happened to be going through some old hard drives, and that was something from way back. I think that came from the 90s that I had on a file.
Oh, that is what's it? Your not branding, but that might be your branding or whatever up there.
Well, the rescue part, and then that flag in the corner, and then the fire guy down in the bottom corner. All those are the overlay part, and then my background is just an image. I just uploaded it as the background. Yeah, Mayhem did that corner flag with my name, and then the fire guy with live down here. That's in the StreamYards under brand. It's I just uploaded it into that little overlay part where usually you'd have the StreamYard overlay like that.
Yeah.
It just replaces that. So instead of having that one, he made me that one. And then my background is just uploaded image.
I've seen all the different things. I changed some things. I picked that blah looking tequila sunrise looking orange.
Motorcycle guy is in the logo. Yeah, it just looked empty up there, and I don't know. Just went to clicking and adding stuff. I was trying to reach out to somebody else to see about doing some swapping. They're in the computers. I have one of these wet bench type deals it's in the box, still in the box. And I never got a reply. It was kind of strange. It's like, okay, well, I don't know. YouTube. Hell, I never know if I piss somebody off, if I make them smile. I never know. I'm assuming that person doesn't talk to me anymore, I guess, because I never have gotten a reply from the last two. It's like, okay, well, sure, I reckon. So I've been hell bent over reading. Chrissy make you a rice bag, put it in a microwave, and alternate with cold. Take ibuprofen, it helps. Oh yeah, she jacked her knee up. And by the way, Chrissy Cat, when you say you did something to your knee, well, that kind of covers a big range. Did you fall? Like step wrong and fall and twist it, or? Man. So how was your day, Chuck?
It's been here, and I went to carry him over there to my son to do that school and stuff this morning. Got about not even halfway there. Realized we weren't going to make it in time. Hitting all kind of road traffic. They got me going from here to up above Mount Pleasant. When I could get to Tyler, half hour, 45 minutes quicker. And there's all kind of road work up there. We went there last month. And then all of a sudden, I stopped to get gas. My son, we're leaving. He waits me a mile down the road, so he needed to hit a bathroom. Find a room. He got hit with something, I guess, because he ate something this morning or didn't agree with him. And he ended up with diarrhea and wanted me to stop. And I stopped. And he come back and he said he felt lousy. So I just called in and said we couldn't make it. Redid it Friday. I was trying to get him to send it over to where we could go to Tyler. They wouldn't have that.
Damn. So I've said I watched you do your garden tonight. Oh. Yeah, I would definitely elevate it and put you a cool pack if it feels like it's swelling, if you got inflammation. The cold and then elevate it help reduce that, but then I would definitely push through it too at the same time. So that's just my 2 cents. Kind of goes right along with Morton salt. You can just take a pinch and throw it on away, throw it away. Now, I don't think Chuck's froze. He just
I'm looking at
calm. See, Chuck will do that to you. Sometimes you look and it's like, I know he's still there, but Chuck just has this
mellow, sit still.
But he doesn't move.
That's it. Stealth reflex. Is it live or memory?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. I set part of it up. I got a record thing and I'm jacking around trying to see what you said to set it.
Oh, Kiss Off was watching you do seed packets on Bonnie's earlier.
Yeah, I run carrots, cucumbers, and English beans. I just set up a tray that had 36 spots in it. They're like, you're farming this late? I'm like, yeah, somebody got to do it. Trying to figure out what I can put as an overlay. Probably have to shrink it down or something.
Let's see, what did it say the requirements are? The max file is 20 megs, so it can't be bigger than 20 megs. But it says to use a PNG or a GIF with a transparent background, and the size, recommended size, is a 1280 by 720 for the overlay. And then if you just take it all the way, actually nothing wrong with that. Although I do like my little Warren flag. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Chrissy Cat said, "What I do elevate, never had it persist like this. I'm pretty tough and try not to whine." By the way, Chrissy Cat, do you like mozzarella? You like pepper jack? What kind of cheese you like with that? I'm just picking, ma'am. I'm just picking. Had multiple knee surgery, both replaced the knees troubles. So I sure hope that knee gets better for you. Yeah.
How's everybody doing around there today? Everything going all right?
Another day, just same shit, different day. I was hoping to get to see my granddaughter, but that didn't happen, so it just turned to just being another day.
You one of them, yeah, today.
Huh?
One of them, yeah, today.
And you know, some days I wake up and I go to start, and as I'm just sitting, I'm like, I just want to go back to sleep until the next day. Not that it's going to be any better, but it's like, okay, I'm done with this day. Can I just move to the next one now? I see how this one's going to be.
Yeah. There ain't fixing it so far, so I'll just start over.
Chrissy Katz, I'm an active person, so this sucks, but hey, I'm blessed. That's, man. See, that's so frustrating. Well, I can't unless she's allowed to FaceTime on that side. Oh, she's such a trip on that FaceTime stuff too, buddy. She dolls it up now. She's even got the little pose with the elbows on the table and does the little chin thing like that. I'm like, man, she's the best.
Yeah, I got 3 of my grandkids. I ain't seen or heard nothing out of them in like 3 or 4 years. My son's ex, first ex, we used to hear from him, and then they started playing my wife around the holidays. She'd hear from him, and then she'd send money, and then she wouldn't hear nothing until close to the holidays again. And I guess that's sad. They live in Missouri and Oklahoma.
Hey, Miss Cindy.
I figured one day I'll get to explain to him if I live that long. Because, yeah, your mama was a trollop.
Yeah. Well, that's all I can do. You know, it's if I'm still around, like when she gets older, then at least then she'll realize that it wasn't me that kept her at a distance. I mean, it wasn't. I just never know what mood.
What gets me is you like me. I try to behave myself and be calm and not get overly overwhelming, but stupidity brings out the asshole in me. I try to bite my lip, and then if I do say something, I try to watch how I say it. And then any first thing smart ass one of them say, then I'm like, okay, then let me put the clubs away. Then I'm really brutally honest. My wife be looking at me going,
Stop that. Stop right now.
I love my grandbabies. Don't take away the chance of me being able to talk to them. I said, I'm not trying to stop that, but I'm not going to kiss nobody's ass.
See, that's, and that's me. And it makes it worse when they know that. You know what I'm saying? Once they figured out this, like, oh, okay.
It's like, yeah, I got Chuck like this right now, and he's going to do what I say because Grandmama's got the phone. And now Chuck ain't play like that.
That's it. That's the tough part. It's like, man. And then they just get avoided. Well, if I get avoided, then I don't get to see her, so I get no interaction. Morning, Connie.
Hey, Connie. Hey, everybody. I missed it. Talking. I was diddling on my channel background.
Hey, Ricardo, my brother from down under. What is this? So yesterday I was assaulted and hit by undercover police officer 3 times. Oh, what? That's some crap. Oh.
That's so far the background I got set up in it. I don't know if you can really see it.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. A worn out Texas flag. Hell yeah.
And then up in the corner, I got my little, can't really tell what he is. It's got the American flag head mask he's wearing with his fingers up, not finger.
Hell yeah, there you go. Hey, Ricardo, come up if you feel like it. You know, come up, get the link up top, but
if I drop it, I think it'll still save.
yeah, if you got that loaded in your StreamYard now.
It'll stay in there.
Yeah. And it's ironic too because you do it up there, and then if you go load it on your phone, it's still there. So it goes up on the StreamYard.
That's cool.
Without having to do anything special.
I want to get this up there in the corner, the top up here, but I don't know what people think of the punishers.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I'll worry about that later. You learned me something, so I took advantage of it.
You's a learned individual now.
Yeah, I go to school, SKUL.
Are you an educated redneck?
Yeah. My mama said.
Hey, Ricardo, yeah, if you can come up, brother, I'd like to hear about that, but if not, I totally understand too. Yeah. Ricardo said he got assaulted by undercover officer.
Wow. Here's something you probably understand. Most of them out there wouldn't. Hey, y'all want to go see Mom and them? Y'all too?
Y'all too? Y'all too? It's like spell that. I don't know.
Got a buddy of mine, everything. Mom and them and Yonk too. It could be his cousin that lives by his mom. It's Mom and them.
See, I worked with my knees. Hurt for years before I got help. It was way too late. Shots and all this stuff. I went to try.
You show up or be sitting outside or whatever. Let's go to McDonald's and get a soda water. Y'all too? I'm like, all right, let's go.
Moms and Them's ought to be a restaurant.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Black Watch? Chrissy, have you seen an orthopedic doctor yet for your knee? At least an X-ray. I don't think Chrissy's been to the orthopedic doctor yet. I think she was seeing how it was going to go. if I understood earlier what she said.
Morning, Chrissy.
Amen, Chrissy.
Yeah, I got that issue. I learned to grab my foot and roll my foot, cross my legs, pull my foot in, and I'll hear it pop back where it goes back under the other broken part, and then I can walk again. I'm afraid to let them cut on me because I'm afraid they're going on like this. And I'm like,
That's it. That's it. That's 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 the first thing that goes through my mind now.
doctor over here told me, he goes, well, if they do something like it and you're under and give it to you, then there ain't really much you can do about it once it happens. I said, yeah, and there ain't much they can do about it when I go out to the truck and get something and do what I'm going to do. Let's just not have that situation.
They stick that in you, man, and it's a done deal, and you can't like take it back. That's what worries me.
Yep. I'd rather you come walking at me with a pistol pointed at me than a needle.
That's it. So T-Girl, everyone that I know told me to try to stay away from surgery because your knees will never be the same, because then they have scar tissue. So I just get shots every 3 months. What are those cortisone shots in the knee? Is that supposed to like help deal with cartilage buildup or something?
I won't let them cut. They wanted to cut on my back and neck, and I'm like, because they're talking about going and doing both at the same time. Like,
I'd gladly let them cut on my back and go in there and put some rods, do whatever. I don't give a shit. Give it a shot. And it's just that I'm not going to be awake, so I don't know what all they stick in me, and I don't want none of that experimental crap. Don't change my shit. I'm built just fine as far as my DNA.
I'll be right back. I just heard something out on the back porch.
You got it, brother. Yeah, Ricardo, if you happen to hear, hopefully you're okay. You jumped in and stirred up my attention, buddy, and then you left me hanging. And I'm like, man, hope my buddy's okay. If I was the rich bastard, would have went in and stapled the meniscus back down. I stay away from doctors and hospitals. That's it. Hey, Silver Girl.
Oops, I didn't realize I had that picture up there.
Sometimes thanks are worrying about me, though. I was kind of curious to hear how your court thing went. I thought 1A was going to be going until you got done with your court thing, but I went back to watch the end of mine to catch that and noticed that it wasn't. So then and there was something weird. Were you going to go live and then didn't go live but ended up somewhere else or something? I don't know. And then my days mixed, so I never remember what day was what.
He was on live for 3 or 4, 5 hours ago. Probably while you was napping. Yeah, the big old moth out there running into the light. I thought it was a bird at first. Hell, that thing had to have been that big.
Oh, there's Ray. What's
No,
up, man?
you were talking to I forgot who you were talking to, but you're saying that you're glad that he's okay and blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, thank you for caring. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, that was Ricardo.
Yeah. No, well, court went good. The judge saw the retaliatory actions. Unfortunately, he's tossed as to if he can enjoin them, which is basically all I'm asking the judge to do is strongly suggest that they withdraw their notice to vacate, which I really don't care because I'm leaving Sunday. I'm giving possession back of the apartment on Monday. So at this point, they've pissed me off to the point where I'm seeking monetary damages now.
Well, there you go.
And you can
I
have
mean,
causing more trauma to it.
their attorney keeps thinking that I'm stupid, so I send him a letter. Don't take my kindness for stupidity. Here's the offer: either take it or leave it.
There we go.
Good morning, Chrissy, Cindy, Tony, Anna Marie, and I'm too lazy to scroll up chat, so.
Sometimes. So Cindy said, T-Girl, sometimes an injury can only be fixed with surgery, sometimes time and therapy, but unless it's checked out properly, just can't know. I've been lucky, had many great doctors. And so, wait a minute, what did you say? I hear you. If I was, they could have left my inner ear and did some kind of device, but could not afford it. So now I am deaf in one ear and have balance problems.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Rescue. Now I know there's a lot of bad weather in the Oklahoma, Texas area. You're not near all that, are you?
So now say that again. I'm sorry, Ray.
The nasty weather that's been hitting the area, your area, Texas, Oklahoma.
I'm a little south. I've just caught a little bit of the rain, light showers, and a little bit of the wind, but nothing. Most of that's been just north of me.
Good. I was kind of concerned for a little
Bonnie
bit.
said something was coming through earlier. I don't know if you got any of that. She's down there kind of close to you, but
Yeah, I think that was good. Like I noticed the wind picked up a little bit, and we got just a little bit of shower, but then it went away. Just was kind of gray. I kept waiting for more to come, but I think that when I looked at the radar earlier yesterday, it's like we were right at the drag tail is what I call it, because as you watch that main force, we'll end up in that drag tail. Hey, there you go, Ray. Chrissy Cat said, yeah, Fat Man, today, if you are humble, people think you are weak. Rescue examples.
And
Piece of cute.
I addressed that with the attorney today. I sent him a letter, and I literally stated, verbatim, dear sir, please don't take my kindness for stupidity. Here's the offer. Either take it or leave it. I'm like, I've already got you on retaliatory actions. The judge said he sees that you retaliated. Now, just because he's not sure if he can enjoin you, and enjoining is basically the court strongly suggesting that you withdraw something or you make a change. It's non-monetary. I said, just because the judge isn't sure if he can enjoin you, he's already told me in open court that I have remedies under the law, other remedies under the law. And what he was referring to is the statutory damages that I can claim right now. So I could go after them monetarily this very instant, but I'm not like that. I want what's fair. I told the attorney, look, $250 per month for the last 12 months. That is fair for the diminished value of the apartment because you have not provided gas. That's all I want. Nothing more, nothing less. And they're trying to, lowball me and try to, strike an emotional response so that I might screw up with the court. I'm like, done. I'm done. Either take it or leave it at this point.
There you
And
go.
if you leave it, it's probably going to cost you a whole lot more in the long run.
Well, then you get to do the the interest rate stuff to them, how it's accruing every day type stuff. To play their own stuff against them. Hey, morning T96. Let's
Well,
see.
no.
So T96 said, "What do you think comes first, the collapse of the dollar, WW3, or starvation?" If I had to put those in some kind of order, I would say it's either going to be the dollar or the WW3. That's to me, the starvation part won't kick in until after those are already in effect. Because yeah, people are going to be miserable and the shelves are going to be lacking and things are going to get bad. So don't deflate what I'm saying, but it's not. I mean, only the extremely spoiled people are going to be sitting there going, "Oh my god, oh my god." I mean, it's going to take a little bit longer before other people that have been keeping up. So the starvation part, I think, will be last dragon, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the dollar or if they're going to push him so far that we end up there too. And that's which lane, left or right. Not sure which one's racing in first.
Hey,
I would say the dollar, then World War III, then starvation.
I think we're going to see dollar drop, the darkness. I think the grid's going to get manipulated somehow. Then we won't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, the dollar will drop. We'll go into World War III because, what better way to stimulate an economy other than a good war? And then starvation from there.
Which, I mean, I ain't planning on starving, so I'll try to help as many as I can. But there you go. 330 million. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, you got to know when to throw a can of corn over the fence and say, carry your ass, the road that way.
Yep. And it just, man, trying to maintain civility and morals during chaos is a handful. I haven't seen it work yet, so that's just all I'm saying.
Hey, Colo.
Dude, Kolakoi, man, if you ever need some kind of energy boost or something, catch him while he's going live and you'll be bouncing. He gets you stirred up.
Yeah, with old rock and roll in it. I like how they remix some of that.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Keno? How are you, brother? And that's it, Chrissy. Man, I feel for people that live in the cities or around these metropolitan areas. Hey, what's up, Indy? I'm sorry I didn't say good morning to you, ma'am.
Hey, Keno.
That's okay. We can just ignore Indy. I mean, not a very important person at all. Not Indy.
Yeah, a while back, Rescue was talking about if you eat tomato soup, you don't have grilled cheese, put cheeses in it, it ain't the same.
Wait a minute, when we were talking about grilled cheese and tomato soup?
Yeah, somebody said just put Cheez-Its in there and you don't have to have grilled cheese. It's not the same.
Oh, grilled cheese with government cheese.
Oh, no. I do tomato soup with Cheez-Its, but I'm still doing the grilled cheese. So the Cheez-Its for me was just an additive for the tomato soup. I'm still doing it, which actually I don't do either or now, but
I tried it and it's like, yeah, I still wanted a grilled cheese. Went made me a grilled cheese, added more tomato soup to it, dumped it in the bowl with it.
Grilled cheese has never been the same without the government cheese.
Yeah, you gotta have government cheese.
That government cheese made some awesome grilled cheese sandwiches. You cannot deny this fact.
And mac and cheese.
Right?
You got it, Ricardo. God bless you, brother. I hope you get to feeling better and stuff. I'm sorry that happened. You're in my prayers. You and the fam, brother.
It's good to hear from you, Rick. Yeah, I remember my grandmother in the 80s, right before she passed, we was down there, and she said, I finally got food stamps. I was telling my dad that because they were talking about she needed to go up there because she was trying to see if her retirement would go up. They told her to get on them. She spent 8 months trying to get on it for $15 a month. She goes, I had to demean myself that way to go up there to get on something. Probably $100, hundreds of dollars worth of gas to go to Nashville to get it, and then to give me $15 a month.
Morning, Ron, Cindy.
But Rescue, there's no feeling in the world like listening to a judge smack down an attorney. I mean, just giving him the straight smack, the verbal lashing. It was funny today.
Oh, I know that was one of the moments during the Kyle deal. That little old judge got a little feisty during one of the moments, and I like it kind of.
Well,
It shows fire, boy. They get it a little like.
In my issue,
Indy, what Ricardo had said was he got assaulted 2 times by an undercover cop in front of his partner, and he's bringing charges. But that's what happened earlier. Indy, had come on to talk about that. Tomorrow, he said he's going to come on and we'll talk about it. Anyway, go ahead, Ray. Sorry.
No, the judge was like, I definitely see retaliation. Mr. Leonard has been without gas for his stove for over a year. And the only thing you have done after he filed the complaint with the city was to file an extension for the permit to work on it. That's all you've done. I definitely see retaliation. And the way he just went off on it was just funny. I'm sitting there just trying to hold myself from cracking up laughing.
The Alban said you got a case.
That's it.
Basically, he said because of the way the word of the law is, I don't know if I can enjoin the defendant and their notice to vacate. However, under the law, you do have other remedies available to you. So basically, he's telling me he's not sure that he can request that they withdraw it. However, he's more than happy to give me the statutory damages that the statute allows me for this particular issue.
Did you ever figure a dollar amount to throw at him yet?
I've offered them and they keep fucking with me, and I offered $3,513. I figured $250 a month in diminished rental value for the lack of gas, plus the court costs and process server fee. So that came to $3,513. They countered. They go, well, you guys, here's what we'll do. We'll give you $3,000 for you and the remaining tenant to split as you see fit, and we'll pay your legal fees, but you have to agree to move out within a timely manner. I responded back, dear Mr. Whatever, please don't take my kindness for stupidity. And then I just went off on the rest of it.
Okay, Andy.
Like, okay, since you went down and split like this, I'm going to go up, say, $5,000.
Well, so out of curiosity, and I'm just playing catch up on some, so sorry because my brain bounces. But so what you haven't had gas in your apartment for a year and a half or something like that, right?
Yep, a year and a half.
And what all runs off of that gas? Like what all have you done without?
The stove.
So you had to go and use electric burners in order to do your cooking.
Not even that. I actually have to go buy propane. The electrical in here, if you try to use more than 2 electrical items, you'll pop fuses. So I could use either a 1 burner,
well, then what I would
hot
do,
plate,
Well, because and here's where I was going with that, because if you're having to use electric items to replace that, then I would, by God, if I wouldn't figure out some calculation of electricity use, and then that would be multiplied for the last year and a half. Or
No,
if you've been buying propane, then I would go take the price of that bottle of
which
propane
works
and go,
$250.
that's what it
Approximately $250 is what I would spend
a month
on
or
propane, gasoline to go get the propane plus my time. And I found that $250 is a reasonable amount per month.
yeah.
That's
you just,
$2,500 there, and I'd get them for the.
well, and see, here's where I would probably kick it a little different. And legally, I think you probably have a stance. Is if you go back to when you first approached them with this, and then you added on extra every time after that, and then every time when you interacted with them again, then you take it up another notch. But if you can justify that, see, them judges like that justification and shit. But
I can very easily justify a full year and a half.
But no, I mean stepping it up. Like, so you started out at 250, but then 3 months later, it's like, man, they still weren't fixing it, and I keep going, so now it went to 275.
No, I get what you're saying.
Hey, Zach.
I could go after them for a full year and a half, 18 months at $250. That's over $4,000. Okay, I'm not asking for the 6-month period that the previous owner failed. I'm trying to be nice to them. I'm okay, you got screwed by the previous owner. I understand that, so I'm not going to include that. But
now, how long? Okay, so you've been out for a year and a half. So was it only just a year under this guy, or the whole year and a half under this guy plus 6 months from the other?
No, a year under this management company plus 6 months from the previous owner.
Okay, well, see, here's where my forgiveness gets real thin, Ray, because this is 12 months. So it's like you can either start to show some progress to moving forward, or you keep putting me off. But when we reach the 12 month of giving me the finger, my politeness is kind of going out the window. I'm keeping it kosher because I don't want my words or my choice of words to distract from the point. But oh no, we're done being all nice about it. And I personally would go after Max, dude. You've had to fight this,
and it's demeaning for you to have to beg for something that you paid for in your rent.
Yeah, I just want to get it over with at this point.
Well, that's it.
But if they push,
I can relate to that too.
If they push any further, then they're going to be cornering a wild animal in a corner, and I'm not going to be responsible for what happens. I will go maximum on them. I will go maximum overdrive.
Morning, Karen.
Every time they come down with a lower price, you need to go up with yours. So they went $3,000 to split. I'd have went $5,000 for me, and you cover court costs. They come back with another one, I'd go up to 6 or 10.
No, I just told them, look, don't expect what was it that I said?
Oh, I just saw where Karen, you wanted the other guy. That's Fat Man Prepper, Ray.
Yeah, I'm eating ice cream, so I'm not going to be on camera. I told him, don't mistake my kindness for stupidity. And I laid out, look, now the judge has stated that he's already seen retaliatory action. He's unsure if he's able to enjoin you, which is basically the court giving you a suggestion. However, he did state that I have other options available as remedy under the law. Basically, he's saying, I'm willing to give you the 2.5 times the monthly rent that the law allows. So all I got to do is file, okay, I want an injunctive relief now instead of preliminary. And this is what I want because of this. And he'll grant it almost immediately.
I personally would take. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry.
I can tell you what happened to me in Louisiana. I had the same thing. It's been 15, 20 years ago. But I was living in a place, and the guy said he'd have this X things done. And well, we wrote it down, and it was part of the contract. He'd have this done by this such time. He goes, or I can start reducing rent until it's done. So it went on and on and on, and I ended up getting hurt at work. And I got a hold of him and I told him about the contract with all this stuff being done. Now that I'm home all the time, had issues in the room that I was in because part of the electrical wasn't working. Termites were in the house. There was an issue with the air conditioner. All this stuff added up. And he goes, I'll tell you what. He goes, I'm not paying you shit. He goes, rent's due. And he goes, rent's coming due. And he goes, if you go one day over with owing me on the rent, he goes, I don't care about your personal problem with getting hurt at work. If your money's tight, you're waiting on workers' comp, blah, blah, any of that. He goes, it's all business. He goes, you're staying in my house. You pay your rent like you're supposed to. And he goes, you can take that piece of paper that I signed and said that I would fix this and have it done in such amount of time and wipe your ass with it. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll see you in court. I said, I'm gonna find out from an attorney what the longest amount of time I can stay in here before you can actually put me out. It was 120 days. On the third day my rent was due, I got served court papers. I went to court, showed him what it was, told him what happened, showed him what he signed, had the issues, and the judge told me, I'm sorry you had to come in here. I see your foot's messed up. I had it crushed. It was in a balloon. And he's like, well, I'll tell you what. He goes, you don't owe it any more time. He goes, take the amount of time. I'll give you 60 days after your 120 days is before you can be evicted. You got an extra 120 days. He goes, start trying to save some money. And he looked over there at the table with the people sitting in it. He owes you zero for rent for all of this. He goes, matter of fact, and he tapped the gavel and he said, $2,500 you guys get to pay for him to move for all the inconvenience you caused him. Or he goes, is there any other things you might want to add to it? I said, no, that's fine. He goes, I want it in cash. I'll give you 30 minutes to come get it. You can give the money to the bailiff. Mr. Condor gets the money. Have a nice day. Don't let me see you in here again. And he smacked the gavel again. They had to come up with $100 or $2,500 cash to hand me before I walked out.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Morning, Virginia. Morning, everybody in chat. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever it's falling for you. Glad you're hanging out.
A good judge hates a slumlord.
Oh, yeah. And this judge is making it very clear that he's not very happy with how this management company has been operating. He made it very clear.
And sometimes you get lucky, too, because you get a judge that, well, it's not like they're like all that being the perfect judge, but they like that scheduling. And so all of a sudden they see this and they're used to, you know, what they deem as bullshit cases, but they're worse to that. But the ones that really get their attention because it's like, wait a minute, I'm sorry, you really thought you were going to pull this? Those are the ones that piss them off. And I always like watching those because then that usually is that, okay, you know, my day sucks as it is, but you have really struck my nerve. And then all of a sudden you just get to hear one of those little tirades or something. Those are always.
Oh, yeah. I mean, our court case was scheduled as a 15-minute case, and it was at 8:30 in the morning. And we did not end the case. And the judge even stated that he had a jury trial that was to start at 9:30. We didn't get done with our case until 9:45.
Oh yeah,
so he was definitely working on my favor, and that's why I moved it from civil court and moved it up into the superior court. The civil court sucks.
Morning, Wildflower. Morning, TJ.
I don't know what it's like, you know, in Texas or wherever you're at, Chuck. But civil courts are just regular people. They have, for the most part, a civil judge or a magistrate has absolutely no legal training.
Well, in Texas, we got JPs, so we got the Justice of the Peace, but then it goes up from there until you can go county judge, and then you go up into the state Supreme Court, Superior Court. But it starts off with your JPs as far as depending on the value. You know, that's one thing, and I'm really start to talk out of my ass here in a minute because I don't investigate all. I just know the general topics, but like there's a certain value level. If it's a civil matter, then it up to a certain point, and then it goes from the JP level, basically the bottom of the barrel level, and then you go up the notch as the value increases.
See, we have Justice of the Peace, but those are mainly to do weddings and, you know, preside over
fighting and all
weddings
that.
and stupid shit. Justice of the peace has really no control or power. Then we have a civil court judge who is either elected or appointed, and they are not required to have any legal background. And they have a jurisdictional limit of $10,000. Anything over $10,000 goes to the Superior Court. The Superior Court judges are elected and must be bar certified.
What's
So
up,
they have
G?
to be lawyers and members of the bar.
Okay.
Hey, G, you know, that guy ended up at Gall. They must have scared him well enough that the next day a construction crew showed up at the house and they fixed all the problems. I bet that burned his ass if he'd just fixed that shit. 'Cause then I got to stay there 6 months with it fixed for free and got paid for it.
Yeah, that would piss me off as a landlord.
If he'd have just listened to my compromise that I was trying to tell him what was going on, that I was going to forget about this and give me a little time, the money's going to be tight, but he had to go all asshole. And when I told him what the judge, what he said, I told him that's my property. I wanted him out.
That's why, dude, I couldn't do rental property myself. I just don't. One, there's people are different now, so it wouldn't pay to have a house because you probably couldn't afford to have just a regular rental house if you maintained it properly with the typical average tenant. Now you can get lucky and find people that are willing to care about your place as much as you do, but dude, look at all the jobs. Even that's what companies have shit equipment. You know why? Because employees that operate that equipment go, who gives a shit? It's not my equipment.
Right?
And it's like, well, guess who lives in your house? Oh, it's that employee that works at that company. He now lives in your house and goes, you know what? That faucet ain't working. Smack. Yeah, well, whatever. Call that dude. Tell him it's their problem. It's like, well, man. Oh, my mom used to do my grandparents for years. And the way her mentality, dude, and literally it was ironic because she had ended up stashed up quite a bit of money. And her and my uncle kind of went, damn. But she never even acknowledged that house. She rented that house, and every month that check that they paid automatically went right into an account right there where that house was and just sat there, and it accrued. So if they called, she just reached over to pick up the phone. She called somebody and said, hey, water heater is out at this address. I need a water heater put in. Send me the bill. Okay, click. And then it would get paid. Well, she didn't realize, but she had really good tenants in my grandparents' house. So they loved the house. They ended up buying it after, I think they rented it for, good gosh, 6 or 8 years. And then they finally were like, we really want to stay here. And she goes, okay. So they bought it.
It's yours, though.
Yeah. And so, dude, but when she settled out that account, because it's like, okay, well, sold the house there. And then she realized how much had sat there and accrued by not even acknowledging that money. Just, okay. Well, see, that's the problem. Because like my wife's brother, they do some rental property. They don't quite live that way. They like that money, and then they stick it over here in their big main account that they go buy all their other shit with and that they live off of. And then all of a sudden you have an issue, and it's like, well, yeah, I'll get around to it. Well, you're not important anymore because this account's over here. And yeah, landlords can go to slumlords in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. My dad, when we had a semi-truck, told you about in the 80s, everything we did was split up 3 ways. Me, him, and the truck. It was an even split. And that truck had its own, that was for its diesel, what have you. And when we got ready because my wife got pregnant and we were starting to get jobs further and further away. We were going to go from doing low boy hotshot stuff to actually carrying cargo. And Dan's like, well, I got this. We're going to make killer money. It's not going to be like the money hotshot, but we're going to be running from Ohio to California 3 times a week. And my wife found that out pregnant. She goes, I didn't want you home every night. I'm used to that. And I'm like, okay. And my dad heard it. He goes, I don't really want to get back into that again. He goes, I was relying on me and you to do it, but he goes, there's going to be an issue. He goes, I don't want my grandbaby to have no issues. So we sold the truck. And when he cashed that account out for the truck after we did all the work and the stuff we had, he had like $30,000 in the truck account that we never paid attention to. So he cashed it out when we got ready to move, and he handed me $5,000 out of it. But the rest of it is in case we want to do another truck. But here, this is money that we put back. He goes, I feel this is your part of it. And I was like, Dad, you ain't got to give me nothing. That was your truck. You started, I helped. And he's like, no, here. Like,
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. That's one thing I've tried to teach my son, because I look back now and shit, dude, I pissed off so much money. It was unbelievable over the years. And now I sit here and just talk out of my ass because I just look back and realize just how screwed up I did things.
Yeah.
Dude, you get a raise, you start getting more overtime consistently or something, but your income raises. Well, I know what we were bad about was everything else just raised up then we didn't. And my mom used to kind of way back, she finally stopped just griping at me, and that's what I wish she had probably stayed on my ass, but because my dad used to tell me that, and my mom both. But so if you're maintaining and you're making $15 an hour, and all your bills are being paid, everything's being met, and your life is at this level, and then you get a raise to $17.50 or $18 an hour. Don't raise one thing. Don't do anything extra. Take that extra money and stick it over in a savings account.
Yeah.
And just maintain that level. But that's the biggest thing, man. It's just, you go, oh, fatter check. Hey, want to go down to Astro? Want to go out to eat? Want to go to the movies? Want to go to the zoo?
Right.
All of a sudden you go do shit. Well, then you're just now everything. And it's kind of like, then you end up at older in a jacked up situation, and you go, shit, man, I have pissed off hundreds of thousands of dollars and got shit to show for it.
Yeah, like me, I called it the Jack Daniels College Fund, and I went through quite a bit of money that I wish I had now.
Right. Well, being the ex-drug use, I used to say that there's gold in them thar veins. But,
yeah.
Man, if I could extract that shit, I could set a lot of things right. I could even help other people I've done pissed off so much money. I'm glad y'all got up here to break my monotonous shit, dude.
Yeah, I probably drank enough Jack Daniels in my lifetime to fill up a fairly decent sized pond.
Man, the money. That's why my son, I'm really impressed with his whole budget set up. And hell, you go bring up something to him, and he's like, well, no, hold on a second. Let me look. Yeah, I can do that. And it's like, man, I'm so glad that part got through.
Dad used to say, if you want to jackass around after all your bills are paid, whatever money you have left, you take 10% of that to play with, put the rest away.
She has a storm cellar. I don't know. She is not waking her mom up. Maybe because I'm on the phone listening to rescue. Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely, I don't know. Doing these lives is something else, I gotta say. It's just really keep stepping in shit. I notice little things. There's just like, I think there's repercussions from yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, I power napped from 10 to 6 o'clock this evening. I wake up, the old lady wouldn't move. She was off the couch. She went to bed. I'm like, okay, I'll just sit back and chill and listen to my murder mystery lullabies. And then finally woke up 6:30. She's sitting on the couch. She's like, good morning. I'm like, Yeah, I've been waking up on and off looking for you. She goes, you slept all day? I said, kind of. 1 hour power nap at a time.
I was actually doing a pretty good little power nap, and my daughter called, and I got all excited because she was going to be coming by. There was a package that had been delivered here, UPS, and so she was coming, and I'm thinking, okay, cool, I'm going to get to see my granddaughter. Oh no, she didn't have her with her. So I got all stirred up and got kind of motivated when she called, and then she showed up, and I'm like, well, where's she at? Oh no, she's in daycare now. What? Wait. Didn't even have a clue. So I hope the daycare is good. I don't know. I'm not involved, and that drives me crazy, dude.
The phone rang on one of them. I tried to answer this.
Huh? Oh.
I tried to answer the Fire Stick remote, and I was like, where do you answer it at? I realized it was like, and then I heard it ring again, and I looked. I'm like, I looked over at my phone, and I was like, go back to sleep, dumbass.
Let's go back to sleep.
Today I went to sleep.
This is not the phone you're looking for.
I finally went to sleep about 11 o'clock this morning and just slept till about 7.
You probably got you some good little rest since the little stress kind of got lifted up.
Oh, yeah. I was sleeping heavy and hard. Very rarely do I feel that rested after sleeping.
Well, that's good. That means you had some weight lifted off of there. And thank you, Benjamin.
I think I did a little too much of it because I got 4 hours this morning, then all those little naps, and woke up, and I've had like this weird hangover feeling since.
Yeah, I hadn't been resting worth of shit. Most of the time I'm sitting here the past couple of days, I've been nodding off in this chair. And it's bad because what'll happen is I'll tilt back, and then my legs, the angle of me, all of a sudden, matter of fact, what wakes me up is I get this pain in my legs. That's actually what wakes me up.
Because they're hanging off the floor.
Yeah, and the pinch of the way I'm sitting, I'm bent. It's like something ain't getting the proper circulation.
My wife told me, she goes, you needed one of them porch swing things, the hammock-like things that holds it open. She goes, you need one of them out there and just take your naps outside and get some air and all that. I said, yeah, I'm afraid I'd wake up out in the yard, though. I don't know if my reaction would be quick enough, like you would say, anymore, that if that thing did a flip-flop, if I could hang on.
That's everybody got these bright ideas sometimes, and I just kind of look and chuckle, and it's like, you don't understand.
It's all fun and games. You get thrown off the board.
Well, and at this point, it's like where everything's at. Dude, a half inch differentiate between left and right foot. When I go to take a step, just that little bit of, it sends shit all up my back, because it's like, that's why I'm only good for certain stretches. I have my path. I know exactly where to kind of walk. I get outside in the yard and I screw up every time because you got grass, but the actual soil underneath the grass, step, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, oh no. Next thing I know, 10 feet and my legs are going numb, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is not going well.
Yeah, that's how I messed my back up over the weekend. Back there's a little, it's probably a 6-inch little, like a dog bowl divot, and I didn't see it, trying to avoid stepping in dog crap, and I stepped in it. I didn't hurt my back when I stepped in it, but that when I'm like running almost to my knees hitting the ground trying to catch myself so I don't fall, I think I did something. Then I didn't fall, but then I went straight in the damn house. I'm like, yes, I did something. Buddy come in and he's like, I'll pick everything up, you just sit down.
Dude, I remember growing up, and you'd hear like older people talk about, oh man, you got to watch it. Don't step on the acorn. Don't step on that walnut. It'll throw your back out. I just used to be like, whatever. Now, oh no. I'm going to tell you right now, dude, a walnut would bring me to my knees damn near if I didn't see it when I stepped down.
I got a sweet gum tree out there where we were working.
Oh no, they got to go, Chuck. They got
Yeah.
to go.
I'm
They
fixing to-
are the demon.
And I'm gonna find out how much it costs to get that taken down.
They be the devil.
Oh yeah.
They the devil. I was so glad when I finally got the last one cut off of this property and the stump ground up, and it's like, listen to that mower run. Oh yeah. Doesn't sound like a damn Gatling gun going off.
I got a buddy that owes me about $300, and he told me a couple of years ago that he'd clean the slate by coming and cutting that tree down and cutting it up. I think I'm gonna call and let him know if that deal's still on the table.
Right. That deal's starting to sound a lot better.
I'd already told him don't worry about the money. Dad used to save a couple $100 or keep a bad apple away, but you ain't a bad apple, he's just a fuck up.
My dad used to tell me, don't ever give anything you really want back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all good if people pay you back, but don't ever loan anything money-wise that you really want back. Otherwise, it will cause issues. And you know what? To be honest, I didn't loan the dude money, but I did kind of give him some other shit, and then he didn't give me my money, and it did kind of get me in some trouble. So I guess I should have just wrote that off.
Yeah.
But actually, that was my cleaning up mark, so I can't knock that. When that door closed, that helped me get my shit together.
Sometimes when a door shuts, another one kicks open for you.
That's it. That's why I try to tell people, pick your badge. Sometimes it's the littlest thing, but you need to pick that as a badge of honor. I mean, you need to take pride in that you've accomplished that. I know for me, that's what worked with me. I might be a felon, but I got higher moral standards than people that aren't a felon. So that's my badge of honor, is knowing that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, shit happens. Sometimes you get made an example of, but as long as you learn. I've learned a lot more from fucking up than I did from coming out good on it.
Dude, mistakes are how you learn. I mean, you try to do it beforehand, but we all have different learning ranges.
Yeah.
Mine took 2 trips. The second trip was the one. Oh, okay, I see now. This isn't a good thing. Yeah, this isn't a good thing. Okay, gotcha. The first lick didn't do it.
I had a buddy, he's still a friend, but he didn't learn. I don't know, you probably know, you've heard of Angola, right?
Yeah.
He was in Shreveport, got in some trouble, and was around smoking crack. He got to run around with some boys in jail, and when he got out, he got on good behavior. First mistake he made, some of the other boys did too, and he started running with them, fucking with the same shit again. He got in trouble for hanging around other felons. Then he got in trouble for what they did, even though he wasn't there, but he was seen around them earlier. And their asses got put in Angola. When he got put in Angola, he learned a lot. He found God, learned to behave himself, got out. He wasn't out 3 months and started being a rock star again, and lost his wife, lost his kids.
Well, that place is always locked up with the most perfect criminal. And it's like, no, you're in here. So what you did wasn't perfect. But somehow people go in there and they think that they've learned a better way. It's like, no, you didn't.
You think you went to Crime 101 to learn more, but what you don't know is they're listening to everything and they're learning what y'all are talking about.
Hey, what's up? Budnitsky. Ski.
Butinsky, I think he said it is, the other night.
Yeah, Butinsky, or I don't know. Monty said it right out the gate. But... Hey, what's up, Summer? Hot mess. He's a hot mess, girl.
Gentlemen, I'm going to step down. I'm going to go to sleep, and dream me some beautiful dreams finally, hopefully. Now that I got all that stress relief. And hopefully I'm going to see rescue in the morning.
Roger, sir. We'll definitely get you some rest and get you some better rest now. Some stress is gone. You know you're making progress.
Man, rescue. I'm not lying. The rest I did get earlier today.
I think
That
so. You know,
that was the deepest sleep that I've been in a long time. It was incredible.
you sound like you're already there, just ain't found the pillar yet.
Right.
Pretty much. Well, I celebrated today. I drank quite a bit for me. 7. I had a 12-pack today, which I know it kind of sounds sad, but that's a lot of beer for me nowadays. Back in the day, a 12-pack was nothing. That was, the first 30 minutes.
I haven't drank anything that count for anything in 14 years. A 12-pack probably kicked me in the liver.
Yeah, a 12-pack in one day is a lot for me anymore.
A 12-pack for me of just beer, and I'd probably be feeling like bloated as all get out. I'd be like, oh, man. And Crown, now a good glass of Crown, and I'd probably be like...
No, I'm
Right.
just...
The opposite beer would tear my ass apart with whiskey, but I don't know if I got that tolerance anymore. Old man said he was allergic to it. One beer would get him halfway drunk, but he said after I drank about 3 of them, he goes, I hit a certain point, and I just stay there.
I had an uncle that he drank himself sober. I mean, literally, he would go through 2 or 3 36-packs in a day. He drank so much, he drank himself sober.
Probably got a pickled spleen out of it, too.
No, well, he just recently passed away due to something, but I'm sure it had to do with his liver. I mean, oh my God.
Hey,
I
what's that,
cannot
Grumpy?
believe him.
Oh, and by the way, it's pronounced Butinsky.
Yep.
Hey, Skepek.
Well, anyways, gentlemen, I will say adieu, and I will see you hopefully later on in a couple hours.
Go hug up on that fluffy white wife and have a good night, bro.
Right? Night, Chuck.
Night.
Later, brother.
Rescue, chat.
No marshmallow eating because it's not a marshmallow.
All right, with that, I'm definitely out.
Later.
And let's see, somebody asked me. Welcome everybody in chat. Trying to think. Let's see, somebody was like heavy conversation in chat and stuff.
I think Karen's leaving. Good night, Karen, if you're leaving. If not, whoever's leaving, good night.
Oh yeah, night, Karen. If you're leaving, yeah. Have a good morning, guys. I'm falling asleep. Maybe catch y'all later. Alrighty, ma'am. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile.
Be the reason somebody else smiled.
Alrighty, Yoda. So Grumpy, which is actually Yoda at the moment, says, OMG, I love everything, everyone. Yoda speaking. Night, y'all be safe. Storm's getting real. Yeah, somebody else said they were watching the storms come into Oklahoma. I can't remember who that was.
Let's see.
Oh, that was Butinsky. He said, man, heavy duty talk in chat and panel, just watching tornadoes tear up Oklahoma tonight. How y'all? Prayers for people in the storms.
Yeah, Oklahoma's got some big shit up there.
Let's see what the map looks like.
Above Wichita Falls, they got a lot of red and stuff in it. That's kind of the Oklahoma City area. That's where it's really good.
Oh yeah, Oklahoma. And Missouri, Springfield and shit, Joplin. That looks like that shit's getting hammered pretty hard right now.
Yeah, we were up around Joplin a few years ago, and we come through. It's about 3 or 4 days a week after that bad tornado hit Joplin, like 2018, 2017, whatever it was. And it was bad around there. It looked like they bombed that place. It was so bad. They said it looked a lot better than it did. I'm like, wow.
All right, looks like Oregon and Washington are going to be getting some rain too. There's looks like a big cell coming off the west coast onto them, and then yeah, it looks like it's pushing through Oklahoma City over into Little Rock and then up into Missouri, over into St. Louis. So poor old Summer's going to be getting some hammered pretty good, it looks like, here in a couple more hours.
Yeah, like it. Look at Tulsa up there. It's got a circle around it, like it's shielded.
Yeah.
That would be the radar's picking it up.
Yeah, it's just kind of clearing out of there, and then so that's yeah, it looked like you got some storms coming, Summer.
Norman and Moore, they're usually the ones that are hit really bad, and that storm's headed toward them. Oh shit!
Yeah, Cindy, that's just what it looked like there. There's a good little part coming over. Yeah, poor old Chrissy and all y'all over there. Going from west coast to the wet coast.
Yeah.
Fur, not fur.
Down there by Laredo, they got that little front coming through, but that's going to go. Looks like it's traveling towards Victoria and its low point, maybe Corpus Christi, maybe. That's a small front compared to the other.
Oh wow, Chrissy. It was like gosh, I think at one point yesterday it was up to 89. I think we got up to 89. So it's humid. She is. Hey, Miss Sharon.
Hey, Sharon. Living a dream.
Try to think of like some way to do like have like a little, I don't know, interacting with people different or something. Because sometimes, dude, it's hard to find stuff to just talk about that's positive, because you just kind of want to throw your hands in there.
I think that's why we joke and cut up about a lot of things. Nothing cheery about saying, well, they ain't nuked us yet.
How you like that? Butinsky says we might hit 100 on Sunday down here near Austin. That's up there for me.
How far are you away from the coast?
A couple hours. It depends on which part of the coast.
I mean, you're closest. I'm like, you're as close to the coast as I am Texarkana, so I'm about close to the top end as I can get. And you're as close to the bottom end.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm like 70 miles from Texarkana, probably.
Well, see, actually, I mean, probably about as the crow flies going direct now. I'm not all that far. Because, Beaumont's right there, part of it's not on the coast, but it's pretty close to the coastline. And I'm only like an hour and 10 minutes from Beaumont.
Above or below it?
Above it.
That's right. You're
around the Woodville,
Lumberton area and all that.
Yeah. Well, and then kind of go west a little bit more, like towards Woodville.
Yeah. That's what I tell you. My son-in-law lived in Sour Lake.
Yeah.
I liked it where, especially back where he was. You said they've changed it so much in the last 10 years, and I probably wouldn't like it. It was simple. It was a 20, 30-mile ride to the Brookshires over there. If they've expanded, then they've probably got McDonald's and everything around there now.
Well, and the catchword there is, that's coming off of that whole Port Arthur, Port Neches, Orange, that little harbor off of the Gulf. Because they have that inside inlet, whole port type area that has a lot of resources. Because that's a lot of the storage, pump stations, processing hubs, and that shit's been growing. So it's like now it's been noticing that down where my son's been driving now that he's over on the other side of things. It's down around Mount Bellevue area and all that, and that's how they're all growing out. Well, that's shit's expanded. Plus, you also, with these past couple of hurricanes, have pushed a lot of them city folk out of the city to come. Which we picked up a few people, quite a few bunch from this last little ice thing and the power outage thing that went across the state, because we didn't lose power here. Our little co-op, we were still running fine. So it was the whole other part that had an issue. We're not on that system.
People navigated to where the power stayed. They're probably figuring more secure, like here where I'm at. The majority of the city was out for a month. My little area over here that says a little L shape of about 200 people didn't go out because it came out of Louisiana. The rest of them was Genola Harris and different other power companies, and they were out for a month. Yeah, I wish he'd got a hold of me though, because he had a little place over there. He had like 10 or 15 acres, and it was a ranch style house on a concrete slab, and that house was probably 2,500 square feet. I liked the house. It needed to be updated, but I think he sold it for like 20 grand just to get out of the way. He wanted to move away, and he wanted to make sure quick and get out of there, and that's what I wish he told me. I can't remember the name of the road. I need to look on there again and see if I can see it. Maybe it'll ring a bell with you.
Oh yeah, Chrissy Cat. That song "Breathe Underwater." That's becoming my theme song. I love that song. And I will say, every time I've been up in the Northwest, which hasn't been like a lot, so it's a very rare, but almost every time I've been, it's been raining. It's been so funny, which it's been good night. It's been decades since I've been up there. Matter of fact, the last time I flew into Seattle and it rained for like 3 days straight there, all I remember, just everything was just wet. It was nasty. Rental car. Drove across the border, went up to Canada. Came back, went to go get on the flight. It was raining. And so it's like, yeah. But the landscape looks pretty cool up there. Yep, that's it, Chrissy. New breed. My theme song. Although,
Yeah, he was off of Highway 326 and FM 420 that runs over into Lumberton.
oh, okay.
The road he lived on was Hob Warren Road. It come out right across from that intersection. And the Brookshires was down there at 326 and 105.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we call it's like the Honey Island cutoff down in there somewhere. Yeah, up there where that 326 goes over into Coons. That's the Honey Island cutoff. Part of the cut through. Those are riding roads.
Yeah, we do that riding down. We come down, going due south, and we come through Jasper and then Lumberton and all that. But we rode almost due south. It's kind of like chasing a crow. I like that little ride.
Oh, dude, I love riding all around throughout here. I can plus get over towards Livingston and then start kind of going around the lake. It's not as popular for me as it is a lot of other people. Some people like that on my end because you get over towards Livingston and it becomes more populated. And
Yeah.
just stay on these little farm market roads, going through the woods, especially on a pretty day, dude. I so missed my bike. I so wish airtime. Nothing like the wind to wash the bullshit away.
Well, until some jackass cuts you off. Huh?
So where are y'all talking about now? When I hear planes okay, I was trying to come on chat. This is your I'm Not Electric, the hubby is. Tell me how to get with the channel, and I have a lot to say. Oh, well, Grumpy, at the top of the YouTube chat window, you'll see a link for the StreamYard. And if you click that, it will then open another window for the StreamYard. You just want to be sure and then mute the YouTube side, but then you should be able to come there. Come on right there. I'll see you backstage is what it's called. And then Grumpy said, if you are marked criminal, always get a second chance. I've seen so many changes. I don't know when to. Not quite sure. I think we have a lot of Washingtonians in here. I live on an island in the Sound. Oh. Yeah, I think there's a few West Coasters.
Shit, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thanks. I feel like a damn wasp on me in my nose. That was jacked up.
Chrissy Cat, nothing like the Oregon coast, beautiful, crashing into the rocks and caverns, sea lions, power of God is what it makes me think of.
Thanks, Chris. Oh. Yeah, I'd love to see all that. And up there, but buddy of mine went to Spokane, and he's talking about how pretty it was in Oregon and Washington and all that. I even years ago got an offer to come up there and work for wildlife, be a ranger and stuff. Didn't have to deal with people. I just not that person that somebody's going to throw their ideals at me. I'm going to throw mine back, and they don't like that. So.
Sure, that's funny. Had a dream years ago. I was helping with a fireman's calendar edition. Grandmother woke me up and got so mad. I wish I could get like a hind helicopter or something, and it'd be nice to just be able to fly around and just like look at everything from above and kind of see all the mountainscapes, like the coastline where it rises up. Because see, like the coastline, what I'm used to is all the beach stuff, so it's all low end. So that would be cool. Plus, you got the coast, and they seem to, and I think it's the way the currents and everything, so they are all different. They have kind of more of an abrupt edges and cliffs and like that caverns, and I can only imagine how cool all that stuff would look. You can just kind of fly along and observe.
Have you seen Steve Harlow when they're doing the stuff on the beach? Yeah, I can handle that, but I don't know what I'd think about living on the side of a volcanoes. Yeah, it might have been dormant for 10,000 years, but my luck, me going there and get active.
Right. About the time you're kind of sitting there starting to enjoy it, and it's like, wait, what's that? Oh, it's active now. What? Has it been active in 100 and some years? Yeah, well, I'm here now, so.
That's like when somebody they were talking about a while back about moving, it was closer to Yosemite, and I'm like, yeah, close to that. I'd be close to that. And no.
Hey, Milkmaid. Morning, ma'am.
Hey, Milkmaid.
Well, that'd be bird time. Man, I so wish I could just, if I could have foresaw that I'd even be in this position, I would have redone so much shit outside where I could function. Because I'd go sit out on my deck and probably do this off of my phone, or even hell, I could take the computer out there. My desk rolls around. It's
that, as far as you talk about like in a garden, if you'd had you some raised beds already set up.
Oh man.
Between.
If I had raised beds and could just go in between them, hell, I could take my little damn hover around out there. I could stand there. I could prop, stand up. I could do little harvesting. I could tend. But I didn't think that shit through, and did not foresee being in this position.
Yeah, Mom had. You got that same kind of hover around like Mom had. Is that the ones they'll help pay for, and they write it up as like $30,000 or $40,000 or whatever?
On what? What do you mean?
That your hover around scooter thing.
Oh, my hover around? Oh, it's paid for now.
Is that the one Social Security will help you get, and they charge some exuberant amount saying it costs that much? I think Mom's base to it without the seat and the control was like $15,000, and everything they added a bunch to it. By the time it's said and done, it was like 40 or 50 is what it cost.
Oh wow, mine was it was over $7. I can't remember if it was like $76 or $79. $100 is what mine, and I had to pay like $1,000 was my percentage because I had private insurance and
so since Medicare, Medicaid didn't pay for it all, they probably didn't come to that fucking crazy amount.
That's it.
Later, they put shit out of them damn.
That's when I learned that it's better just to have one or the other, but not both. Because having both of those, having private and that, I found that that's why I was having to pay these little things. Like sometimes I would go have a test done and I'd have to pay for like a percentage of this test or this procedure. And it was like, okay, well then with the hover round came around is when that lady goes, I hate to tell you this, but if you just had Medicare, you wouldn't have to pay anything. And I said, what? And she goes, yeah, because you have private insurance, then we process private first. Everybody will process the private side first. And it was like, oh, shit. And so, yeah. So now I don't have the private. I just have Medicare. I told my wife, well, I ain't no point in paying extra for that shit. Hell, it's just, I'm paying for my Medicare out of my Social Security. Then we pay for the private out of my wife's insurance. And then I was having to pay percentages of shit. And it's like, so wait a minute, if I just eliminate this, then they just pay everything, and all I do is pay for that. Yeah, we'll go with that.
And with doing that, you're probably eligible too, to where you don't even have to pay for yours out of yours for that if you sign up for it because you don't have another insurance. They figure if you got another insurance, you got enough money, you can afford to pay this and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mom, I think the only thing she had to pay out of pocket was an intern or whatever you want to call it come out there with a makeup or whatever you call it, a mock-up of whatever she was getting to measure for size and height and how they're going to fit her in it. I think she had to come off like $100 out of pocket.
Well, yeah, mine cost a little more because I had to get the bigger version because of my weight.
Yeah, Mom was like 250 pounds. She was pretty big, 5'6". That was I can't remember the name of that. When your legs and stuff swell, they get that I can't remember the name of it. But she had to wear them special socks for it.
Varicose veins or
yeah, but it's a disease because it's something to do with your glands or whatever, and it causes shit to swell. But she got big and carried a lot of weight, and they come and set hers up. Mom was like Hot Wheels. You get her out and get her in the store or in the house when she left to go out the door. It was like she played hell on corners. I had to tweak it down to where she couldn't go so fast. I got tired of putting the door facing back on. Yeah, neuropathy was part of it, but it's a disease. It has something to do with her.
Wildflower, what happened, that link at the top is you'll then be taken over to StreamYard, and then you can come up on the panel. And all I ask is anybody on what's called backstage, which is I'm the only one that can see you, is as you show your camera, I see a real person. And then I can let you turn it off, but then I can bring you up on the panel per se and everybody else would be seen. But that's what the link at the top is. So Yoda says, Bud, real chat that can help and uplift. Buy an extra can of food, store what you can while you can get it. Yoda. That's it. And Chrissy Cat, you said you should have been. See, that's why we went in. Hell, I always thought I was. Just thought, okay, yeah. It wasn't until I talked to the hover round lady that she clued me in, and it was like, well, dang, that's about a shitty deal. It just I was so, but that part's over now. And I don't know, dude. I'm the wrong person to have medical issues because I just don't. I wasn't raised that way. I didn't grow up that way. It just never was part of my life. Half the time my kids would point out the nicks and scratches and bruises and shit on me and going, what's that, Dad? And it's like, oh, hell, I don't know. I didn't even know I did. I just don't. You could say my brain hasn't operated my whole life. I've always been the bull in the china shop. I don't know. You come up to something, it moves on its own. or you move it or you go through it. It's not a complicated thing. It's life. It's like my wife used to laugh, and she feels bad about poking fun at me now because, oh, dude, we need to move. Oh, okay. I don't I don't ever wait for nobody to ask for help or nothing. It's the couch, the bed, the refrigerator, washer machine, dryer, all that. I load that shit up myself.
Yep.
Do what you got to do. And everybody used to go. My whole life, I heard you need to lift properly. You're gonna mess up your back, and then I'd mess up my back, and I'd heal, and I'd laugh it off. But I gotta say, dude, as of right here, right now, that's the worst. Oh my god. I'd rather go back to hold the neck issues with the whole spine up here. I used to whine about this, but no, now this is miserable because this is like we were just talking about. Literally comes down to a half-inch elevation from left to right can change everything.
Stepping on a Coke lid could ruin your whole day.
Literally. Hey, what's up, Guardian? Guardian prepping in the house. What's up, sir? Hopefully all's well with you and the fam.
Hey, Guardian.
I bet you got more than you thought.
Yeah, I realize what my limitations are anymore. That I gotta go outside and want to do something. Just when I walk out there and open this shed up, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going back in the house. Especially today, I try to get something done and go out there and see if I can do anything I can figure to try to do. And didn't have the boys out there. I drug the cord around and I figured, man, I'll measure a couple of 2 cords. You got nobody around there and hold the bottom of the tape. I looked around, dropped the cord, turned around, walked in the house, unplugged the cord, left it out there, strung to the building. And I like, maybe more.
Did I go out and I don't know. I go to do stuff and then I realize it's like, oh, okay, now I need this. Well, that's going to take a whole nother chore. And next thing I know, it's just like, yeah, because I've learned over the past year and a half, 2 years, that I have to choose very wisely. Otherwise, matter of fact, I time it. This actually has been a pleasant interruption, but because now I'm kind of get a little leery. I choose battles wisely, so otherwise y'all will freak out. All of a sudden I'm gonna be on here because, dude, I go out there and do stuff, and all of a sudden I'm in the bed for the next 3 days, a week. Depends on what all I do. Like the last time with the plumbing issue, we had to fix it. I had to have the water. So by the time I got out, had to get the parts. And dude, just walking, because making those trips is wear and tear big time. So get set up. Then it was like rested. Okay. The next day, went out there, got under. Dude, that shit, I could hardly move for 2 weeks. By the time I came out from underneath the house, I literally barely made it in the door.
That's me. Remember when I told you the boys ripped the damn water line out in front of the house with the lawnmower, caught the hose? I was fine when I got down there. It was all well and good. I crawled up there, laid down, and I was on there reaching, got it all put on there, got it cooked, tightened it up, got it all glued. I went to scoot back. Felt like somebody put their foot in the middle of my back. I'm like, okay, this ain't going good. So I scooted back, belly slid out from under there, and I got up on my hands and knees. And I looked around. I need something to stand up with. I got to looking. I was like, hell, let me try this. So I got 1 foot on the ground, 2nd foot on the ground, pushed up with my hands, got my legs bent over, got my elbows on my knees, and managed to push myself up. Everything got left out there like it was. I walked in the house, youngest son come back here and he goes, "What's the matter? Your face is red and blotchy looking." I'm like, "I heard something." I go, "Look at your brother and tell him to check, see if the water is leaking. Tell him turn the hose, turn the water on, watch it." Wasn't no leak, so it's still out there where I was laying. And I need to get back under there, and I'm just, every time I look at it, I'm like, nah.
Dude, I just, man, I just don't. I can handle sore muscles. Hell, I've been ran over. That whole spinal cord shit changed the dynamics of everything. Dude, I've got to puke my guts up just by looking too fast the wrong way, just because the way that does back there, it's like, oh, next thing I know, my stomach is starting to curdle up, and it's like, oh, man, it's just crazy. My legs just up and go numb. This is a total, yeah, I'm so not into this, I can say that.
I remember you told me you knew it. It was like that spine, so if your back starts hurting in the middle of your lumbar and then it works its way up to your shoulders and the back of your neck, then it was a sick migraine.
Oh, man. And it's just weird. I can be sitting just a little too. It's like I can't hardly go in the living room, sit on the couch. Sit on the couch is totally, because of the angle of that couch. Oh, yeah. Dude, I sit there and my stomach feels like, I feel like they're alien or something, because it's like there's something in there crawling around. Shit just feels so weird. It's just, yeah. It's crazy.
It seems like the couches sit lower than they used to, don't it?
Nerve pain is excruciating. That's the most nerve-wracking part. Muscle stuff, soreness, all that good shit. You just tune that out. It's mind over matter. But man, this whole one wrong move, all of a sudden I got this. It took a little bit to realize that I wasn't like pissing on myself or feeling something, because man, you'd feel this sensation going down my legs, and it was like, what? But it was it's like on the inside. It's not on the outside feeling. It's on the inside, but it feels like warm water or chilled water sometimes going down my leg. It feels weird. It's just, you get that shit running down. Let's see. So, Rescue, how did you decide to have a late night shift? What's your story? Well, there was a gentleman who used to be on YouTube named Ron, and his YouTube channel was called Dangerous Freedom. And I have a friend on here called Independent Mini United who drugged me over to that channel one day. And after sitting over there kind of quietly listening, I decided to chime in. And then that young man named Ron decided to coax me up on the panel. And I did that. So I thought, wow. And I pretty much felt like shit. Didn't want to wake up, had no purpose, just kind of was like blah, humbled very much. And I decided, well, I guess I could do this. Ron showed me to get up here, so then all of a sudden I created this, and wasn't named the SandLot. It was Rescue. There you go. Did this, had a panel a couple of times, thought, damn, this is kind of like the SandLot. Everybody's from somewhere different, but we can just kind of gather here. And unfortunately, Ron left us, and he went to a way better place. And there was a gap. People were used to hanging out over there, and I just kind of decided, well, Zach and Jeremy, another couple of young men that kind of picked the torch up for Ron to do that. They usually ended about this time, so I thought, well, I'll just do it. And then it's kind of like a therapy. If I shut this off, there's nobody to talk to but my wife. And she goes to work. I sit here and I don't watch TV, don't follow all this bullshit. I'm not a media fan by any means. And so I pretty much just sit up here and share myself, dude. And it's just, I've been called pretty much everything, but the most interesting thing was I'm an anomaly. And so that's kind of a unique way. And I would say, hey, if you're ever bored and you want to chuckle or something, feel free to watch some of the older stuff way back at the beginning. If you go look, you'll see where I did one in the very beginning. I read a poem that I wrote decades ago when I was locked up. Sounds so goofy. Probably ought to redo that so it doesn't sound so like, okay, who am I talking to? But yep, so then there you go, sir. We just went around the block, took you on a grand tour. This is the cul-de-sac. Welcome to the SandLot.
Yes, I remember, Ron. I remember when you could go up on there. I never, until I started hanging around, going around Bonnie and some other ones over there, I wouldn't even get on the panel. Like, then I started doing that, and something that when Ron passed, a lot of people kind of split went different ways, it seemed like. And I started my channel trying to get, everybody started fighting, infighting, and arguing and cussing each other. And I'm like, I'll just create a show where everybody get together. Let everybody come together and talk about their shit instead of talking about this over here and that over there. Come here and discuss. It didn't work out that way. I tried to be neutral. It's still whatever, but it's talk about what's going on or what you think or whatever.
Well, then I did this. To me, it became just like I said, it's like a virtual living room for me. I figured, what the hell? I mean, I'll sit here. I can open myself up. Shit, I ain't got nothing to hide. I am who I am. 6 decades, I ain't exactly fixing to change on a dime anymore. So this is me, and this was, I think, God's way of getting me to be more social and interact, and so I'd basically get out of my shit and get back on track with what I knew was the right way, and that's to stay focused and move forward. Got you, ma'am. Hey, Milkmaid, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Getting rolling this morning.
Are you lurking in the parking lot again?
No, I'm home. Trying to get some coffee. My third semi-coffee cup. So I apologize if there's noise. Is that all right? Or you want me to mute myself?
Oh, hell no. Then you'll start bullying me. I ain't telling you to do nothing. I know how you are.
Mm-hmm. Big time bully.
That's it. Milkmaid the meanie. Meanie Milkmaid.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a week.
Did they ever say what happened to Ron? I know his mom was supposed to let it know, but then I never asked.
And I don't think they ever revealed exactly what happened.
I know the last night he was on, I remember him saying he didn't feel right. Or something
Yeah.
to that. I can't remember exactly how he put it.
Well, there was some speculation, I know, and I think, what was it? The last said was that hasn't been fully disclosed by the family. So really, there's thoughts, but I think it was Zach or Mayhem. Them two have been in direct contact, and that's.
Yeah,
Now,
I kind of.
Go ahead.
I feel
Millie.
like I'm sorry. I feel
No,
like
ma'am.
his family kind of got bombarded by a lot of people because everybody was curious. I wanted to know. And, I just kind of didn't push it because I know what it's like to lose a family member suddenly. So.
Well, and all this isn't part of their life. So this is
Right.
all like, bombarded from what? And it's like, okay.
Perfect strangers and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
I
thank
wanted
you,
to
Wildflower.
respect them. Man, I'm already bullying you, aren't I?
And I try to be real, Wildflower. So I try not to be fake. If I say something that's wrong, if you just kind of ask me, but I'm straight up. I might word things a little different because I'm I'm trying to be a little softer, choose different words, but I'm still the same person. I know, and right, Cindy? Where's the birds?
Okay, I'm going outside, but I don't know if the birds are awake yet. The crickets are singing, but I don't know if it'll pick it up. Hold on one sec. I'll go outside. Sorry for the squeaky door.
That's okay. That's you know, what used to sound like a pain, that's an intruder alarm.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I left it squeaky. I could easily just put something on it.
In a different world, it would be nice to just take a little drop of vegetable oil and put on there and it all go away. But now it's kind of useful. It's kind of like, okay, thanks God, appreciate that. Squeak, squeak, yep.
Well, I used to have a little yappy dog, and man, he was kind of like my military travel dog. He went from house to house to house. It's easier to take a little dog with you. But one night my husband came home and accidentally ran over him.
Oop.
Yeah, that was a bad night. Because he was like 13 years old.
Yapped at the wrong tire.
Yeah, well, he was kind of, I think he was starting to go blind a little bit. And I didn't realize he was outside because he would come home late. And, yeah, so that happened. But
let you know everything. Even like you got a cricket out there, they'd be marking it in.
oh yeah, he drove me crazy. You knock on the door, he'd bark. The kids used to think it was funny because they'd knock on a table and he'd start running towards the door, barking at it. He was smart and stupid all at the same time.
I got one of them. I got one that's smart enough. If he hears stuff, he actually looks at the security cameras.
Really?
Yeah, it cracks me up. And then I thought, and we kind of joked about it and we poked for months. And then I moved my stuff because I used to kind of have my computer set up in the living room when I first felt real bad, because then I literally was stationary. And then I moved it into the bedroom because then I was bedridden. But then, well, I thought this is when we realized, oh no, he looks for the monitors. So where I'm sitting, that's hard to explain. It probably won't make any sense. But so where I sit now, my security camera monitors are over on my right side. He lays on the bed on the left, on the floor is where his bed's at. But if he hears something, I've caught him. He literally gets up and walks around behind my chair, and he's looking at that monitor. And I was like, are you shitting me? So he really does. And he sits there and he looks at it. And I'm like, get out of town. But then he'll turn around and he can take off running down the hall and run headfirst into the couch. So, there's that.
Oh, yeah.
You had to go fuck it up with something stupid, huh?
That's why I said I got one of those that's both sides of the coin right here. Hell,
you know what would drive...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What would drive me absolutely nuts was I knew he was smart, but my husband would come home from work and he'd have, either in the military or later on as a cop, and he'd have his uniform on, and the dog would go absolutely nuts, barking at him, acting like he was an intruder every single time. If he was in plain clothes, though, didn't bark. I don't understand what it was, but
yeah, that was kind of a weird trigger,
right?
Now, how young was he when you got him?
Oh, he was just a puppy.
So he was like the 9, 10, 12 week kind of thing, real young.
And I think he was actually younger than he should have been. He was a little Yorkie, and he was an orphan because his mom had him. And then puppies got stuck, and the lady, by the time she got to the vet to try and do a C-section, the mom and the rest of the puppies had died. But she had another dog that had puppies, and so she kind of fostered him there, and then I got him.
Gotcha. Because sometimes they come from with the rescue dogs. If they're a few months old and they've already had like an experience, then they'll pick up that the uniform, it's a presence, and so that's why I was wondering how young they were.
Nope, the
Morning,
idiot grew
Hit
up
Yelp.
with them.
Morning, Amy. And I don't know where you're going with that, Cindy, but sure, I guess. I mean, I guess.
Oh,
Okay.
she's talking,
Right.
I think, about his family.
Well, that's I don't know if somebody in chat. All I saw was a bunch of I missed Ron.
Oh, I think she's talking about people butting into Ron's family, pestering them for details, you know.
Oh yeah. See, that's why I didn't even bother really highlighting that all that stuff too much from back then.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Zach's the man. He got it under control.
Mm-hmm. Can y'all hear the crickets out here?
Yeah.
I was wondering if the whatever filter on the microphone on these headphones had, you know.
I mean, it's faint. If I turn the background noise off the music, we'd probably hear more of it.
You don't have to do that. I was just curious if it came through.
If I mute Chuck, it gets a little clearer.
Gonna mute poor Chuck.
What's that? The cricket?
Well, yeah. She goes,
The
"Can you
worst-
hear those?" And it's like, yeah, you can kind of hear that.
The worst is when a cricket gets in your
Oh.
house and you can't find it,
There it goes.
and you can't sleep because the dang thing won't shut up. I like the sound of it, but when you have just one in the house and it won't shut up,
I want out. I want out.
and you can't find it anywhere.
I know, right?
Oh, they sound like they're in your house, Hurricane. The birds will come out in a second, but like I said, I can't stay too terribly long. I've got to move the cows to a new pasture today, and because I ran
Oh.
out of hay. So,
Time to saddle up, girl.
yep. Well, for the most part, they come when I call. So, because I do this thing where I rotationally graze. So I take my fields and I cut them into smaller sections with a electric line, and I pack them in, and then they graze more efficiently that way. And then I move it to them to another spot, and that spot can recover. Because what they'll do, they'll go back and they'll regraze where they just grazed.
Bear it up.
Yeah. Well, and what ends up happening is you get more of the undesirable plants because they eat all the desirable plants, and they're just, you know,
Eat the
kind of
good
kill
stuff.
them off. Right. They're like kids. They like the candy.
Mom, I don't
Gotta
want to
eat.
eat the greens.
It's so funny because I have them in a dry lot right now where it's just, I mean, there's grass in there, but they're grazing it to death.
Oh,
Gotta give
Guardian.
them hay.
So
sorry,
Guardian
Guardian.
said, I never got to know Ron. I was introduced to your family group shortly after Ron's passing, but sometimes you can judge a person's character by the company he keeps. He must have been a legend, RIP. And he was. He was just he was one of those people, I don't know, for me, Guardian, he was one of those people you meet and you just kind of, you want to pop the beer and shoot the shit with, and you just kind of, that's what it was for me. And I mean, everybody just seemed attracted to Ron.
Yeah, he was kind of like, meh, if that's what you think. That would be the end of it.
He was very special.
I don't think I ever seen him get bent out of shape about anything.
Well, I saw him get pissed off a couple times. Sometimes it was really funny.
I've heard stories.
And I couldn't watch those streams all the time because, you know, it was at night, but I'd catch them in the morning. Sometimes I'd stay up late, or a couple times I went up on his panel, but I think all of those got taken down because of copyright hits. when you play something, you know.
Oh yeah. T-Girl, that's funny. She's like, I just got your notification. Hey, it's funny because I get notified when I go live, but I don't get notified when the people that I'd like to know went live, go live. I hardly ever, I get notifications hardly for anybody that I actually go try to listen to, but I get them for myself every night, and then I'll get them for just random people that I'm not even, and then have you ever been sub to people that you don't even know how the hell you got sub to?
Yeah.
Right. It's like, when did I click that?
Well, and it's weird. It'll be a off the wall group, even, and it's kind of like, well, that's not even, because at first I noticed it and I thought, well, I wonder if somebody changed their channel name, so then all of a sudden it would show different. You kind of go, well, what the hell is that? But then I got to going to them and looking at what it's like. But I never even looked that shit up. So how the hell did I get involved with this group or this,
That's
this
weird.
kind of content? And it's like, wow.
But then you knew you were subbed to somebody and you're not.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the story of how I kind of punked Ron?
Ma'am?
Did I ever tell you the story of how I kind of punked Ron? It's a marginally off color, but one time he was always goofing off and women would come on panel or whatever, and he'd jokingly say, "Show me your tits," right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And so one day I decided to go around my farm, and I took a picture of my dog had just had puppies, so she was all nice and swollen up. So I took a picture of her chest, took a picture of my cow's udders, I took a picture of my sheep's udders, and I think there was one more. I might have done the pigs, I'm not sure. Anyhow, I sent him an email with those pictures, and I was like, well, I always feel so bad, you're always asking ladies to do this and it never happens for you. So I thought I'd do my patriotic duty and send you a picture of my tits, and then I put like different descriptions for each of the ladies, Apparently he got a good chuckle out of that because he's told the story a couple times over.
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. And Ron pointed out, he said he would piss and moan every night, mostly about our government, but he always was complaining about the libtards.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Right, Cindy.
I want to say I remember something about that.
Oh, Amy.
No, T-Girl. Yeah, start throwing the dishes away. Hey, Bear Brit. Love and peace, brother.
Yeah, he was fun. He get real serious too. He did a series with Native, and it was him, it was Backwoods, and Native, and they did a whole series. I don't know if they ever got through them all, but they were going through the Constitution and they discussed each amendment. I really like that. That's actually how I first learned about him.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, parts. Can I start with?
Right, right. Then I hope you caught the whole thing.
Yes, same with me, TJ. I've never even participated. I've had YouTube for a long time. Even this is the second account because I lost the email to the first account because the company stopped doing it way back in the beginning days. So I just never, I don't know. All I ever did, and it's like I got a membership on YouTube just so I wouldn't have to listen to commercials, but I just played the music. And that's had little playlist. I put them on play on the TV or on the computer and shit. And then it was when everything started getting kind of really cattywampus about, what are we at, about 6-7 years ago, when it kind of really came to a bubble. And it's like, wait, what? And then you just started getting involved in stuff. And then, like I say, indie was my main attractor.
Now, how did you meet Indy?
So, way back in the beginning of the Portland stuff, which I say in the beginning, I mean, it's always, but in that, the main riots that started spreading across, the Antifa BLM stuff. Yeah, when that all kind of was peaking, there was a guy that was on the ground up there that would try to cover it, try to show, the real deal. And his name was Villain, and it was online. A lot of it was called the Villain Report.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to both follow him. And then when the election shit came about, there's a Marine, Brian Lupo. You've heard me talk about him, cannabis conservative.
Mm-hmm.
We both followed him, and that's where we would kind of talk. And she used to always talk about like Ron and going over. And then there's a show that goes on YouTube, Stuck in the Middle, and we kind of ended up converged there. She would used to put that in the chat, like, hey, if after this, if y'all want a place to check out Dangerous Freedom and check out. And then finally one night she's like, come on, Rescue, you need to go. And I was like, okay, well, let's go. And so went over and was kind of sitting there listening in, and that's how. But yeah, with India, it was just kind of a convergence of between the rioting and the election, and then it's just been ever since. And me and her have talked, and I don't know, after a few years, you finally just, she's like my sister in a way. She's my young little sister, stuck in a hellhole.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, because she's up there, right?
Yeah, and she used to be a teacher. She stopped teaching because of the Pope.
Yeah.
So I mean, she's suffered from that part too. Yeah, that's CanCon's new channel. CanCon was one of the people that, I forgot the name of the magazine, but they did an article on like 12 YouTube creators and media sources that were spreading the election misinformation and all this. Well, he was one of them. And he had like 60,000, I don't know, 50-something, 60,000 followers. And because his main thing used to be cannabis as a conservative, hence the cannabis conservative name. So
right.
Then everything just kind of went really stupid, kind of in the flip of a switch. So I've noticed that as you listen to people, that's kind of like, well, no, I used to have a fishing channel, but now, and it's like, I used to
Right.
do this and now, and it's like, and I used to do this and now, and it's like, it's amazing how these current times have interrupted everybody's life.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's how me and Wendy met. It just, I don't know.
That's a cool story.
I've
Sorry,
always
written inside
told her
the
she is a uniter of many.
Mm-hmm.
And
The
it's
girl
been her
can network.
it's been her vibe, for years. It's been her vibe. That's just, she's all about getting everybody interconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Me
that's
right.
actually met Hurricane over there on CanCons too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. There's actually a few. Christina come from like the Stuck in the Middle. and that was coming over to Jeremy's. So then after Ron passed, then we would still be over at that show a couple of times a week. And then when Indy would say, well, then Christina came over, and her and which you met the one guy, Eli, and that was stuck in the middle. That was one of the guys from that show. He had come over to Jeremy's a couple of times, but then they don't really do this, so, but she does. And then that's, now you can see how she's become part of the community. It's just, there's a lot of interweaving,
Yeah, it's funny how people come and go and bump into each other. I've actually found some really good friends that way,
I've met some pretty cool people. I've had both experiences. I've been shocked by some, disappointed by some. It was like, well, I guess it is YouTube, so it's still people. So
you don't have to rub it in. Shocked and disappointed in me and all that. I mean, come on now. That's just mean.
Well, or a bully. I got scar tissue.
Yeah, I find myself not watching YouTube quite so much these days. Just too busy.
Yeah, I got asked the other day. I can't remember. I want to say, who Spotted Rabbits is, right?
Mm-hmm. Man, I saw him somewhere, but I haven't seen him around in a long time.
He had been on a lot, and he asked me a while back, because I talked to him on the phone sometimes. He said, why ain't you been going up lately? I said, well, you notice? He goes, yeah, I notice when you are up, or he's talking about when I come on your show, he goes, you're quiet a lot. I said, well, I'm just sitting here listening to people reading this room and absorbing. I'll can in every now and then. I said, I do that on my show. He goes, I know. And then you'll blurt out of some stuff and you'll bring it up. And then you're like, what do y'all think? And then he says, I sit back again. I'm like,
yeah. Man.
I guess too many years bouncing bars that I just pay attention to the room or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You used to bounce?
Yeah, titty bars years ago. To protect the ladies, I had to be wide awake. I guess you call it wide awake. I drink a lot of Colorado Bulldogs.
My husband did bouncing as a side job for a while when we were in Louisville.
It's not fun. I started bringing it home with me, and I didn't take it out on nobody. I just come home in a bad mood, and that's when I left it be.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was mostly, it was this thing that they have in Louisville, or they used to, where it's 4th Street downtown, and they'd kind of, on the weekends, kind of barricaded off. And they had a whole bunch of like different bars and restaurants and stuff in there. So
we got a place like that in Austin called 6th Street.
He had some stories. My favorite one was when he usually, because you'd have like a long line of people getting in, checking IDs and all that stuff. And so sometimes you'd have people panhandling along there, and part of their job was kind of, okay, go away, you're not allowed to panhandle here. But there was this one kid, he was about probably early teens or something, and he'd show up on his bike with a violin case, and then he'd sit there and play. And my husband said he played so beautifully that nobody ever, pushed him away, because he was basically entertainment.
Right.
And people would drop stuff in the case, money. And every so often he'd shove it in his backpack. And one night my husband went over to him and he said, just out of curiosity, how much did you make tonight? Because he was getting ready to leave. And the kid quickly counted it up. He goes, $1,100. And I was like, whoa, well,
Right.
there you go.
And that's it.
Mm-hmm. He's
Now,
probably helping take care of his family.
when your husband did it, did he do it like where a lot of Leos do it on the side? So they're kind of still uniformed, even though they're not on the payroll there. It's on the side thing, but they're still uniformed.
No, that was before his law enforcement days.
Oh, okay.
That was back in the Coast Guard days. Believe it or not, there's a Coast Guard station there in Louisville.
No, Amy, the weather was just north of me, so all I caught was a little bit of the wind picked up, a little bit of drizzling type stuff, but nothing. Nothing
Oh,
serious.
yeah.
More north is where they got it. That's like Chuck lost his power and shit.
Yeah, I was on here. I was like, yeah, the lights are flickering. I think I'm going to get off here. Next thing you know, I come back on the phone. It's out.
It's out.
Is he breaking up for you too, or is that my end? Oops.
No, do what, no, babe? Is it breaking up?
Yeah, I think my shitter net's coming back. It was doing all right for a little while there. Sorry if I interrupted you, Chuck.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that power where when I ended up being across the street, the shotguns I heard going off was multiple fuses popping around around this neighborhood. And it all was just about diagonal that way. But you go across the street, about 3 houses down, I guess trees got in the line. They got wet and leaned down. When they leaned down, they got into the hot line.
Oh no.
Louisiana, Amy.
I'm in Wasco, Texas, but I wasn't from Louisiana. I get a lot of power. My power comes through from there.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Texan, he's on the line.
Yeah, about half a mile from me, right there where the state line is. It says the gateway to Texas.
Hoorah.
Yeah, there ain't enough people in this town. They all held hands. You couldn't get from the end of the city limits to the end of the city limits.
I've only been to Texas once.
Oh, so which part did you go to?
I was pretty young, so I don't quite remember. But I was going to visit family. I had 2 living great grandmothers. They both lived to be 100. I'm pretty sure. One of them passed that, but one lived in Enid, Oklahoma, and the other one lived in Shreveport or near Shreveport, Louisiana. So I remember Texarkana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about 15 minutes from Shreveport.
Yeah, that's Chuck's area up there. That's that little corner piece of the top hat.
That's where my dad's side of the family came from. In fact, the one that lived in Enid, she was born. She couldn't ever remember if she was born in 1900 or 1901. She was a fireball, man. But she actually traveled from. I guess she was born in Texas, and she traveled by covered wagon to Louisiana when she was a kid.
I can believe it. That's my dad's mom came from up that area, out around the Carthage area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Amy's from down close to you there, Rescue.
Oh yeah, Orange.
Louisiana, Orange, Texas area.
Well, then I grew up in Beaumont. My dad used to raise horses and stuff down there, so that's where my dad was in Beaumont. That's where I grew up there, and then on the outskirts of Houston, Deer Park, A-Leaf, Pasadena, Baytown. That's my mom.
So you were born and bred Texan, huh?
No, actually, I was born in Redondo Beach, California.
Oh, were you?
Yep. I was a vacation baby that then turned into a career for my mom, and so they spent about 5 years there. That was actually during the the thing that we never did. But, you know, for some reason, my mom decided to piss off 5 years over there just to make a Hollywood movie. But
Huh.
anyway,
So
sarcastic
you're really
moment
from
inserted.
so you're actually from California. You're one of those transplants.
Oh, no.
I think that's a sour look. It's like, yeah, California.
That's, you know, we went from, because did some hopping right there after, because that was, you know, that's, I think that sometimes I get just, I don't realize the sensitivity. I'm connected to some things, but it's like that because that was a big to do for my family. I mean, that actually, I was a vacation baby. I just, she thought they would go ahead and do this vacation thing, and they extended it, got over there, and it's kind of like, oh, you know, I'm just not really feeling so good. And it's like, oh, well, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, it's that time. What? And then all of a sudden there I am. And it's kind of like, oh, well, then you kind of recover. And it's like, well, hell, we're here. So, okay. And my dad just goes to work. And then my mom is a very knowledgeable lady. So as soon as she goes, and bam, next thing I know, she's in the space program. And she's managing office personnel and stuff at that level. And my dad's doing mechanical scales and shit and batch weighing systems. And we stayed there for about 5 years. And we went from there to Ohio because my dad had an emergency transfer. I just remember something about that. We ended up in Ohio. That's when, damn, I done said, okay, well, I'll just say it, Ohio. There was 3 times of Ohio, so I don't know if that's going to call in the Sandman or not, but I said Ohio. I didn't say the C word, so we didn't isolate it, so it might have still skipped past him, but I did say Ohio 3 times. But
I was born in Ohio.
We lived in Fairfield. See, and I remember that. I remember learning to skate, hockey and stuff, but then we came right back to Texas, and pretty much the only time I've left is for little, I guess you could call them deployments in a way, because it would just be, it's like the Army or biker days I kind of did on a grand tour. But to be honest, I was so jacked up back in those days, hell, I can only remember half of that shit. I have things that kind of go, damn, where'd they come from? Wait a minute, there was a place. Oh yeah, don't quite remember how that all went down. I just remember I was there apparently, and I came back.
Right.
I was there with a thing and did a thing, and we went to that thing, and I don't remember.
That's it.
You know, I was joking with my husband the other day, because you know how like you like if you ask somebody, they tell a story and you say, how old were you or whatever, and they'll say their grade, you know?
Yeah.
My kids, because we've moved so many times, they kind of relate it not to their grade, but to where we lived at the time.
There you go.
I just found that strange. Well, that's when we lived in Tennessee, or that's when we lived in Kentucky, or that kind of thing.
Grumpy, you forgot to put a name with the link. What's the link?
He's slacking.
Which it's 4:40, so we're 4:30, so it could be Grumpy or it could still be Yoda. I'm not sure. Grumpy should be kind of coming on board about 4:30 or so, I think.
Okay, so what's up with the Yoda thing? I must have missed that.
That's the other half.
This man destroys after-school Satan Club in 3 minutes.
Okay, that's Grumpy. So I don't know factual stuff, so I'm gonna put it like this. Here's what I've assumed, Milkmaid. So there's a Grumpy and there's Yoda. So there's 2 people. How that comes to be that they're on that, but they're on that account, I figure maybe a couple, and I don't know.
You know, Rescue, it's those Marines, man. Like, they're all a little messed up in the head. So, I mean, it could be.
Okay, well then there you go. It's a him and her, and apparently she's been horning in on this thing.
Or one of them Meet Myself and Irene setups.
Which I will say this, Grumpy. I was told by Yoda that I needed to get you up here because that you were gonna have your ass up at 4:30, and that I needed to get you up here on the panel. So there is that. But
Too many TBIs and crayons. Yeah. I will say this, like I make fun of Marines all the time just because it's fun. But every one of them that I know, freaking
rock solid
hilarious.
right there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I went Army, and I got to tell you, where we are in 2022, I wish I had gone Marine because, well, I'm not knocking other branches. Some have maintained some integrity, but out of all, the Marines have held true to core. So that
I gotta say, yeah, I have to agree. Like when they were doing the numbers of those who bent the knee for the job, and the brass was pissed about that, man.
Yep. And that's I respect other branches. I'm not knocking them, but sometimes you just gotta call it like it is. And well, little crayon eaters stood true to the core. So
I'm not gonna
purple for the win.
I'm not going to mention his name, but he said my Marines aren't going to take to that, and he stuck to
it. She just walked through letting the dog out. I'm giving her shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds good, but we really know what's really happening. That's okay. Dang, did you really? Really? Why? That's okay. Well, I'm giving it to her really good now. I'm telling her how it is. It's like, yeah.
Right. Let her rip. Yeah, Amy, I agree. And all their multiple personas.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. You know what? Here's my prepping tip for the week. So, I'm not much of a prepper, but I think I finally have the best prepper tip of all. If you need to know what you need to prep and stock up on, I suggest you buy boxes of purple crayons, because when the shit hits the fan, you're going to want to be the place they come. So the best way you can attract them, it's like having a bug light. You just need to have a big pallet of purple crayons, and then you'll be covered. Nobody's coming close to you then.
When they knock at your door, hand them a box. They'll leave you alone.
I'll be handing out pew-pews and crayons.
That's it. Here's a box of each. One of each. Box of crayons. Box of seeds.
Yeah.
Grumpy. Well, see, that kind of person, like Grumpy and BB and that kind of thing, that's the kind of people I was around all the time. And yeah, they're always misread to begin with. I mean, some of them, I don't know. There are some bad dudes out there, but Grumpy has a pretty wife too. She's cool.
Yeah, Grumpy Milkmaid's trying to get you out of trouble.
Well,
no, for real.
You just said her first husband, apparently he was a Marine, and he wasn't a good person, and that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
There's no, but I will say on the percentage ways, I know that's so far what I've seen, that they held true to the integrity of it.
Yeah, I've met a few bad ones in my time.
Wow, Grumpy.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Damn.
That's fantastic.
Of course, see, he types that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if she's seeing chat. She'll see chat later. We'll have to tell her to come back. Timestamp.
Mm-hmm. We all know the truth.
Okay, Yoda. So if you hear this later, you need to timestamp this. And give you a vocal, because Grumpy Acres Farm says you know why they won't allow women to go to Ranger School, don't you? Because Rangers need sandwiches too. Here, I don't even want to put it on the screen, so we definitely have this documented.
Uh-huh. So wait, okay, so Yoda, is that when his
wife comes on, or is this a split personality thing for him?
No, Yoda is her.
Okay,
And
See, I wasn't-
Grumpy is him.
I misunderstood.
She's a night owl too. And she was actually on whenever, before I'd actually even started. She had already come on chat to tell me about getting him up here when he did get up.
See, I would really actually like that if he had time and internet.
Yeah, you need to come up, Grumpy. Come school us, brother. Educate us. We can become learned too.
Learned it did. Yeah, I've enjoyed the videos that he's done. I haven't, like I said, been watching as many. I feel bad, but
I haven't seen any, so I won't lie at all. But then that's because I don't do anything on this other than this. This is ironic because this is mainly all I do on YouTube and on the whole internet. I became real reclusive the past few years, and I didn't realize just how reclusive I had become and just disconnected in a way, just wanted to be.
yeah.
Someday, my students.
I think I got peopled out from peopling so much for so long that I just don't have the energy to put into dealing with stupid. And that's not meant to sound demeaning, but I used to smile and nod and have to mingle with a whole bunch of different types of people.
Well, it's
And-
fake people. You know, it's fake. And I feel like I've been in a battle zone for 30 years. It's just everything around me is a negative narrative towards me. And so I guess that's why I just kind of pulled back. Work was the thing, and whenever I had no outage, and I peeked out and had some tantrums over that too. That's everybody in my family is well aware of that. I recognize that. I came to realize that, holy shit. And I used to joke. It's like when I would go drive a truck and people would say something about, driving and being gone, I'd say, shoot, man, that's going to work. It's like going on vacation. And they would, but I didn't realize, but that's really, I guess, in my head, how I had kind of started to perceive things. It was a way to get out. And so work was like vacation. I liked work. Let's go work. I don't care. That's why I used to trip people out, because I just didn't care about the weather, didn't care about the day. Let's just get the job done. Let's go to work. Let's do something.
Right.
And that's how I disconnected from the bullshit around me. Well, then all of a sudden, that option wasn't on the table anymore. And it was like, okay, I'm not sure how to process all this shit now. I have nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's got to be mentally challenging, honestly. Like, really mentally challenging.
It's pretty much kicked my ass.
Yeah.
Taxing mentally. I have a lot of people on here and buddies and shit bitching about their job, bitching about it's so damn hard they have. I said, I wish I could go do it, put up with your shit. You don't know how fucked up it is till you get in the chair and you can't get out of it.
Yeah. Well, I think we all have this. Well,
Speaking
I think
of which,
we all thrive under.
will you
having
cover things
purpose.
for me for 2 minutes, Milkmaid?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
He just completely ignored you, Chuck.
No, I didn't. It's just that you're a lady. I'm going to address a lady.
Dang, I should have waited a little bit longer before picking so he couldn't say anything.
I'm used to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I realized that I could be called a hermit. I could socialize. I just, don't want to half the time.
No, you don't know where you stand with people. People put up too many faces and you don't know which one's real.
In a way, like, I do chameleon, though. Like, I can slide into a crowd and relate. Not trying to be something different, just I'll read the room and respond to it. I try to stay authentic, though. But like we went to this Christmas party for my husband's work. He had just started with this company, and they had it's a small company, like custom building. And I'm nothing like anybody in the room, you know? I'm that hippie homesteader, weird person that doesn't go out much. And they're all fancy house or, you know, all dressed up. You know, like this one lady, she had never had any experience with animals whatsoever, and they had just gotten their first dog, and she didn't know jack about dogs. And that blew my mind, you know?
Yeah.
And had a hard time relating to pretty much anything. We found something in common eventually with food, but yeah.
And we all have to be a small, fake version of ourselves due to our whole self being too overwhelming for many, you know.
Oh, maybe I'm overwhelming. That's what it is. I see what she's saying, though. Yeah. I love that baby raccoon.
Right? The purring was cool.
I've heard them do that before.
And she was a talking fool. Oh, I can tell you, Hurricane. I've said it numerous times here. That's people just always need to remember on the internet. You only know what somebody wants you to know about them. So it is just, you know, hopefully they show you a truer side of themselves. And so if you think they're a good person, they really are. And yeah, the internet's a trip.
That reading between the lines thing, sometimes it helps. I'm sorry. Right, Grumpy?
So okay, is that referencing something? Did I miss something on someone that don't have dogs or cats?
Yeah, I was just telling a story of us like talking about trying to relate to people or whatever. And a lady at this Christmas party, we went to her house, and she had just gotten her first dog. She was older than me. And she didn't know anything about dogs. Like, she'd never had a dog or cat or any animal whatsoever. And I'm like, whew, like how? You didn't even have friends that had dogs, maybe?
Well, they're like token people.
Yeah.
Things that they have in their life are just tokens. They really don't.
Oh yeah, like
Get it.
I don't understand the things, you know. Like I can. Well, are you talking about what they put their value in?
Well, yeah, and just, you know, it's like with pets. People do it with pets, with material items. You know, it just with people. I mean, you know, you have people do it with kids. They become tokens. It's something to show. It's nothing, no direct meaning. They're not vested in it.
Right.
Just, yeah, I don't know how to translate what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I think I follow you. My shitter net's working up or messing up again.
The shitternet. Attack of the shitternet.
Well, hell, I guess y'all have a good night. I'm going to fall off. Y'all have a good
Have a good one, Chuck.
Later, Chuck. Get you some rest, brother.
You turned the V the correct direction.
Oh, I know. And wasn't that funny how if you do it, depending on how you do it with the meaning. Thought that was
right.
Funny.
I was listening in. I can't remember. It was a couple days ago, right?
Yeah. That's So there's 5 million people around
I feel
here.
bad.
Go ahead. Keep talking.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I said, I was just saying, I feel bad because I've missed a bunch of your streams. I can only pop in here and there, this week.
If it's any consolation, me too. I just pop in here every now and then. Hurricane to me rescue. There are many beliefs, info, knowledge, faith, and past that not all around us can understand. Some days it's difficult to have conversation in certain subjects in certain spots. Oh, yeah. Well, and we all, it's, and heaven forbid if I use the word trigger points, because that used to be like some kind of spot that you had on your body was a trigger point. Nowadays, it's actually verbal. And I'm bad about it. And I just, yesterday, I did that yesterday. Just that one topic, I have a sensitivity on that's set a little higher than on others. And I think that's how everybody kind of functions, because we're converging here, but we all have things going on in our lives that highlight things for that person, but not for other people. So other people, this is just like a shit conversation. So it's like, oh yeah, and then there was this cat that did this too. Well, this person's now been dealing with something, so all of a sudden that emotional reaction is different. Yeah, we have certain things that set us off. Well, I'll be honest, like yesterday, on a variety of topics. Well, and hear me out, because I feel bad about this, but I was getting hot under the collar about a couple of things. And I need to walk my wife to the door, so I'm going to listen while you go off on me. Oh, I'm not going to go off. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I realized I was just in a pissy mood that day. And usually I can keep my emotions under control. I can flip a switch. But there's some topics that frustrate me. If I feel like it's misunderstood. So, and this is really weird because I feel like I'm talking to myself here. But I realized that I was pissy from something that had happened the night before and I hadn't let go of it yet or vented it out yet. Angry cleaning helps me vent things so I don't end up snapping on people. But my daughter picked up on my bad attitude, poor thing. I looked at her and I said, just so you know, I'm kind of pissy. And she looked at me and she goes, I can tell. I guess I just didn't have as much patience. My tone of voice was probably a bit different. Yeah, you'll ever go to those live streams and, it's just the one person up on panel and they're conversing with the chat. I don't know how they do that. I guess it's easier if you click the comment up or something like that. But Benjamin, Amy have stalkers in my building. I must have missed something. I'll be honest, I'll go. Are you back? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
I could hear you and I heard you and I'm like, oh no. I can start to hear the splashing's getting louder. She's starting to panic swim. I can hear it.
Yeah. See, I talk to myself in my head all the freaking time. We have great conversations.
Well, there you go. You just need to share them with the rest of us.
Right.
And most of the time, if I'm here by myself, I just kind of, I don't know, I sit and just, which on a computer, it's easier because I got to say, I don't know how y'all do that shit on the phone because you got to you can't look at the panel or look at the chat. It's one or the other, and it's like,
Yeah.
plus it's so small on that little old screen. It's
Oh
like,
yeah.
but I just usually have it up, and I just read whatever the chat, and then if the chat kind of goes silent for a little while, you know, you grasp at the nearest thing, and you kind of go, well, I don't know, I
You
guess I
start
could play
rambling?
a song or something. Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine. I've only done one live stream. That was a test, and that was back when my laptop was actually working, and my internet was doing better. And that was overwhelming. I did have people come up on panel, you know, so that was helpful. A lot of my kind of online friends came and supported me and walked me through it. And then the chat was that's what surprised me, you know. There were like 50 people in the freaking chat.
Yeah, well, they was waiting on you.
Hey, BB.
Oh, there he is.
Dang it, I hope he didn't hear us talking about him. Do you think he heard?
Well, if not, he can rewind.
He eats too many crayons for that.
Well, but you know, well, he might can slide. I think he does a finger slide, and it's because YouTube pops this big
Don't tell
round
him
button up.
this.
That's what does it.
Exactly, Grumpy. Shh.
Cincinnati. Bam.
Right? Like Beetlejuice.
Right.
So what BB's saying is he has some pretty righteous morning breath.
Oh, is it just in the morning?
Oh, I don't know.
See, Amy is don't drive. I'm in countryside. Uh-oh. I love my little senior rescue doggie. I've had her a year now. This will be her final home. Oh,
Oh, TJ Cats.
16.
I had an aunt who had a cat lip until it was dang near 20. I think she lived till she was about 18. But
Well, our
I
one
didn't-
before this one, he lived for 13. That was
yeah.
That was my best friend.
Never trust a person who doesn't like cats.
Well, see, but that's just, I get accused of not liking cats, and it's not that I don't like cats. I think cats are cool if they're your cat and they're your house, but
Right?
I'm not sure that qualifies your cat in my house. It qualifies, well, you don't like cats. It's not really quite like that. It's just, I don't really care for your cat in my house or my,
Right. Yeah, I kind of am like that with dogs. Although, I don't know. I really am a sucker for pretty much any pet. Like if I go to somebody's house, usually it's their pets I talk to.
Right. Well, those are usually the ones with the sound mind.
Guardian.
But it's like dogs,
Mhm.
even people that have dogs, and they love dogs. They have their dog, they love it, but they don't like them 4 and 5 dogs that just roam a neighborhood, and
Right.
So it's the same concept, that's all. It's just that people aren't intimidated by cats. So cats don't get any attention, but when you kind of look at some of the damage that happens to your dog, and it comes from there, and it's simply because people don't even want to attempt to claim ownership. Matter of fact, I did
Right.
pop a dog in the ass one time. It was shitting underneath my son's basketball goal, and I thought I finally have had it, and so I popped this dog in the ass with my pellet gun, and
Oh no.
Yeah, the law came. The guy called the law, and I was like, the guy pulled up, and he said, "Hey, did?" I said, "Well, hell yeah, I did." And he said, "Oh, well," I said, "Look, man, if I had a shot him in the ass, then you would be over here for a whole nother reason. So unfortunately, it's not the dog's fault, but I can't exactly pop him in the ass with my pellet gun." So he
Right.
kind of chuckled and said, "Yeah, but yeah."
You know what I use my BB gun for? I've got this one bull. His name's Charlie. You've seen him on video or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But that dummy loves to rub and push on anything. Like, I can't have a big watering trough out there because he'll flip it just for fun.
Oh, you're rubbing on it.
Right. Well, in the area that I have my dry lot, where I have the hay and stuff, is where our wellhead is. And he makes me nervous having him in there because he'll go and start rubbing on it. So I'll take the BB gun, pump it at, just a couple times. Nothing that's going to really hurt him. And just pop him in the neck. And it's always so funny to see the look on his face. He's like, wait, where'd that come from? And I just sit there and wait for him to rub on it again, pop. So that he'd learn that maybe somehow if he rubbed on that, it hurt.
Right. Well, see, now that's where the good old Red Ryder is handy when it comes to cats, because you don't even have to do anything. Just pick it up. It's not, I mean, you'd be surprised, dude, cats and the hearing. So
That means they've
outside,
been
like,
shot, though.
for the longest distance, dude, you can just like catch them kind of stalking something, or they're out there just spraying on something. Reach over and grab that and just pick it up and kind of go with the BBs that are in it, and you just watch them. They freeze. You do it again, and then they're gone, and it's like, yep.
Yeah.
So they're easy. That's the one benefit to the Red Ryder. You just touch the thing. You ain't got to actually focus. Just reach over and grab it. Go, yeah, there you go. They're all scattered.
Yeah. BB, he must be having internet issues, because my comments will double post if my internet's too bad. If my animals don't like somebody, I do look at them sideways.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Dude, they go off of the vibe. They pick up on that energy that we become totally numb to. They pick up on it. We used to watch our other one in like a Walmart or shopping mall type parking lot, and you could watch him sit, and he'd watch people walk by the side of the truck. And a lot of times his ears would just be steadily up, flat, inquisitive kind of look, as he'd watch. And then all of a sudden somebody would walk by, and you really wouldn't notice what the difference is. But all of a sudden there'd just be, the ears wouldn't come up, and it'd just be this little, like, not a growl, but almost like a hum, but it'd just be like a, and it's almost like, you're an asshole. It's,
right. Yeah, I watch how they interact. Guardian, how people are towards animals. There's this one guy, he was a neighbor of my mom's, and he was fine with animals, and I liked him as a person, but my dog, for some reason, like, would go ballistic. And I started being a little more careful, I trusted him, even though he did bark at my husband in the uniform, so there's that, so.
Well, that's just, that was just the identifier. And yeah, Grumpy, I have one that's the 22, it's a single cock, but the one there is the old Benjamin Franklin's. Do you remember those? The old 10 pump thing? So yeah, you do one or two pumps, and in about 5 yards, it starts to just fall away. There's not much there.
Yeah.
But it was handy at the time. No, it's the ones when things have to kind of go. I have a 22 caliber pellet rifle, legally owned.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like when it comes time to butcher or things like that. Like I'll joke around with it and everything, but it really does suck. Or putting an animal down.
Yeah. Well,
That
those are the
sucks.
ones. Now that's tough. The slaughtering part, not for me so much. That I get, because that's food. That's just life. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different than a fish, a deer, cow. It is what it is. Pig. It's just food.
Yeah.
But when you got that, because man, that's just that. I know you're hurting, so this is what really needs to happen to ease your pain. But that means I have to do it, and I'm really not okay with that.
Yeah.
What's up, 1A?
Hey, possum. Little possum. Look at BB talking about how he sweet talks everything. That actually was my first clue that he wasn't as crazy as everybody thought he was.
That way, that's it. Yeah, I see what Grumpy's saying. If you enjoy putting them down, there's some psychotic shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you enjoy it, I mean, and that's like doing a slaughterhouse. I can harvest a deer, I can harvest a hog,
Right.
order up a cow. It's just to me, it's not the same as you go to euthanize an animal just one. It's like, even to me, if you do it because you have to, hell, I put mine down. Well, actually, the vet did. I cried. I don't know, for hours. That was my buddy. So that's different. But yeah, no, people that can walk up and go, "Oh, you want me to put that down for you?" Yeah, you're not wired right. You kind of got a little perk in that speech when it comes to that topic. There's just something wrong.
I feel like people who, and this sounds so crunchy or whatever, but like I feel like if people can relate to animals, they have a little bit more grounding in reality.
Yeah, they're still connected to humanity.
Right. And to me, I think that's, you get out of the just human mindset and connect a little bit more with nature. And like, it does sound fruity, I know, but like I really do think that if you can understand animals and you appreciate them, then I like you as a person.
Well, I think if you care about an animal, then at least there's some empathy in there. There's some connection. There's a concern. And to me, there's so many people that are disconnected with another person. There's no empathy left. There's a lot of disconnect with compassion, And I think when you see all the strays, you see the animals, that's people's disconnect even going into animals. Because, oh, look, this was a Christmas present. Isn't that cute? Yeah, okay, now fend for yourself. There you go. Well, whatever. It's the total disconnect. It's the same person that just cuts you off because, dude, get out of my way. I'm going from point A to point B and you're in my way. It's the disconnect of humanity.
Right. Wildflowers like that.
And I mean to tell you, I do believe you scored 100 on that one.
I think so. Yeah, I have some theories on people and nature and.
Oh yeah, what's that theory?
I think we removed ourselves from our natural habitat.
Removed ourselves from our natural habitat.
Right. Like, people aren't involved with nature at all. Like in the cities and stuff. Like, and they all want to go out and go hiking or biking or walking or that kind of thing. Maybe not all, but and enjoy it. I like living in it. In fact, I despise going into cities of concrete jungles. Can't do it. I mean, I do. I can enjoy certain elements, but for the most part, I'd rather be in the field or up in the woods.
Oh yeah, too much concrete and that shit. Not a city person by any means. You know, you're a good wildflower. Don't worry about that at all. I'm 100% behind her too.
I thought I was a bully.
Well, you are. That's why I'm in total agreement. Please don't hurt me.
I'm liking how this is working.
Yeah, see? Abusive.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Get the drum out and get in a circle.
Dude. Yeah, the best is walking barefoot. Heh. Dude, he's funny. Oh my god, baby. Much rubbing?
Well, I'm not even, you know, see, somehow I'm not quite sure I understand why your grandmother was showing you her prom dress, but then again, hey, I'm not sure how you were identifying back in those days. So.
Right. Yeah, Grumpy. And you know what kills me here? What absolutely freaking kills me is that I can't go barefoot out here, because when this place didn't have somebody living here, or maybe it was somebody who was living here, who knows, but they threw glass everywhere, like beer bottles and stuff. Oh yeah. So there's glass all in the soil in the yard, and every time it rains, a little bit of, you know, mud washes away, and especially in the rainy parts of the winter. I keep finding new pieces of glass, and it kills me, because I love going barefoot.
So I guess probably before either could have been when the house was there or even before the house, but that was like a party spot or something, and just throw the bottles. Well,
yeah, because when I guess whoever foreclosed on this house, it was empty for a while there, and people knew, so they'd come up and party.
Yep. Do you got a metal detector?
No, I don't.
Well, you got to look into getting one of just a little hobby one type thing, and just kind of checking out what might be around there.
Oh, I found some cool stuff, because see, this was built in 1930. So I'm shitter nutting, aren't I?
No. You got it in 1930.
Okay.
Or it was built in 1930.
Yeah. So it didn't have I don't think it had electricity originally. It had, what is it called with the glass or something?
Talking about oil? No, I don't know if it's shit or net or just a pause. Seems like it could be the shitter net.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Yes, ma'am.
I can kind of tell, because if I can hear your background noise steadily, then I know that my connection isn't totally gone. Anyhow, what I was saying is, you know, people, or maybe not there, but here, they would just throw their junk in the woods.
See, that's. So what'd you find? Uh-oh.
Oh man, I found. Am I behind?
No, I was wondering because I didn't know if you stopped on purpose or if the shitter net was winning.
Well, I paused when I knew it wasn't working.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I found old oil cans, a whole freaking car, old whiskey bottles and that kind of stuff, where you'd find like these little areas where they dump stuff.
Well, that's why I left and told my wife one time because, you know, the History Channel used to be fun. I used to enjoy watching it. Nah, it's not so much no more. But and it's because they've gotten to where when they find stuff, they come up with this whole concocted story and history behind this right here that they just found. And it's the way that they talk and everything. And when we noticed that shift in the way that they were starting to, the way that things are reported and talked now, it's just like, this is so factual. And I thought we would drive down some of the roads as we're on the way into town and some of the farm market roads. Well, there's some of these deer leases and old logging camps, and people had a bad habit of just kind of pulling up in there and their refrigerators, axles, you know, just if you need to kind of get rid of something bulky, people would go dump it in these spots. And it's kind of known around here. There's some little spots, not so much no more, but anyway, we left going, man, can you imagine in about like 50, 100 years, things are all different here, but then they come in and they discover that spot and the story that they're going to concoct behind how it supposedly got here. And really, it's just a dumping ground for, you know, oh, look, they used to harvest this. They used to hunt this way. Look, they used to do this. It's like, really? Do you have a clue? Think about the shit that they discover across the history, just across America. And they have these whole stories of some of this stuff that was discovered. It's like, but how many people, like 3 months before this wagon train was coming across and didn't quite make it, they got an engagement, something broke, whatever. But here 3 months later, another one comes by and sees this, picks it up. Well, they take it a little farther, and it just, but yet we formulate these stories because this is how it was.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Go ahead.
I used to go on this when I was a kid. We
Hey, wait.
finally got horses that.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry I just cut you off though. Remember, I just happened to look up at the top of chat and Hick gal saying prayer, God banging my doors, having called 911. Well, damn. Hick gal, I'm sorry, I did not see that a minute ago. So that was 2 minutes ago. So hopefully everything's okay.
That's alarming.
Yeah, I just happened. I was looking at the bottom of Chad, but then I just happened, you were talking and I looked at the top and I saw the 911. I'm like, 911, and then went up one more. And it was like, oh shit. So Hit Gal, if you can still hear me, just we get a thumbs up. You okay? You perked my interest, ma'am. Someone was banging on her door, it sounded like.
So either an emergency or an intruder, maybe.
Now, I think Hit Gal, I don't know, I think she's in Texas. And I put it at 5:30, so yeah, there's no reason for somebody to be knocking on your door at 5:30 in the morning that you weren't planning on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're in our prayers. If you hear me, I just hope everything's okay.
You know, do you know who Lucky Dame is?
Oh, okay. Oh, in Kentucky. Cool. There she is. So he's back, but
That's good.
got some freedom equipment and some dogs in the ready. Okay. Cops are there. Cool.
Oh, good. Good, good.
Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of nerve wracking.
Right?
Yeah, because Kentucky's central. So I mean, it's either 5:30 or 6:30 there. So
Yeah.
I think they're central.
If I remember correctly, part of it is. But I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, they responded quick. Unless wasn't even gonna ask that key question.
Ron.
Well, or that if it's central and it's 5:30, they could be out. Okay, 6:30 in Indiana. So either way, you got school. So some I know around here, like some of them will get out when they know that the bus routes have started, because they kind of get more active out on where the bus routes are going to be. And then like as it gets closer to the start of school, they get closer to the school zones.
Mm-hmm.
Around here anyway.
Yeah. Don't speed in the school zone.
She by herself, I guess. Well, she's got some freedom tools and she's got some dogs. So Kentucky is
Okay, Ron. Yeah. I was thinking that. I couldn't remember, though.
Expected.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, like the Spanish Inquisition. It's passed up a damn.
Compost everything.
You'd be surprised, Wildflower. I've experienced a lot. There's that that humbleness for weakness. No, I pay attention. With a banana?
I don't know.
Well, where you're at, Bug Out, you give them the banana. It wasn't for you in the first place.
Hand over the freaking banana.
Yeah, give them their damn.
Nobody gets hurt.
Oh, damn. Plus, they're good cleanup crews.
No.
Video about composting.
Oh, yeah. You know, Grumpy, I've met him on a couple of occasions and talked to him. Because he's here in my state. But that was a good one. Are you talking about like the carcasses from when they butcher the chickens? He's a smart dude, but he's cocky, man. In real life.
So Hit Gal said, sorry about used word pew pew, been better, hubby at work, so home alone, they taking him in. Saw him, pulled the pew pew out of the pocket. So he had a pew pew in the pocket. Is that what you're saying, Hit Gal? So he had a pew pew in the pocket? But I'm glad.
I'm guessing maybe shaky fingers.
Well, and I'm glad she had her defense and her dogs as backup. Yeah, so he had a pew pew in his pocket too.
Dang.
So there was not good intentions there.
Hey, Bella. Oh,
Morning,
yeah,
Bella.
yeah, the hogs and cows.
Oh Lord, 3 bloodhounds. Hell, just them baying alone would be enough to make you want to haul ass. Can you imagine having 3 bloodhounds throwing that head up going boo, and you'd be like, oh my God,
Oh,
make
man.
it stop. I'm going, I'm out of here.
Oh, no. One of our neighbors, when we were coming to do the closing final walkthrough for our house, every time we'd been here, no, I'm shitter netting.
Well, I was listening.
Yeah, it didn't shitter net on me.
Well, I mean, it said when you were at the closing at the house, and then there was a pause, and you said something about the shitter netting. So I don't know if you meant to pause like
Oh.
that.
I'm all messed up today, aren't I?
Why, no, you're not. It's all perfect. It's fine. Please don't beat me. No.
Yeah.
More
Well, we had neighbors that we didn't realize had rabbit beagles. One of them bred rabbit beagles, and then the other one had a bunch of freaking bloodhounds. So there was a lot of barking.
I can
A
imagine.
lot of barking.
Morning, Christina. And yeah, that's a good question, Grumpy. So, Hit Gal, does Kentucky have the castle doctrine? So, like in that scenario, how does that work for you guys in Kentucky? I mean, once again, I live in Texas, so yeah, that shit ain't happening down here.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. I was going out.
Well, you came back.
Yeah. Well, I could tell because the shitternet was telling me that my connection was bad. So sorry.
The
Boring
shitter net was
company, I
shitting.
know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Hit Gal says, yes, I can protect my property. Cool. You'd think people, buddy, would think twice about that. You know, it's just, I don't know. It just makes you wonder, go through people's minds. It's like, you're going to go up here and jack with somebody at their house? Really? You think this is going over well?
When I lived in Tennessee, you know how they have those security companies that do home security? And
The
keypads,
ADT
and
and
then they'll
stuff.
call whatever. Yeah, the ADT, right. One day, it was when I lived in Tennessee, and my husband was in Korea unaccompanied for a year. So I was pretty much there by myself with the kids. And so, I have my pew-pews, and I do know how to use them, just I'm not like tactical. And a lady called from ADT trying to sell me a security thing. And she goes, ma'am, do you have security already? And I said, well, yeah. And she goes, well, what is it? I guess thinking, oh, maybe I can get her to switch. And I said, well, I have a shotgun right here next to me. And she goes, oh, okay, you have a nice day then. And I thought it was funny. Like, I wasn't trying to be whatever, but that was it.
Well, and it's, this is going to sound rough on you. Hopefully nobody does this kind of work or takes personal, but those security systems are shit. I mean, they really are. And you really are opening yourself up to possibly even a more chance than the neighbor that doesn't have it, simply because people forget that those are just people. that do this work. So that means at some point there is a person that saw the whole layout of your place, that knows the location of everything, knows the coding behind your keypad, knows the details, and that's that. Well, you don't have a clue. Does that person go hang out at the bar on the weekends and tell a buddy? You know, who knows? And around here, it was a thing down in Houston years ago, a long time ago, with credit cards, and it was a Macy's store. Excuse me. They it was a big ring that was happening at a lot of the malls, and Macy's was one of the targeting ones, but it was back in the credit card machines with the sliders. And what was happening is that the people at the counter were taking people's cards, and when they were putting them in that thing, they were having another piece of paper behind the whole receipt thing. So when they racked that card, it would leave an imprint of that card. And then they would just take that piece of paper and slide it out. They would give it over to their buddy after collecting some. They would take it out. They would get handed off, and they would go make up a card with the information that they had imprinted. So they found this ring. Well, you know, it's people thought of Macy's, and it's just like, well, it's not Macy's. It's just, those are just store names. That's just a marketing name. It's people that are still behind all this shit. And it's the securities are a prime example. You watch all this marketing crap, but that's Bob that's coming to set your shit up. So Bob's going to know all your details. So what does Bob do? Does Bob get pissed off later?
Right. Well, and the flip side of that too is, I mean, geez, when my husband was working with the PD, so many false alarms. And, you know, not only that, but response time could get challenging, especially they're not just sitting around usually waiting for calls. They usually had a backlog of calls, and they changed the priority of calls. So sometimes it wasn't immediate, you know, like I cannot believe the cop showed up at her house that fast. That is mind blowing.
Oh, so her husband saw it on the camera. He called and then watched to make sure all was well. So I just happened to look up in chat and saw that. And just as you were saying that about it going.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
Although it had to be, you know, kind of hair raising.
Oh, dude, yeah. That would have been crazy for me if I'd have saw that. That'd have been something else. Oof. Hey, Andy.
Hey, Andy. Yeah, Grumpy, I've got like 4 Nescos. Two of them were gifts. I want to build a solar dehydrator, and I have plans for it. I just have to do it.
I wish that's you know, I feel weird sometimes trying to participate in some of the conversations, to be honest, just because my life is so bland nowadays. It's like, damn, I really don't feel like I got much to kind of contribute, because it's kind of like, I really can't do anything. So I feel like I'm just, I'm not, I don't even qualify as cheerleading at this point. It's like,
what you mean with some of the conversations in chat?
Well, it's like cooking and stuff and participating in all that, because it's like a chicken noodle soup. There you go. You know, and it's like the dehydrators, because it sounds good. And it's like, oh, I love it when we talk about the food, and I sit here and think about the dishes, and it's like, oh yeah, that sounds good. But in all reality, it just not. Because it's like the dehydrators. I've been, man, that sounds so good. And got strawberry pieces. It's like Cola did, or I think some strawberries. I watched her do that. Indy's been doing like a jerky, and it's like, oh, shit sounds so good.
Well, you see, well, no, Virginia, I said 2 were gifts. Sorry. But rescue, like when you're listening to these conversations or whatever, then you get to, like you just said, pointing to people who are doing it, so you can point people other directions, you know.
Oh, well, I always try to pump the cannibals. Anybody
Yeah.
that's ever listening in, if you want to know something about canon, you need to go in on, and I don't mean disrespect to nobody in that part of the cannibals, but I just pinnacle on Sophia's as
Right.
a main center point. But you got Virginia, you got Milkmaid, you got Indy, you got Best Life, you got I don't even know how many people. So, but that's a good center point. So if you're not into canon and you're kind of interested in it, I would suggest looking up Sophie B. If somebody wants to drop her link, that would be really cool. But I would start there. Start there, watch a cannibal, and the world is your oyster. It's about the best way I can say it.
I'm sorry I missed some of what you said, but it's all right. The shitternet doesn't always let me hear you. You know, Grumpy, I've been wanting to get a sun oven for quite some time. I know you can actually build your own for the most part. I just like the fact that there's a swinging rack inside of the sun oven that when you adjust it, it keeps whatever's in the sun oven level. Those things are cool as hell.
God, I love oyster.
Did you lose me?
Nope.
Okay.
You're still here.
You see, Jennifer's doing fruit roll-ups. I haven't done those yet, believe it or not.
I know. I saw that earlier, and I was like, "Oh man, see that'd be." And I'm not quite sure, and I didn't want to pry, but I noticed the way she phrased it now is just as I've been doing fruit roll-ups in my dehydrator. But earlier, when she first said that, she kind of emphasized that she said I've been doing adult fruit roll-ups in my dehydrator. So I didn't want. I just figured maybe those were the more on the gummy side of fruit roll-ups, but I wasn't sure. Didn't want to get too inquisitive.
Dang it. I can't hear you. It
Oh,
keeps breaking
no.
up. I'm sorry. Oh, adult ones. Huh. Yeah, I think the shitternet's going to be winning here. Rescue.
Here, I'll tell you what. Let me turn my camera off, see if that helps you. Because maybe try.
It's coming and going, but
Which?
Tony Lee.
I did just bought a bunch of stuff on the full picture.
Oh, that sounds good, Ron.
Some with Fireball. Oh wow.
Hold on. Is she talking about the drink Fireball?
Yeah. Apparently, she used Fireball in some.
Adult. Oh, okay. That's what she's meaning by adult ones.
Yeah.
Huh. That's kind of funny. Never heard of that. Oh, Grumpy, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
And you know, on Amazon too, they have a thing for refurbished stuff, or potentially for like things that were returned, somebody didn't want, but it was perfectly fine. And you can get better deals on some of those things if money's really tight.
Yes. Morning, Summer. Oh, and yeah, Jennifer said some with gummies and CBD oil.
Okay. Oh, beef jerky, carrots, potatoes. Yeah, I'm thinking that when I harvest my potatoes this year, hopefully I'll get a decent one. But what I plan to do, because I like the red skin potatoes, you know, but they don't store as well. So what I think I'm going to do is dehydrate a lot of them.
Oh,
And then, those can be rehydrated and used in soups and stews and stuff like that. But
do they still
also,
taste just as good?
I'm trying to remember if it was bad. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've used any of them because I didn't do it too much. But oh my gosh, Grumpy. That's insane deal. An insane deal.
That
Those
is
things,
pretty crazy.
I want to say that sun ovens are like, gosh, last I looked, I thought they were about $300 each. But yeah, when it came to dehydrating potatoes, they say that you need to blanch them first, which you know what blanching is, right? You drop it in the water.
Washing them off.
Well, blanching is, a lot of people do it before freezing their vegetables or before dehydrating some of their vegetables. But basically what it is it you drop them for a set amount of time into some boiling water and then transfer them immediately to ice. And that's supposed to preserve the color, basically. It just kills some enzymes.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
But
thank you, Summer. Enjoy your day.
Oops, sorry.
No, ma'am, go ahead.
Hey, Summer. Bye, Summer. But in my opinion, I just don't care about color. I'd rather keep the vitamins intact if I can. Boiling will kill off a lot of your vitamin C.
That's what I'd be worried about was, because that's what I don't really like the freezer food stuff so much or like even the canned, because it's kind of like you just know the nutrients are gone.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the nutrients, a lot of nutrients are still there. Some are more heat sensitive than others. That's also why I like to do my canning. Mostly I do meats or some prepared foods, because it's really nice to just grab a can off or jar off the shelf and boom, there's dinner. But
Got you.
But it doesn't mess with the meat quite as much as it messes with the nutrient density in the in vegetables and stuff like that. Dehydrating preserves it more. And I'm weird. I try not to dehydrate above, I think it's 115 degrees. It takes longer, but it's for the very same reason, a lower heat.
Oh, well, Hurricane was just asking Indy something about some of the chili that Hurricane made. If she goes to do it, does she use the pressure canner to can it?
Oh, yeah.
Indy was like, I think so, especially if it contains meat.
If it, the reasoning, do you mind me telling people this?
No.
So the reasoning behind pressure canning is that water bath canning can't, it's not a high enough temp to kill a certain bacteria called, basically the bacteria that produces the toxin that is responsible for botulism. And you don't want to mess with botulism. But high acid foods, that creates an environment that bacteria can't grow in. And so that's why some things are okay to water bath can and other things are not okay, like meat, like low acid vegetables, that kind of stuff. But you can generally find a list online of things that require pressure canning.
Cool deal. Yeah, she made this humongous pot of chili. Like,
Oh, yeah?
Oh man, it was flipping huge. It was full, and it was like, okay, well, you're gonna have a party at Hurricanes. So I told her, I said, man, I can see right now, you need to be canning that stuff up.
Oh, yeah. When you can your own chili, it's great. Yeah, and Hurricane, when you go to do like a meal like that, like a stew or a chili or something like that, what you do is you look at your ingredients and you look at that little chart that you can get online or in a canning book, and you just find the ingredient in that thing that you made. Find the one that takes longest, process it at the longest time. So usually that's meat.
Oh, it's still simple. See the cup, why you're still cooking it, because the damn pot's so big. That's why it's still going. That's gonna be some chili.
That's the way to do it, though. Just make a huge. If you're gonna take all the time to cook something anyhow, might as well make a huge batch and store the rest.
There you go. See, that's what I could see if we were like if the kids were little again. If this was, hell, even just 20 years ago, I could see that's probably what we would be doing, would be these big meals and then just taking the extras, whatever the leftovers, and canning them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually broke a rule the other day, and I had made a pot of chili, and it was kind of at the end. We were tired of eating chili for a couple of days. So, because we do the big old stock pot, like a whole bunch of it, and I had taken a little leftover container of rice and dumped it in. You're not supposed to can rice, but there was not that much rice in it, so I went ahead and canned it anyhow.
Hey, 1A, what I would do on your pepper things, if you're drying them out first, then what I would do is I would put them in like a vacuum bag, but then just go to the post office and get the envelopes, the cardboard envelopes. Throw them in there, pull a little tab, fold it over, seal it off, and send it off. It's to be the cheapest, easiest way. And those particular envelopes won't go through the typical mail scanners that envelopes and shit like that go through. So then you shouldn't have any issue with peppers.
Oh, that's a good point.
If they're still moist, well, then you might want to go get the boxes instead of the envelopes. That way they don't get squished. But
Right.
that's the easiest way. Just go get either the envelope, cardboard envelope, or the box. And of course, me being the Riri that I am, I just sat there and held my hands up like you could really see them, and envelope things. So there we go. So I won't feel so goofy whenever I listen to that. So anyway, the thin envelopes, or you can get the boxes. But there you go. Man, can't believe I did that. But your internet got better. So see, I think, you know what? Matter of fact, let me change my camera, because I think it's the resolution, because this is like 720 or some shit. So let me do the low end.
Well, I heard some of that.
See, I think it's the video. I turned down the resolution so it won't be so, maybe it won't be so intensive when you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. Well, and I'd sit with the camera off, and I don't mind anybody else that does, but I just feel like I
'Cause
should.
have heard of that.
Heard of what?
See everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shitternet. Hold on, let me.
Again?
There, see if that straightens up. I turn my camera back off. Let's see if this helps.
Shoot. Sorry, rescue.
No, you're fine. Don't be sorry. Why did you do this to your internet? Are you doing this on purpose? Is that what it is? Are you intentionally trashing your internet?
It's a psyop.
That's it.
It's
Damn
to
it.
see if I can drive everybody nuts.
I keep telling the freaking FBI, you little pricks just need to pull up a chair, but oh no.
Mm-hmm. I'm in league. Joking. Yeah, what I was saying was Grumpy was talking about how you can water bath meat and such. I have heard of this actually. I prefer to stick with the stuff that I trust, but I do want to know how to do it other ways.
Now, what are you doing? The roll-ups?
You mean?
Yeah, what were you just talking about? I think it might have cut out.
Oh, I was talking about, I was talking about how there's certain things that you should pressure can and certain things that are okay to water bath can.
Right.
Well, Grumpy pointed out you can water bath meat and such. You just have to do it the right way or it'll go bad. So I have heard of that. And I think that it's like a really long time of having them water bathing. I just haven't looked into it too much because they do have a pressure canner, you know. But
well, and if you're already set up to do it a better way, you know.
Well, I always joke too because, especially like with prepping people or whatever, I'm like, great, you lasted through the shift. You're now like surviving on your own, self-sufficiency, hopefully, all that stuff. And you die from botulism. That's embarrassing.
Dang. That.
But I do rebel stuff too. Because I think some of it is just overkill. The USDA just goes overboard on everything.
Oh, yeah.
The US Joel Salatin calls it. Because they're stupid.
Well, everything is, we view it like it's done with all this factual, stuff. And so there's but I think what they do is they approach us, they actually kind of, it's like, what's the stupidest thing somebody could do? Okay, we'll set it to that level then, because it's like,
right. They go by the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, it's, So do you think somebody would actually set this on the dash of their car for 3 months and then try to eat it? Probably so. Put the expiration for 30 days. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. It's some of the just.
Well, and people freak out. They finally started changing the wording or something like that. But on the bottom of a can, it'll say Best Buy. That just means it's at that point that they've determined that your nutrient density is going to go down. It doesn't mean the food's bad. And people throw out this stuff all the time. I'd be more hesitant to eat out of a dented can than I would a complete, like a non-expired or non-Best Buy met can that's dented than, the ones that are way past that date,
Yeah. To me, it's kind of, it's more just depends on what it is.
Hey, Rescue, can you text me your StreamYard link, or is it still up there?
Yeah, it's still up in the chat window, but I can text
is it?
too if you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind. And then I'm
Well,
going
I
to have to
do,
go in
but
just a
I mean,
second.
even if I mind, I better do it. Otherwise, you're just going to be mean to me. So,
I'm going to bully you into it, whether you like it or not.
thank you. You admitted it. That's all I needed. There's my proof.
Yeah. Oh, grumpy. That's an awesome comment. Dysentery.
Damn. And which, by the way, just out of curiosity, so why am I sending you the StreamYard link when you're actually here right now? Just curious.
Can you hear me?
I could just hear that.
It's because I'm passing it on to BB. Unless you don't want him up here.
Well, no, but I could have just sent it to him.
Oh, shoot. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, do that.
OMG. Okay, well, still going to send it to you just because it was already there, but here, I'll send it to him real quick.
I kind of forgot you had his number. Sorry.
Well, and it's weird too, man, because it's like emails. I'm trying to remember whose email is who, but since so many people have a YouTube name, a Twitch name, a Facebook name, and then there's the email, and it's like, okay, wait, the email doesn't match any of those. So damn, okay, try to remember. So a lot of times I have to go open the email back up to see how y'all finish the email.
Oh, yeah, because my email has nothing to do with my name on here.
Well, you're not alone, ma'am. You're not alone. So I'll just leave it with that.
Well, I had to set up another one for this kind of stuff. Because my other one, my main email just gets so full of junk, I lose all my emails. I need to just take the time and go and unsubscribe from all this dumb stuff.
Well, actually, you know, I'm gonna bust this bubble. So just so you know, when you unsubscribe, a lot of times all you're doing is confirming the email. So while they might back off a little bit, but you just got sold to other people because you just got validated even another step more.
Yeah, lovely.
So, yeah, sorry.
I hate junk emails. You just ruined my day. I mean, what kind of friend are you to just go and ruin my day like that?
A real one. There you go.
Gee, girl.
And okay, so this whole canned bread thing, I just saw that Wildflower said that. I just bought some canned bread to see if it's worth stocking up on. Not so sure about canned buns though. Dang, this prepper stuff is hard. Well, actually, what gets me is canned bread, I guess. So this is like bread, like edible bread, kind of like a loaf of bread in a can. Is that?
Lady Smith did a canned, I can't remember if it was a cake or a bread on one of the more recent canning streams. And like bread isn't that hard to make. I'd rather store whole wheat berries.
You're breaking up, so
grinder and
missed most of it.
About bread.
Yeah, pretty much missed almost all that.
Shoot. Can you hear me now, or do I need to just hop off? I probably need to.
Come on now, that was a good one. That wasn't impressive. That was actually like a drawn out question. That was unusual. So that was unusual.
You have a hell of a delay too.
A hell of a delay. Well, I will take a second. Let's see. Guardian up here said, rescue digital IDs will fix all those issues in no time, while also potentially causing Tiatawaki. I don't know what that word actually translates to, but all I can say is the word digital ID
Stands for?
said enough. No digital ID.
Yeah. Rescue. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I know what Tiotawaki is.
What?
The end of the world as we know it.
Well, hell, that's now. Hell, the world I knew is gone, apparently. Hell, apparently my childhood didn't even really exist. It was all made up or some shit. I don't know. Things I thought I knew are no more. Up is now down, left's right. Everything's ass backwards.
Sure is. Well, Rescue, I'm gonna have to hop off. I need to run to the store real fast before the little one gets here, and I'm gonna lose you because I have a spot that's really dead on my road.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you just be very careful and try to smile.
I will. I'll be listening though.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll see y'all later.
Right. I guess I'll turn my camera on now. I don't have to worry about it. Of course, now it's like, wow. Grumpy Acres, thank you. My problem is storage. Space savvy, so I'm trying to figure out which route to take. Man, I just canned bread. It just, I don't know. It's just something about that. So, a product contained in a can, but yet it's a bread, which is kind of a cellulite kind of way. It's got air pockets and fluffiness, and how does that going to happen? Oh, and you're welcome, Wildflower. So I can see the biscuits, I see the dough, but I don't know. Might have to look into that myself. Not that I don't eat bread though. My breads are just a few biscuits here and there, or I like soft and fluffy tortillas. I think I'm fixing to venture off into, I'm going to try something else instead of chicken noodle soup. I'm going to venture off into some eggs. Although, of course, I venture off into this about the time that they're all going out. But this is where I see, if I had even remotely thought that I would be in this predicament, my landscaping would be different. I could maneuver better. I would go get some chickens or something. Don't want to get no chickens because I can't build nothing. My shit's all on like a grade, so I don't do walks through the yard no more. Take my hover around through the yard. Stacking stuff is a venture of trial. This is true. Hey, what's up, Bug Out? I got you, brother. What's up, buddy?
Where'd Milkmaid go?
Her shitternet got to where it was actually ironic. The last thing she said even became drone. Yeah. And it was like, wow, I hadn't heard it do that before. That was weird. So then she said she was fixing to run down to the store. And she goes, I know there's a dead spot. So.
Oh, well.
Then again, you could have chased her off. I don't know. It might have just been that you were coming up. It's Milkmaid.
I probably did. I tend to have that effect on the ladies, if you know what I mean.
The ladies.
Do you remember that Saturday Night Live thing where it was that John Lovett, I think, is that his name?
Oh,
but
yeah.
He
swinging
like,
in.
He's like, how you doing? She walked right by and didn't even look at me. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was back when Saturday Night Live was good.
Yeah, they were always a little libtarded, man. Like, looking back at some of the old ones, like, they always had a touch of leftism, but it wasn't offensive anyway. It was tolerable.
Gave a shit. You know, nobody gave a shit, so it was only in their own little world. You know, it's just, now it's like, oh no, now we need to make it a point to get our point. You know, does that make sense? I don't know, it's just, because it's like the older stuff, shit, dude, I don't know how many nights you used to sit and crack up watching that. That was the thing, matter of fact, a Saturday night, if you weren't going out, then that's, you do that or put a tape in and record it. There you go.
Yeah.
Check.
Well, that goes off of the theory, man. The best musicians and comedians are leftists that are on drugs. So when they quit the drugs, they have to be hooked on something. So they get into this extremism and all this other crap, you know? It's like, man, we should just give the leftists more drugs. That's all they want.
Milkmaid said to tell you that she decided she doesn't like to be on a panel with you anymore.
Yeah. I wish I believed it. I wish it was real, but it's not real.
Oh, you mean it's like everything else right now? It's like this is happening. Right? I don't think that's really happening. This is what looks like heaven. No, that's not happening. This is what's happening. What?
Yeah, I feel like that Inigo Montoya guy in The Princess Bride, because whenever the news goes on, I'm like, I don't think that means what you think it means. That started right about when they said, we're passing the Patriot Act. And I was like, Patriot? I don't think that word means what you think it means.
Right. It sure didn't now, back whenever I first heard it.
Like, check this out. Okay. They're like, let me get this story straight. So a bunch of rich, like, independently wealthy Saudis blow up some buildings. And because of that, we have to have a war with Afghanistan. But first, we need to invade Iraq. And then we need to make a law where we can spy on American citizens. Think about that, dude. That's exactly what happened. And that was when my jaw hit the floor, man. I was like, holy shit. Like, I wasn't 100% sure, because I did some shady shit in the Marine Corps, man. Bill Clinton was president. And let me tell you, dude, like, I can't wait till they declass the shit that guy was up to. But Haiti, everybody knows about what he did to Haiti. I didn't go to the Haiti thing, but when we quote unquote helped Haiti after that earthquake and just stole all the international aid money. Yeah, good job, Bill. But anybody that really knows about that is dead now. So, like, you know, I guess you can get away with it if you kill everyone in the room.
This is it. Oh, by the way, Grumpy said, bug out. She's just playing hard to get. Double down, man. Double down. So.
Yeah. I learned that from one of my cats. He just never quits.
Never quits. Well, see,
it's like she doesn't like you, dude. She hates you. And he's like, I'm going to keep trying. It's like, no, she hates you. But then I figured out he's right, because he's like, one of these days she's going to get old, or she's going to get the flu or something, and then she's just not gonna. She's gonna be too tired to say no. I'm like, all right, whatever,
Loves
man.
to hate you. It's a love-hate thing.
But yeah, this I don't know. I don't know where to start with.
But it's,
You know, when you look at this pickle that we're in, now, like, but I keep asking myself, how did we get here? And I look at all the left turns that we've been making the last 20, 30 years, and I'll tell you, man, it is hard to put a pin in the map at the XY axis of like, here's where it'll begin to go wrong. But I'll tell you, a really tempting one to say for our recent memory anyway is that Patriot Act. That's when things really accelerated from that point on, if you know what I'm saying.
oh, most definitely. But I mean, I see where it came from, and sometimes looking back, you see more. I don't know how to say that, but you'll find what you're looking for. So sometimes if you're, now that you know some stuff, you look at previous stuff, and we can read into things more than probably was really there back then, because we start applying today's knowledge to yesterday's action. So, but dude, the Patriot Act was total
they put things
smoke
out.
and mirrors. And I remember that because that was the panic. It was people in here, and the whole story being pitched, you know, they were cells that were here. This is what was happening. Oh my goodness, we need to do something. Yes, do something. Yeah, we need to, you know, protect this. And so people react. That's the gullibility.
But meanwhile, like, and this was just a year ago that it got kicked out to the public, but most of the investigators that looked at the remains of the building from 9/11, they said that there's a very hardy chance that it was a controlled debt. I was trying to say demolition and debt at the same time. Go figure. So even the experts, the investigators are going, yeah, this is too much of a coincidence. And you got to remember when the same Osama bin Laden almost blew up the same building before, he was putting those explosives in the parking garage, and he basically was arranging a controlled debt then. That was like 93, I think, right? Or 96? I can't remember.
That's the 3, I think. Morning, Mayor.
I know I was in the Marine Corps when it happened because I was. But so he already tried to do it once. So we're kind of like, it's not that far of a stretch to be like, okay, maybe they did this. But then suddenly you're not a patriot if you even entertain the thought that it could have been a setup, you know? And it's not the firefighters and the cops that did it, you know, like those guys did what they were supposed to do. And it's not, you know, the people of New York, because they all stood together. Everybody else did everything right, but it just turns out that it looks like maybe the cause of that thing was a little nefarious. Like somebody was done lying to somebody. Somebody done told you wrong. And that pisses me off, man.
Well, then, I don't know. See, that's a hard one to kind of talk about just because it's so...
It's too soon for what it was. I know.
Well,
I get it.
It's not even... it's not even the soon part. It's just... It's like the visual. Shit, dude, my heart dropped. I mean, I was sitting there in a conversation and the TV was going. And all of a sudden you hear this voice of, oh my God, you look and you see this smoke, but then you watch it happen. Then it's like, shit. Well, then it's like my jaw drops. It's like, what? Well, then I'm on the phone because there is not all the big fancy digital shits. So it wasn't like, oh, let me just go pull up every camera I can get. But so then I'm on the phone. Well, it's just all alarms are going off. So it's just, and in that particular field, you just, all the buzzers are going off. And it's like, okay, this is major shit just happened. And of course, then you hear about the field and then you hear about the Pentagon one. But my main thing was those buildings. And it's because and I don't know, maybe it's being a different way of thinking of things. I see shit like that and I know people are running out of there, but there's people that are going to be running into there. And then, when you realize that we didn't even we pulled together for a moment, and then now we're fractured all back apart again. And so,
Yeah.
and regardless of how that came about, but there was a moment when we were able to pull together. Everybody could be empathetic, they could be compassionate, they could be patriotic, and kind of pulled, and you didn't see people the same way. It was like, yeah, somebody that lost somebody that went in, that lost somebody, that, you know, it just, there was a camaraderie, and then all of a sudden that shit just got just torn apart, and now it's like they intentionally won't let that happen again. So see, now we've had J6. Well, now you have that representation that's now been destroyed. And
yeah. And dude, I'm sure I told you about it before, but when we would do security missions in New York, when like fleets and ships would pull in, because I was in a Riverines, they do like port security and stuff like that too, you know, high value asset protection, like ships and people and shit like that, you know. So it's not just sitting around in a boat, you know. And I tended to find myself in the like personal protection and asset protection end of the deal quite a bit, because I like to get away from all the idiots. And you know, anyway, that's neither here nor there. But when we would do the security stuff in New York, we would always break up into little like, we would break the group up into a couple different sections, you know. And I always tried to be in the group that went to Staten Island, because we would stay at the firehouse when we were there. And man, just to hear those guys talk about 9/11, man, like, these are dudes that were there, like they ran in the building, you know. I mean, it's crazy, dude. Like the gravity of the situation. It's not some dude that's out on the internet. It's not some, you know, it's some dude that was running up them steps, you know. I was just like, damn, man, like, what? I'll tell you, it was sobering, you know what I mean? Definitely sobering.
I can imagine.
Especially because, like, God, they lost like half their dudes, man, you know? In one day. That's just like, that's crazy. If you think about it, man, like the attrition that normally happens in a fire department, yeah, you lose firefighters. I get it. You know, in fact, my cousin-in-law, what do you call a cousin's husband? Whatever. But yeah, his fire department just lost a dude like a couple months ago. And so it does happen, you know. But like, to lose half of your fire department in one day, that's a shocker, man.
Yeah,
like,
you know,
huge.
that's a whole companies were just devastated. You know, I mean, that was.
And then, you know, surviving isn't the end of it, you know, like, because all the toxins and all that other stuff, those dudes got screwed up, man.
That's where I get kind of, now there is my, I'm kind of a equal opportunity person. I mean, just because it might look like I favor one side, that's usually there's the other side too, in a way. And it's like that. Oh, I still get pissed off because, you know, the first thought I had after kind of processing it, you know, once all the emotional side's down, and you would think, because when I replay some of that and just kind of how that all went down, and dude, you'd think we would have pop-up shelters, like just a bubble type, kind of like we have them for fire, wildland fires. You know, if fire's rolling over you, we have little fire tents, and you've seen shit like that. But
you mean like the John Travolta movie with the boy in the bubble?
Boy in the bubble. I don't know. What do you mean?
You don't remember the boy in the bubble? It's from the 70s. It's like,
I remember the name. I don't remember the movie though, but I remember the name of the movie. But I don't know. But I'm just talking about like a little dome, because, and here's my point, is just when all those people were going into the wards, that dude, as that building was collapsing, all that dust and all the fibers, all the debris, dust, and just crap that they were breathing in, because not everybody, you know, now if you could equip everybody with SCBAs, and it's like, okay, well, we're only going to run that way once you have your SCBA on, of course, which is pointless, because then your tank's empty by the time you got there. But
yeah,
it's being able to run up and block, give an air pocket to pause, because there's so many we've lost. See that you only know about the ones that died that day, and then they stop talking about it. But we've lost thousands more, hundreds
Yeah.
more over just all the lung impacts of all the shit that got breathed in. Hell, there's been civilians that died. They got caught up in that wave of all that shit. You know.
Yeah, yeah, because these are all, and that's the good side and the bad side of all your fire retardant chemicals and stuff. When they do eventually burn, it is straight cancer, you know? I mean, yeah, it won't, it is fire retardant. Good for you, but the bad news is eventually when there's enough heat, and it's gonna burn eventually. When it does, that shit that stuff kicks off it's things that should never be in contact with life, much less just humans, you know? Some dangerous stuff, man. And all those adhesives and all that. Think of all the PVC, man. Have you ever burnt PVC by accident, like in a campfire?
Oh yeah.
And you know, it puts out that black smoke that just hits you right in the back of the throat. Imagine all those PVC conduits in the World Trade Center burning at once. Like just the PVC alone, man, would be.
That's what I'm saying. All the furniture, the vinyl,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the ink and pens, the closets over there that have all the office supplies that have boxes of pens and inks and liquid paper. And that's the things that people don't take into account whenever they have their houses. You know, and all the shit you've got. That's why I used to try to preach this. I gave up, to be honest, not to try to be a Debbie Downer kind of thing. But people are just, man, look at where we're at. So I don't feel like I should, but you need to keep an idea of what do you have under the kitchen sink? Because if your shit goes on fire and you got some key shit, then you kind of want to be able to tell somebody if they show up going, okay, hey, no, on that side is my kitchen. And in there, I've got this, and I store this. It's kind of like around here, we do, because we've got oil lamps in our pantry. We have a whole shelves full of oil lamps because we lose power. So you just I don't worry about telling anybody shit if my house gets on fire. But that was like when we weren't here, my mom knew to tell people, because that's going to be a flame roll on somebody when that all finally heats up and cracks and all that oil pours down. Well, if somebody didn't know it was there, that could cause serious shit.
Yeah, that'll leave a mark.
Yep. And so there's little shit like that people don't take into account. It's like, how many cans of hairspray do you have under your bathroom sink? You know, because that shit's going to pop when it gets too hot. And who's by there? You know, they just
for real.
Your shops with gas cans, oil cans. What all's in your house that's going to burn? There's a reason why you're not allowed to burn outside, you know, just regular household trash outside. And it's the pollutants that it puts out. So,
oh, dude, from being in countries where there are no laws, it's noticeable, man. Especially in the wintertime, because they purposely burn that stuff because I never thought this, man, but they actually would have guys. They basically have, like, you know, the outside flea markets, and how, like, on the weekends the places will do like an outside swap meet or flea market or whatever you call it in whatever part of the country you're at. They just have those everywhere in Afghanistan, you know. But there are guys that sell sticks. There's stick salesmen there, because everything that's made out of wood has already been burned. And everywhere, you know, Kabul has like 3.5 million people in it. It's a huge city, right? And everybody in the wintertime burns stuff for heat. So there are no trees, there's no nothing. I mean, like, anything that isn't nailed down, they done took it and burned it, and it's gone, you know? Well, a place like that, I don't know, man. It's just like they're burning rubber, they're burning plastic, they're burning anything but wood. And you're just like, my God, man, you smelling it. And it's like, after you've been there for a few years, you can feel it, man. And I think I still feel it, to be honest. I blame it on the fact that I can't ever quit. So I'm not a heavy smoker, you know, I never was, but man, I have not been the same. But I spent a long time there, man. I pretty much spent a lifetime at that place. So
that's it. Oh, you grow accustomed, and it's a different way of life. What do you think it'd do if they all of a sudden had a big power grid that powered up all their houses in their city? You think they would start to then pick up all the other little commodities like we do, and next thing you know, you got more people sitting in staring at their 55-inch TV?
Well, we were doing that. We were improving their power grid. We were improving their roads. And the funny part is, everywhere I go, I see roads that are not being improved when I'm at home. But we've sure built the hell out of their roads. I mean,
oh, that's
man,
what you
we
give me
couldn't
about the
stop.
schools, dude. The schools, whenever they would even come on the news talking about building schools over here, and it's like, I don't know, you feel like hooking a few cities up over here? You know, you could remodel some over here. It'd be kind of maybe nice to people that keep funneling the taxes. You might could hook them up, throw a bone every now and then.
And they were pushing literacy programs and stuff. And like, you know, let's really discuss you will have nothing and you'll be happy. Okay. Because they're kind of onto something there. And here's the thing, we're on a different standard, but to live, man, you go to Southeast Asia, you go to Africa, you go to the Middle East, you go to these places and half the population is illiterate. And, you know, it's like, you don't, we are at luxury status of education. For example, we're so upside down, bass backwards about this that our kids' generation, my kids' generation, they feel like if you don't have a master's degree, you're nobody. And I'm like, when have you ever needed a master's degree to make money? You know, I mean, it's if you're going to be a surgeon or those skilled professions, but man, that was like a measurable amount of the population back in the day, you know. And they say everyone has a right to education. No, you don't. You don't have a right to education. We've had the privilege of education, you know, but you know, you got to watch that word when you throw it around. But yeah, in the rest of the world, nobody can read, man. Like, people are illiterate and somehow they make it work, you know?
Well, they don't have all they're not spoiled like we are, dude. We're spoiled. I mean, just, I don't know. It's hard to even kind of talk about sometimes because you just think about in the 1700s, dude, 1800s, basically, you know, regardless of all the conspiracy stuff or whatever, just the fortitude and human nature, the drive that it took to establish this place. And then you kind of go, yeah, okay, I get it. Now look at today and just pick an event, pick a hurricane, pick an election, pick a jab, pick anything, and then look at
well, that was a discussion that I had with my son.
And everybody's got there's a right. You got a right, but nobody wants to validate how you even have those rights. It's almost like people just naturally assume that this shit just came with the world. It's like, oh, well, no, this is just the way it is. It's like, no, that's this country.
Well, I think about the conversation I had, and this was not that long ago, maybe a year ago with my son. And, you know, he was like, you know, he just turned 30 and he was like, well, I'm only 29 years old. Oh God, I just spit.
I'm not sure
I
what
just sped right past a freaking cop car, man. I'm such an idiot.
Well, are the red and blues on?
No, I think he was not paying attention, just like I wasn't.
He was on Facebook.
Yeah. It is funny. He had his turn signal on still when he was on the side of the road. So that might have been exactly what he was doing.
It's
oh,
funny.
Man. I was going like 25 over. Like, I would have probably been at magical handcuff status if that dude would have clocked me. But anyway, what was I talking about before? Oh, yeah, that was my son. And he said, well, I'm only 29 years old, and I was thinking of the Great Depression and early Americans, and God forbid the 1800s, you know. But I was like, do you realize that just, you know, your great-grandparents' era, or your great-grandparents' era, not that long ago, my grandparents, you had already fought in a world war, got married, raised a family, and you'd be, you know, halfway in towards your 20 years towards retirement at some factory somewhere, at 30 years old, you know? I mean, like, dude, it's
Right.
they make it sound like they're like, well, I'm just a kid. It's like, no, dude, like you are definitely for sure not a kid anymore, you know? Like, dude, you're 30. Act like it, you know?
Well, that's it, dude. I remember when, growing up, you were, man, 18. That's when you're an adult at 18. You're an adult at 18. And I guess, wonder where along the way we decided to go ahead and say, okay, you know what, our young people are going to be considered young people until they're this old. Because, dude, when you look at the stories, you read older stories like around here, shit, no, dude, when you were old enough to get up and start walking around, you started helping somehow or another.
Mm-hmm.
And you participated. And it's kind of like when the shit hit the fan. It was, if you were 12, dude, were you tall enough to be able to hold this musket up? Then hold this musket up, prop it up right here, tell you to pull the trigger pointing in that direction. I mean, there was no limit to anything. It was just,
well, even better, dude.
You can physically do it. You need to do it.
The jobs where they preferred kids, like in coal mines, you know, they're like, wow, we have a small, hard to get reach area. Well, we got small little people that can get in there because we're using child labor out the yin yang, you know?
Right.
Man, I'll tell you, I'm glad that we put all the child labor laws in place. I'm glad that we have education. I mean, I value that. But the question and the disconnect that I have is, and this really, really sank in with my generation. So I don't know if we are the product of somebody else screwing up or if we're the ones that did it. But my generation and beyond, they truly feel like you're nobody if you don't have a degree. And I got so much further. I never used any of the college education that I ever harvested into my brain. I've never used it for profit a single time. And knowing how to wait a table or power some industrial equipment, that'll make you some money real quick, no matter where you go, you know? But, I mean, you're never going to get rich. But you can always get by, you know? But that's the other thing, man. Like, you know, you look at the disparity between trades also. It's, you know, if you're a plumber or a carpenter or a welder, you're going to be doing okay. But if you look at all this other stuff, and they're jobs that we need, it's like we value the work, but we don't value the profession, you know? And it's weird because, like, mechanics are starting to get screwed over, you know? And you're paying more to get your stuff fixed, but they're paying the mechanic less. And how to explain how that works, I don't know.
Well, that's because it's becoming computerized too. So it's being, what's the word? I used to know all the little fancy words. I used to carry on these conversations a lot way back, but it's part of the whole
automation and outsourcing, pretty much.
Yeah, it falls into there. And what they've done is they've literally got it down. That's where all the sensors and shit we were talking about, that's where all that comes into play. Because I remember way back in the day, shops were ran and mechanics even loved it because there was a book usually produced by the factories that would show times to do these parts. So if, you know, when they put the manifold on, they would time how long it took to access the manifold, to put it on, take it off. And then they would record that time. And of course, mechanics always bitch because that was in a factory setting, not in the shop. So it was always undercut. But that's how you would bid jobs, kind of. You would piece them together for mechanics and entice them to want to do it because it depended on the hours that they were going to get. Well, now
it's a funny story. I was at a factory. In fact, it was when I was at that Avon factory that I was telling you about before. And we had this little racket going because we found processes, like ways to do things that were more efficient than the way that they told you to do it. So you would do the amount of work that they said they wanted you to do, and you could take it easy because doing a couple of and they weren't shortcuts because you were doing the same amount of work, but if you changed the order and the way you did it, like you basically, they had you touching everything 3 times, and me and a couple other dudes were like, hold on, let's touch everything once, like once is all we should touch something, and we lowered the amount of movements, and it ended up being a lot faster, so we started doing it. Well, sure enough, they send these guys in, they want to time everybody, and they picked one of the dudes that we had the little shortcut thing with, and I was like, dude, do not do the shortcuts, take your time, go slow. That dude goes in there and he was like greased lightning, man, because he got nervous and he started getting worried. He started using the shortcut and he started blazing through it, and forever after that, people were going, man, the standard that they set, no human can go that fast, and I was just shaking my head and looking at the guy like, you screwed the whole factory, dude. You screwed the whole factory. You just had to shine. And after that, man, they started bouncing out the old ladies that worked there, the young people, because young people just never seem to be really good at working anymore. I don't know why. It just is. But yeah, the young people and the old people, they got walked out the door within a few months of them establishing that new standard. They said, you got like 90 days to get up to speed with the new process, and half the factory didn't make it, and they shit canned every one of them. They said later. It was crazy.
Dude, I know it's always caused problems like in shops across the country because it's that damn book. Hey, morning, Song of the South. What's up, brother? It's I don't know, changing the spark plug. So to remove the spark plugs, well, at the factory, like under the testing that you were just talking about, well, see, these times get set, but in reality, now that this car's been owned and on the road and has been out, well, to go in there and access
you got to degrease it.
Well, and it's like a lot of times, brother, believe it or not, the motor's hot. Okay, well, you're doing spark plugs. Well, the factory, because it's the motor that's just sitting there and hasn't been even ran, but because it only took them 0.25 of an hour to change the spark plugs, there you go. That's the time. And it's like, this shit is scalding hot. So, but it's taking up your base. So it's eating up your time. It's kind of like a truck driver that has to sit on the side of the road. And it's like, yeah, you're not making no money right now. Well, it's like,
hey, maybe that's why Milkmaid left, because I get her spark plugs hot,
Oh, is that what it is?
I bet that's what it is.
Well, if it's going to make your day better, then she's probably okay with you going with that. And by the way, somebody asked about the gas price, and around here it's $4.69. Did you know that the international?
Well, it's noticeable here. And the funny part, I noticed that the more expensive gas gets and the more they have a quote unquote crisis, the faster it goes in my tank. And I'm sure I'm probably like imagining that, but it's like, I think they put like they cut it, like drug dealers or something.
So, Song of the South Rescue, did you know that the International Red Cross and the Vatican helped the Nazi elite escape to South America? No, sir, didn't particularly know that. I know that our CIA has helped establish them over there in Ukraine and around in Europe and shit, and some other countries. But Christina, is that like on purpose, or is this, or we got issues? She keeps coming up, or I guess it's her. It's somebody. It's her image. I'll put it that way. So I don't know if it's her or not. But and somewhere, are you fixing to be laying down? I saw somebody saying something. Get some sleep. That girl's been at it. That's a working lady right there.
Who?
Hot Mess Summer.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think she's fixing to be getting off to where she'll be able to go get some rest for a little bit. Okay, yeah, that was Christina. She was trying to come up, but her shitter net was attacking too.
But we don't.
Uh-oh. You roboted it first, bug out.
Oh, did I? I'm in that
Yes, sir.
spot. So
Ah. Yep, there it is.
can you hear me now, though?
In that spot. Heard that spot.
Did you know
and
the
then
first-
heard the thing.
The first country. Oh,
Go ahead.
so it's still happening,
Go ahead.
pretty much.
Yeah, but work it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the first country to go fully online was Singapore, but it happened like before 2000. You know, I mean, like they did it like a lifetime ago, and we're still working on it over here.
Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, cool. So you're off. That'll work, Summer. Yeah, Tony Lee says supposed to be recording rhythm guitar today, but can't break away from this. Well, I've been accused of many things, sir, but I don't think I have ever in my life ever been connected to stalling a musical production because of the crap that comes out of my mouth. Now, I might have interrupted some musical events with the shit that comes out of my mouth, but I've never paused the production of one.
Man, that's the great thing about studios now, man. You don't need a studio anymore. Like I was recording by myself and laying tracks down, and I mean, I was barely technology savvy enough, or at least technology equipped enough to do recording of any type. And I had a music maker program. I was lining stuff into my computer and just doing it. And I couldn't believe how easy it was. And I was like, my God, this is going to kill the recording industry, you know?
Definitely put a wrench in their scam. Now we get, because I tell you, with the electronics available nowadays, and with given the fact of all the music that's so digitally created, and that's the forte now, it's like, oh yeah, gloves are off. It's like this whole independent artist thing. Man, I don't see it. That ought to be just the thing now. Shit, between all these platforms, the electronics that you can put in your house with some panels and make your damn a bedroom a studio. I mean,
yeah,
who'd have thought that shit 20 years ago?
I mean, vocals is pretty easy if you're recording in your house. If you have a full closet, that's the place to go. There's your soundproofing, you know?
Yeah.
Drums is the hard part, but man, electronic drum sets are so cheap these days.
Yeah, they just don't sound as good.
They don't. Well, some of them do, but I mean, you're paying money for those, and that's, you know, definitely not what I'm going to do. I have like a little Ion drum set, but it was good enough to record on, you know, like rap music grade drums. They sounded like drums, but if you're a drummer and you hear it, you're like, that's not real, you know? But you could program and assign different sounds to all the pads and stuff, which was kind of nice.
Yeah. Well, hell, it's like, damn, who's that redheaded dude? He did that song, and he does that whole song by himself by adding layers, and I think it was even kind of became a big to-do because he did it all off like an iPhone. Ed Sheeran or Sheeran or something like that.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
And he did that song. It was a remake. Damn, what is it? Something over Jordan or something. flying
But
over
yeah.
Jordan or something like that. Anyway, he records this whole song, and he did the whole damn thing off his iPhone by doing layers. And he would sit there and sing something and record that, and then pause that, do another, piece it together, added the beat in, and next thing you know, dude, there's a song you think is done in a studio, and it's done on a damn iPhone. Crazy.
Yeah, I was lining in to my computer for most of it. So, like, I would have a tiny little amp. I'd run the effects that I wanted so that I could hear what I was doing, and then I would line it into the mic jack of the desktop, and that was all I had to do. And then I would play what I wanted to play. I would capture it. I'd clip it, clean it up, like, get it to where I was basically making my own loops, and then I could use my loops. So, man, it was amazing. That's all I could say. And while I would do it, I'm like, well, I had this idea and this idea. And you know how, like, if you play music, you get these little, like, riffs, but you can't make it fit a song. So they just kind of sit in your mind. Well, I would record all those, and I had a whole file of stuff that I never used before. And, electronically, it's easy because you can speed it up or slow it down. You can change the octaves on it. You can reverse it and make it backwards. You could do all that stuff. And like, I was making my own sounds too. I was creating tones. Like on the Apple, they use what's the program, Acid? That's a sound generator, I think. But I had a Windows version kind of like that, and I was making electronic sounds as well. So I was like, man, this isn't as hard as they make it sound. Like, people are becoming millionaires by playing around with this stuff, and it was pretty easy. I was surprised.
Do you ever, since you messed around with that back then, do you ever kind of sit and think back going, damn, man, if I'd have stayed on that right there, I could have been up here by now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but man, that crowd was what made me realize that I wasn't like the other kids,
Right.
Because any entertainment or arts industry tends to be left dominant. And because I used to paint murals too. I don't know if I ever told you that. Go paint the side of a building or whatever. And
I did
that for a while.
No idea that you used to have Bob Ross moments.
And painting murals, man, I got so tired of dealing with it because I worked with all these, like, I don't know, artsy, weird dreadlock people, and they had no work ethic. They wouldn't show up. They never tried to pay you right. And I'm like, dude, I got a daily rate. It's pretty easy. It's the same amount every day. And whatever. So I couldn't wait to get out of that. That was good money, but the people were so slimy that I didn't want to be around them. And then they started talking about politics. And then that was when I realized, like, man, I guess that talent was wasted on me because I can't survive the industry,
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to take a sec. I need to acknowledge chat. I'm going to welcome everybody. So good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working. And the second thing I want to address is thank y'all for, all I'm going to sum it up with is thank you for the way everybody handled their conversation earlier. Thought that was awesome.
What conversation?
So it was a conversation before. So that was then, we're in the now. So I was just acknowledging the helpful way that they did that. It was a woman conversation. It was a woman conversation. Didn't really pertain to
woman conversation. So basically there's a conversation and you're not going to tell me about it. That's what I heard, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're just wanting the just to go, it's quack, then there's the brunt of it. So yeah.
Well, maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't even want to know.
Well, then there you go. Then why am I having to repeat this over again?
Because what if I do want to know?
Well, then you're just.
See, you don't know how I feel about it.
Well, no, I get to assume though, and I'm just going to assume that you want to know more and you're not going to know, and then now I'll assume that you don't want to know, and so now we're happy, so we still ended up at the same result. So it's kind of like a circle track. We're right back.
See, I can't help but feel that you
Circle back on
haven't
that.
validated. You failed to validate my intellectual curiosity, which is one of the rights that is in the Constitution. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I don't know. I guess when you get to addressing the other ones that are under challenge, then we'll get to that one when we get there. How's that?
I actually saw a joke about that earlier, Bug Out, where they were talking about like seizing
Well, hold on
phones and
just a
stuff
minute.
like that.
Hold on a minute there, Possum.
What up,
Bug Out
brother?
done jacked my whole conversation with his sympathetic crying about wanting to know facts that he's not going to know. But so I want to thank my y'all handled that awesome. I appreciate that. And then now there was something else somebody had brought up. Oh, the founding fathers. You know, I would love to be able to sit down and talk with our founding fathers, but there's also the other side of me right now that I think that I would rather not, because I think they'd probably punch me in the freaking face right now if they did. So if they saw where we were at now, I'd end up taking the brunt of the ass whipping for everybody, and I just think I'd have to pass on that.
I just refuse to get punched in the face by a dude wearing wool leotards. I will not do it. That is not happening.
Well, it got you here, so it wasn't so bad.
If George Washington came at me, I'd be like, dude, go in there, change your friggin' pants. Like you're wearing a cod piece, bro. Like, no.
Hey, what about the poor old Tony out here? But how the wigs, that cracks me up. They still do the wigs. We're in 2022 and we still do wigs.
We should bring it back, man. Start wearing powdered wigs.
No.
I don't have syphilis, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need to go.
But yeah, like you look at this fancy George Washington uniform, like he's got all these gold buttons and he's got medals and all this stuff. He's got just a big old Dennis the Menace flap on his skin tight wool pants. Like he's got this whole big giant uniform on, but when you got to drop a deuce, you got to drop a deuce. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, you know, when it's time, it's time.
There's been plenty of times I've been out in the woods and ain't had a toilet. You know what I mean? And nature calls, you got to do what you got to do.
You got to keep your powder dry.
Yeah.
The barrel pointed up.
Or down, depending on the situation.
Actually, you know, but that you didn't point your rifle down until they came up with rifling in the barrels. Before that, your shit would actually fall out.
Right.
well, you know, you could always tell in the 90s, the regular, like, I guess what you call legs, they were still shouldering and slinging a rifle over their shoulder, whereas your more mobile guys were starting to go point down, because when you got in helicopters, you always wanted to point your muzzle to the ground so you didn't shoot the engine. That was when all that stuff started changing, you know? So you could tell exactly, like, kind of what level somebody was on by what they were, little differences in what they're wearing and how they're slinging their rifle and stuff. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Now it's like,
I don't even think they don't even march with them slung on their shoulder pointed up anymore, do they?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Probably not. It's been so long since I've done any stuff like that.
I know. Kind of think of it, I was like, damn, you know, kind of, because almost everything you see nowadays, it's either crossed, strapped, and pointed down in the front. You know, it's just, and so it's like, yeah, I don't know that they actually even strap that shit over the shoulder and point it up like the good old M16 days. Or I'm sorry, what, M16A2 or some shit? I don't know.
Yeah, the old one of the manual of arms back in the day was to go into left shoulder shift and then go down, so you're carrying the rifle with the barrel pointing towards the ground. And there were 2 times that you did that, and one was when it was raining. What do you know? Crazy. So you didn't get rain in your musket barrel. But the other one was if you did funeral processions. I guess they did it that way too. Don't ask me why they decided that was a funeral thing, but
I guess being pointed down, since you're going to be buried, then it's pointed down. I don't know. That'd be one of them weird options. Give them another 10 years, somebody will write some article on it and come up with stuff of the story, and that'll become the way it is.
well, I mean, I don't think there's anybody left that could explain why, because it pretty much went out with the Civil War. I mean, the second they started using brass fired cartridges, they threw all that stuff out the window. I miss those days, though. Everybody says, man, you'd have to be stupid to get in a big formation and shoot musket balls at the enemy. If you think about it, man, it's like the ultimate game of lawn darts. When you were kids and you would always throw them at each other, because every kid did it. They said they
Right.
didn't, but you got 3,000 dudes and you're like 4 people deep, and you're just launching lawn darts back and forth, and that's inaccurate as hell, totally random. You're like, the odds of you getting hit if you're in the rear milking a cow is just as good as if you're standing in the battlefield. And man, I don't know. That's talk about the Civil War was like a 4-year-long Mountain Dew commercial. It's just like, look at us, we're thrill seekers, adrenaline all the time. Oh, I just got my leg sawed off.
Right.
Extreme, bro. It's General Sherman. He's gonna rape Atlanta and screw with their railroad tracks.
You say that name around here, people look at you different. Start talking about General Sherman, they'll be like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, they had to, and they even named it after it. The Atlanta bow tie is what they called it, when he would bend the railroad ties. I guess they are. I don't know. Whatever the metal ones were.
I just want to know why all these little dudes always get into power, man. They got that complex. I know what it is, but
Sherman was because there was a power vacuum in the Union Army, because McClellan was really good at training troops, and he had like the perfect army, so he wouldn't commit to fight. So he had this giant, well-trained army, but then he was like, man, if I take him into battle, I'm going to lose guys and I have to start all over again. So he just didn't fight anybody. And they were like, dude, that's not going to work.
yeah, that's
Lee
not how
is
war
just-
works, bro.
Yeah, they're like, man, Lee is wiping our butt right now. You might need to get those guys down there. And he was like, no, I can't do it. So they kind of shit-canned him, put him like, they found a desk for that guy to warm up. But then they didn't have any generals to step up. And the leadership difference between most of the established good officers went with the Confederacy, So there were capable officers in the North, but
they were only problem.
They weren't.
Is they were outnumbered.
Well, what really made the South lose, it wasn't even that they were outnumbered, because the intellectual and tactical savvy of the generals was so accelerated over the North to the point where they probably could have won with the lesser numbers. It was the blockade that got them. They didn't have supplies.
Mm-hmm.
The logistics is what killed them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, towards the end, they were all starving, and they didn't have ammo, and they didn't have shit,
Yep.
And by the way, like this being a kind of a prepper channel here, like that was what got them. They ran out of preps.
Yeah. Don't get
Something
me
to think
started
about.
on the Civil War.
Were you trying to emphasize prepping?
The only thing I'll say
It's
about
a
the
thing,
Civil
though,
War is
man.
it wasn't about slavery. It was a lot deeper than that. I'll leave it at
Oh,
that.
that's just a single topic thing.
Yeah, I hate that, man. They use that as a damn a catalyst to like shut down any argument, you know. And it's like,
Yeah.
it was a lot deeper.
There was a
than that.
leftist actually that was showing me quotes of Southern generals that were talking about the topic of slavery, like, we're going to fight to preserve the right for this or blah, blah, blah. And I was like, going, like, less than 20%. I think it was what, 15% of Southerners had slaves in the
Less than
South,
that,
and it was
brother.
less than
Less than that.
5% in the North.
Yeah.
The North, it
Oh,
was less than 5%. I know that. And
Well, who
I'm
was
like,
the people
I
that
don't.
owned slaves? Was it the rich people or the poor people? It was the rich people.
It was,
Ain't no poor
course.
person was having slaves. They had to work their own fields. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like.
Well, it's kind of a prepper channel, Scatback. Scatback said it isn't a prepper channel. Well, it kind of is. I'm preparing for life. Well, sounds good anyway.
Better
Go
prep for these. Never mind.
but you know, the funny part is, if you take the slavery issue out of the Civil War, okay, we're still at the verge of a disconnect over the same issues that the Civil War was fought over, namely like states' rights and a handful of other things. We're still there. We never solved that, you know? That disconnect is still, that wound is still wide open.
Hell yeah, dude! It's always been like that. I mean, damn. Like, if somebody from the South comes up to the North, well, they're from the South, and vice versa. I mean, it's been like that since I grew up. You know,
Well, there's the prejudice, but the issue of states' rights isn't even a north. I can't talk. It's not even a North and South thing anymore.
Okay,
Like,
just I want to timestamp that 7-11. That was bug out. He did verbally say that he cannot talk. That was word for word. So timestamp that shit. Where's Dusty when we need him? Go ahead. He admitted it.
but yeah, you know, it's. I think climate was the reason why the North ended up being opposed to the South, because it was an agrarian society versus an industrialized society. So you had your two different ways to skin the cat, pretty much. And now,
Wasn't everybody and their mama moving to the South right now?
right. Well, now it's all a bunch of middlemen and paper pushers, and like we don't have this. Climate isn't as different today as it was then, because we make our own climate. You know, we have factories that are heated and air conditioned, and we could do this here, we can do that there. We still have farming down here, but they put less and less importance on farming in the States over the years. You used to be the richest guy in the state if you were a farmer. And now if you're a farmer, you're one of the poorest people in the state. Like, explain how that happened, you know?
Well, we
Because
tilled,
the
we
government-
destroyed in the South all the soil, every usable farmland. That's why we had to expand to the West. It was because we completely used up everything in the South, because we weren't dependent on the North. So, you know, if you look at our expansion to the West, the South was about to take over the United States. I mean, they were on their way to doing that, and they couldn't allow that to happen because the North couldn't branch out like the South could. They didn't have those, allies like we did. I mean,
I know England was rather fond of the Confederacy, that's for sure. I don't know why. I don't have any reasons to back that up, but they donated a lot of stuff, and they ran the barricades too. They would sneak ships around the barricades and deliver stuff. Like, you look at Gettysburg, they had those Whitworth cannons, those breech loading cannons. Those were light years ahead of the Napoleon IIIs that the Union was using. Like, they had some good shit, man. They just didn't have enough of it.
there you go, Kino. Move to the South. Hell yeah. I mean,
Let's see.
I welcome people that are, on the same page, but I see it in my county and I see it everywhere else. Small towns, they're trying to take over. And when I say they're trying to take over, I mean people that want to come to your city and completely destroy your culture and your way of life and the way you grew up and everything
Yeah.
that makes everything special where you're at.
So instead of north and south, now it's left and right, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
And it's happening in freaking Maine just like it's happening in South Florida. I mean, it's really weird how like we've thrown the map away. We don't need the map anymore because every place is the same now. Like we've kind of did a microcosm of globalization, and I don't care who you are. Everybody else in Illinois is not Chicago. They're not. They just plain aren't. But they're treated that way.
Well,
it's stupid.
Well, Bug Out, think about this, brother. Think about this. What's up,
one
brother?
sec. So Tony Lee, yeah, I remember whenever you were talking about your connection, the Duffield connection on the back end, he's got a deeper hierarchy in his past, Tony Lee, over in the UK.
You my homie for life then, brother, because I got the same connections. So,
but see, I think it's still the same. I don't know.
Homie.
I'm just a dumbass redneck in the woods, but I see it as it's the same fight in a way. There is, because, and no offense to Tony and them, because it's their shit still ran under a monarchy. I mean, yeah, they have their other shit, but they still play that game. They still
dude. No, it's a figurehead. Parliament.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And you go back to the Cromwell stuff and all that. They fixed that wagon, but they chose to have that figurehead. And to be honest, as far as the people go, I kind of think what they did was the more gentlemanly thing to do. They didn't strip the family of its privilege. They just stripped the family of its power, pretty much, you know?
Why does it still suck over there?
Does it suck over there? I mean, it does now that they ban guns and knives and tiddlywinks and, nail clippers. Yeah, that's pretty stupid, but...
Well, that's what I mean. They don't have any established rights, so that didn't really change. I mean, it's kind of like when during the whole Ottawa stuff, man, whenever I started reading into some of that and the way that their constitution is written, it's like, that's a good play on words of the word constitution, considering people will go back and reference our original one to use that word. But that's not kind of what you mean by it, because it talked about that country having the power. So it's not that they have anything. So it's kind of, that's what I mean. It's just, no, and I just meant it's the freedom. I'll shut up. I'll just sit here. Y'all.
Are you talking about Canada right now? I thought you were talking about England.
I was, but then I just referenced how
same
crazy
thing.
Yeah. I don't.
Two different places.
Yeah. I don't know. It's probably, I'll sit here and I hit my bowl. Y'all go ahead and talk.
So y'all
What's
was
up,
talking
Oddball?
about the Civil War.
Yeah,
the one thing with the South that they was trading with England was the textiles, because England couldn't produce enough textiles for all their clothing and everything and their uniforms. So therefore, that's why they was in trade, because the South couldn't get to the North because the North had the steel production, and so that's what they was supposedly trading. You know what I'm saying? With weapons, the steel manufacturer with England, and then the South would send textiles and cotton over there.
Look at this, man. Monty just took us to school. Did you hear that?
That's the only reason.
Civil War's my thing too, buddy.
It's kind of like, if you say G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe.
Camo Carl.
And then Carl shows up. Well, you start to question certain topics. This fool right here doesn't say shit in chat, and all of a sudden, boop, on the back door. Oh, by the way, 1862, this, and this, and there you go. Okay. So, yeah.
What I was going to say, Rescue, is
Welcome to
Monty's
the
not
full
going to
Monty.
take me to school unless he pays for it. You know what I'm saying? I need that federal grant, Monty.
What gram? What?
What?
What'd you say about a
What?
gram?
What?
Think metric kilogram.
What letter word are we talking now? Wait a minute, what?
I said federal grant.
I quit that. I quit that lifestyle, dude.
I said federal grant. What the hell are you talking about?
I thought you
Hey,
said
you know-
something about the pendulum gram, and I'm like, what?
No, he was saying federal grams. That's like when you go to prison, they're like, how many grams did you get charged for? That's how many federal grams you had.
Like 42,000. You know what I mean? They caught me with a boatload, yo.
Yeah, I gotta say, dude, I'm sorry. I really don't have much sympathy for people that do federal times.
I said federal grant. Damn it, from the damn school that you get when you're trying to go to school. Y'all leave me alone. Leave Monty alone.
Yeah, them
Rescue's being a
fed ones
bully.
get to-
Rescue's
to go
turning into milkmaid. You know what I'm
What
saying?
color was that blue truck that just drove by? Who's buried in Grant's tomb? Oh, hang on, let me think about it.
I don't know, Monty. What did you say your name was?
Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Or how
Is
about
there
that? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Oh, really? I wonder what's going on. It's like, yeah, I know.
Hang on, it's a sketch in my head. Okay, now we're all better.
See, Hurricane said Grant. I heard Grant. All y'all heard that. Okay, that ain't my problem. All right, so I'm just gonna shut up.
I had to
Y'all
turn up my volume. Calm down. Calm down.
And back to you, Bug Out.
Hey,
What am I supposed to say?
Beans and Franks.
You didn't tell me so. You done got tied up on words, and now you're at a loss of words. Is this like some historical day, some shit or something? Is something going to happen today? Isn't it?
It's the end of the world as we
This is
know it.
It's coming. Does anybody else feel the
Baby
shockwave yet?
I can literally go water skiing out in my yard now.
Oh, dude, we just got rained on real bad. Where I worked, it flooded, man. There were cars that were like underwater, like up to the engine. And I was like, man, they probably shouldn't have left their truck there overnight.
Oh shit!
Bet you they was wishing they had a 4Runner with a snorkel now. As he's driving away with his.
Should have got that Subaru after all.
bro, when I was in Alaska, ain't nobody owned big trucks. Everybody had Subarus and Saabs and like Audis and shit like that. And I'm like, I come to the South and everyone's got big trucks. I'm like, what the hell? Like the big trucks used to crash all the time there in Alaska. Unless you had, snow chain, you had chains on your tires. You ain't go nowhere unless you got something expensive.
Because those vehicles are
remember
all-wheel
that
drive and they get good gas mileage.
Yeah, like
Decent.
if you're in snow, like in Alaska, you want an all-wheel drive car. You don't want a four-wheel drive.
Dude, I'm a believer in the Subaru Outback now. We've had one of those for a few years now, since like 2015, I guess. Something like that. But man, that thing's, it's amazing. I love that car. It's my wife's car now, of course. You know how that goes.
How come your wife didn't get the newer vehicle?
She likes the Outback, man. We actually, both of us like the Outback. I'm waiting for that. I was telling her, like, man, I don't know if we want to get into another loan right now. Is the thing with the world about to collapse and all that crap. But I was like, man, that new Outback, there's some like wilderness model or whatever. And I was looking at that like, man, that's kind of nice,
But bug out. If you think about it, you just said I don't want to get in another lawn with the way the world's going to crap. Well, if shit hits the fan, you got a free vehicle, bro. Hell.
What if it's a slow
You
burn
gotta pay for none.
like the Great Depression? They went and took everybody's everything because they got upside down with and they're already starting to manipulate insurance rates or interest rates. They've already moved it 0.5%. They just did that a couple days ago.
Yep.
So if you're paying a loan on something, man, because they said they're going to adjust the interest rates to adjust for inflation. So they're killing the dollar and they're going to make you pay for it on a loan that you
So how
already
the hell
have
does that make
existing.
sense?
It
How the
doesn't.
hell does me paying more
Dude, it doesn't.
money help
They're literally
inflation?
trying to start a war right now. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ. And now our own government has to pay a higher interest rate to the Fed, so we're going to go into more debt.
One
Like,
sec.
come on,
Right.
man.
So, Milkmaid Wildflower says that Millie asked that you warm your hands first before you start the process. And that's Cat Pack wanted to know, what do you do with the milk every day? Is it for daily consumption, or do you make cheese, or what's your everyday thing? And just so people in chat know that Milkmaid can't see chat because her phone is propped up somewhere in the barn where she's milking, but she can hear us. So I'll try to relay your questions.
Yeah. Ain't nobody like cold hands, Milkmaid.
But wasn't the cow that started the Great Chicago Fire, wasn't that cow named Millie?
That damn cow. They blamed it on the cow. They blamed it.
Doesn't
Beat that
Milkmaid
cow
seem
up
like
for
the
it,
kind of girl? She seems like the kind of girl that when she was a teenager, she had braces with a retainer, you know, like the metal
Lord.
one with the elastic band.
And
Jesus.
pigtails.
Yeah,
And
it's
steadily
spray on
pulling
you
on
every
you
time
going,
you
I
touch
want to
it.
go too. I want to go too.
And she carried around a slingshot in
What's
her
up,
back
guy?
pocket.
Hey guys, what are you doing today? With her big old
She's gonna-
silver
I got
retainer
really-
strapped to her face.
She's gonna go in there and recklessly milk Millie, and she's gonna come right and be in a hurry, jump right back up here and throttle you.
This is what happens when you take us to the barn.
Yeah, we're a bunch of animals. That's where we
We were
live.
raised in
Like,
a
what you
barn.
talking about?
E-I-E-I-O.
What do you mean so many questions? I'll answer when I get done. OMG. You're right. Ted Ridgerunner has it. OMG. So
Why don't you start getting done before you
What
ask
do you
the
mean
question?
questions? Hey, you milk daily. Is it for daily consumption, or do you make cheese? Oh my God, so many questions. I don't know. I drink it every day. See how long that took? Oh my God, it was complicated.
See there? She goes, LOL. Ooh, I'm gonna get that crayon eater.
Bet you are.
I told you, Bushido.
She'll forget about it by the time. See, you got to get it in early because then the topic will change and she'll forget.
Ouch.
She'll blame
I
it
don't
on her
know.
kids.
You would be surprised. She doesn't forget as much as I think the people think she does. I know I pick up on random conversations like, oh, that's funny because that was like 3 days ago. Oh, she's still thinking about that.
Yeah. She goes back and she timestamps it particular. Yeah.
That's a woman's logic, bro. They don't forget nothing. They'll bring some shit up 2 years later that you did. Y'all married, and you something that you did while you were just dating, and she's like, "You remember when you did that?" Like, yeah. Well, you're gonna pay for that. And it's like, what? What?
I shouldn't even say this out loud. Yeah. And you know what's funny, man? My wife thinks I'm so dumb because when I don't care about something, I pretend like I don't remember. And she believes me. And she's like, your memory is so bad lately. And I'm like, I know, right? And I'm like, oh my God. And
he's like, dodge that bullet.
I'm blaming it on like traumatic brain injuries and stuff. And I just don't care. That's what's going on. I remember that. I just don't want to talk about it.
He's like, but babe, I was in that bomb blast.
Oh Lord, Monty, you just got the awkward silence award.
For what?
Because you killed it. Everybody.
How'd I kill it? I'm out
You
of
don't.
here. I'm gonna quit playing the rain.
Nobody kills the conversation on purpose. It just happens. Like you say something and it's just everybody's
Who
taking a
killed
breath.
what? Oh, did y'all want to go back to the Civil War?
Mm.
I mean,
No,
I just figured
conversations
that
are like
Bug Out just figured he got school.
Conversations are like baby kittens. When you get real into it and you hit it real hard, they just stop doing anything.
Wait.
Oh, Lord.
Wait. You know the conversation I remember you talking about the other day? Wiping something on your face.
Oh, Lord.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nancy. Fellow Texan.
You know, I feel really terrible, but my daughter actually hugged a kitten to death once, and she knew it. You know, she was probably 4 or 5, 4
Don't
years
blame
old.
it on her. Don't blame it
And
on her.
And I was, you know, she had kittens at her house, and I was dropping her off, and I was like, "You need to take it easy on those kittens." And she was like, "They're my friends, they're my buddies," you know, and all that stuff. Man, she squeezed a little kitten, and he had a little kitten blood coming out of his nose and his mouth, and I was like, "You squeezed that cat too hard," you know. And I felt so bad. I tried to lie to her and say it was just sleeping, but she knew because it had like blood coming out of its mouth. And I was like, "My God, this kid's like a psychopath or something." They don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, sorry to bring the mood down. You know, it just made me think of something.
When I was about
Oh my
4,
God,
when I was
that's
about 4,
that's a shocking all moment. So
When I was
Bug Out actually was thinking.
when I was about 4 years old, I was there on the farm. We had a lot of kittens, right? We had this root cellar.
What?
We had a root cellar, and it had
What's that?
at the other end, it had an opening chimney kind of type thing.
Is that where the roots were coming in?
Anyways, I guess I was. It had
See,
some water
Rescue
in
only
it,
knows.
so I was dropping kittens.
Dude, Rescue
in there to
only
see
knows
if I
oil
could
lamps.
swim.
If it's not an oil lamp, Rescue doesn't know what it is.
That's why he was mad when you were talking about the forefathers' pants. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Monty needs a background that has like this little steam icon that starts to go poof, poof off the sides. So that way when he gets like that, it can go poof. You can see him, he's turning red. Look. Oh, another serious look.
blame it on the cup.
There's that serious little exhale. Let me emphasize this. You interrupted me.
No. Hey, Cletus.
Hey, now don't talk about my cousin like that.
And I don't know what happened. Yeah. So Miller says, "Fook move if you hit her with them chili fingers." Hey, I would think that, man, a female ought to know how to milk a cow in comfort.
Whoa, Rescue.
Well, I'm just saying that they don't want to get touched with cold fingers. They ought to know, right?
Are you saying that because it's woman's work, Rescue? Is that what you're trying to say?
Just bring a big bus, brother. Just bring a big bus.
Right. Hell yeah.
Be right back.
I'm just trying to figure out what all these Southerners are talking about here.
What?
My sound bites ain't working. Dad nabbit.
We heard you just fine. Dag nabbit.
No.
What are you talking about, Bug Out?
On the OBS. Anyways, go ahead.
So clarify.
Who?
Bug
Oh,
Out.
no.
It sounded like you were doing a woman impression. I was going to applaud you because I live in the South now, so I'm supposed to support that shit.
So what are
What are you talking about?
You have to catch me up. So what are we supporting?
Warm fingers on the teats, I guess.
I thought that was a comfort thing, self-explanatory. Like when they're cold and you touch and you get the told, hey, what the hell? Then that kind of was self-explanatory.
Listen, I'm from Alaska. You don't ever get a warm touch. Just saying.
That's why they got Eskimo kisses where
Thought
they
that's
just
where
touch
they
their
did.
nose.
The Chinese or some shit developed that a long time ago. Didn't have to do with the whole
Wax on, wax off.
Damn, Rescue's on the one tonight. I love it.
I mean, that was the whole purpose of that. Don't need no shock
Warm
and
them.
all when these babies get to touch it. Chick.
Yeah. Hey, baby, you got some hand warmers? You know what I'm saying?
Yep, sure do. There we go. We're ready.
Ancient Chinese secret. Watch this.
That's it. Wax
Oh,
on,
shit.
wax off. Wax on, wax off.
Man, my nose is running. I'm laughing so fucking hard.
Better go catch it.
Right? I will. Give me a second.
Tony Lee's like, come on, lads, please be dull. I can't escape.
Right.
Look, I love Tony's response. Tony's just like, I hardly know what you're on about, but it's fascinating. LOL.
He's like, those damn Yanks.
Oh, hey, Michelle.
Somebody's got a problem and wants to get up.
Wax on,
Oh,
wax
he
off.
said, yeah. Tony's like, come on, lads, please be dull. I can't escape. Yeah, because Tony was trying to go do some rhythm guitar thing. He hadn't escaped yet.
Well, see what it
You
is.
gotta have warm fingers. To
People
pluck
from the UK.
strings.
People from the UK get mildly amused at our 230-year-old slow-cooked hatred for each other in the North and the South, you know? And have the point where we enjoy doing it. Like, nobody's even mad anymore. Like, but we still do it. It's weird.
Now we just went back to the Revolutionary War.
Damn, and the fascinating part is Bugout's not even a redhead, but we circle back to that shit, dude.
Lord.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Michelle?
What you guys up to?
Oh, I'm not sure we ain't
We
arrived.
don't know. We don't
What's
know.
up, Michelle? How you doing?
Redhead, wax
doing
on,
good.
wax off.
Doing
Yeah.
all right. How you guys?
Oh, it's been a pretty good night. Been pretty good.
That's good.
I was actually worried it was going to be a slow starter, and then I just wasn't really in the frame of mind. I'm just, I try to stay motivated every day and try to.
Take
And
this.
I don't want to sound
laundry
like a
downstairs.
hypocrite to nobody here, so
Yeah.
I try to stay positive. But boy, I tell you, so this cracks me up.
Why'd you
This
take
is
the
the way.
flag off
This
the
is,
wall for?
I enjoy
The
starting
Trump
the
flag.
day.
I didn't want it.
Why?
It was ugly. Oh, that stained on.
And then look at Kiss Off.
I'll
Gotta
give you a
go
new
with
one.
Baby Shark thing. There you go. Plant the seed. But it's okay. I have
Yeah,
a
just
barrier.
never mind. I can't go to the bank till you take this downstairs. Sorry. Trying to get my kid to do
I
his
was gonna
chores.
say I ain't got no stairs. I got a ramp. Takes me outside. Oh, what do we got? It says, Scat Pack, can you hold still, Michelle? That makes me dizzy moving around constantly. Yeah, right. You can see the walk.
What's that?
We were on a tour. Oh, we were on a tour, and when you were walking, we were walking with you.
She's asking me to stay still. I'm sorry. My daze constantly makes me move. Sorry. I'm literally on the way out the door anyway.
Aha. Almost 4 gallons.
You mentioned how much your gas prices were, but I didn't hear you, Rescue. How much were you paying?
$4.69, I think is what, maybe. Well,
Wow.
15 a jar. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I have to actually ask my wife on her way in. Maybe see if I know we make it a point to fill up every day just to top it off.
Yeah, that's what I try to do before it gets empty, for sure.
Last week we was at 380 something.
Wow.
Maybe we're at 369. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I probably ought to pay more attention, but I sit here, dude, and I just don't give a shit about a whole lot. You guys bring me entertainment and my fellowship, so this is the only thing that gets me interested is if somebody will say something. Oh, I don't know. Let me look. I really don't. I got
Tony
cases of chicken noodle soup. That's pretty much existence.
Tony Lee. Radio. I'm away. I'll see y'all later, guys. Enjoy your Civil War animosities.
Right on, Tony. Have a good day, brother. Smile or be the reason somebody else does.
And just remember, Tony, over anything that we won the war, just remember that. I love you. Take it easy, brother.
Oh, look, Hurricane, you in New York 1A.
I don't know. Did I have like an accent come out or something?
Did he go all gangster?
Right.
Two Toes Tony. He go all Two Toes Tony.
Yeah. Forget about it. You know what I'm saying?
Forget about it.
You guys watch the 2,000 Mules yet?
Not yet. Tomorrow.
On Saturday, it's $20 for me to buy the ticket, but I'm doing a viewing of it. Up to 12 people, I think, can be there. So if you want, Saturday, 8 o'clock, when the movie drops, we'll be watching that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And we've already played Rigged 2020.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to see the actual finished product of the 2,000 Mules, though, because
yeah, me too.
I watched a lot of the gathering of that and
the
gathering, the formulating of it, and then kind of seeing how the final product.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to playing that on Saturday. They did have it at the movie theater, I heard.
Oh, yeah. It's sold out almost every theater.
Absolutely. I was surprised it sold out in Orchard Park, New York. I was like, wow.
Matter of fact, that's actually one of the... I can't. I'm hoping it becomes, once it's out and it gets, for the most part, broadcast as best it can. I hope then some of these other politicians we have actually start to use it and bring it up and start helping bring it to light. Because that's, to me, it's a real important one because it's different than the documentaries and the opinion stuff. You know, it's factual data, and I think that a lot of the geo traffic data, that when people see that the actual, it's not an opinion, it's not that type of thing, this is fact, that hopefully that has an impact. I don't know, because that's the thing that worries me the most is people going, they're not going to vote come November, and we need to push through to November, and we need to try to vote. Then we'll go from there. Because they're either going to steal everything, or we're going to wake up enough to fight back and with the vote. I just hope we get that far. That's where that goes a whole different thing. Michelle myself out last time. I was made at myself because I couldn't get back going.
Damn it, T-Girl.
Oh, Summer, the 2,000 Mules, it's basically the election and what happened, and basically how all that money that got dumped in and what it basically paid for, and it's actually got a lot of actual data behind it.
And real footage of mules.
The title 2,000 Mules is behind the amount of people that they were able to document with geo-traffic, which is cell phone data trafficking. And then whenever they would track the cell phone, and I mean a dumbed down version, they realized this phone was part of some of the ballot harvesting stuff. So then they would backtrack that, trace the route out so you can see this car, this cell phone going from point A to point B, then go to point B, locate certain video surveillance in different businesses around the locations, and then you have video footage of ballots being dumped in boxes, taken out. You see them taking shots. So there's a lot of factual details behind this. And hopefully then that gives people enough power to bring forward. Because that's, once again, I just say, we do a lot of talking, but the only way you're going to hear evidence is after it goes on the court floor. If it hasn't been introduced in the court, you're not hearing factual data yet. So
see, that's where my problem relies with the courts is, who are you as a human being to say whether this, when you have your political bias as a judge, who are you to say that this evidence isn't factual? They
don't ever say that, though.
Just to do things non-biased, right? But
yeah, but that's a word pollution, because they're just skating around. That's why it's cornering. It's like, you know, you hear all the thing about, oh, none of those cases went to court and all that, and when that really wasn't the actual fact behind it. That's just the media narrative, because what was happening, judges would use the no standing rule so that then they didn't have to look at it, so then they never could introduce anything. So it's a word, it was a play on thing, and that's why this is important, is because hopefully this is going to show character, man. I mean, I don't know. And it's just,
I'm just surprised that the Supreme Court actually did something. I mean, that's really not their style.
They didn't do much, though, did they? I mean,
They go, oh, that? No, we can't do that one. And, oh, yeah, that's an important topic. But no, you know, we're just going to let that sit there. And, oh, yeah, I can see why the citizens are just burning up over this one. But no, we're not touching that either. And then suddenly, out of the blue, after they've done jack shit for the last 25 years, they're like, oh, the world's on fire. Everything's going wrong. Let's go and screw up Roe versus Wade. Because while I appreciate the ruling, the timing is suicidal. It's suicidal timing. I mean, it's crazy.
no, it's on
They were
purpose.
trying to get this place burning, man. Yeah, it's on purpose. It's definitely 100% on purpose.
Well, they're not going to release the ruling till June. Why? Why can't you release it now if you already ruled on it? Why do we have to wait for something you've already done? If you're just supreme law of the land, why do we have to wait? Let us know what's up. It's that simple. It's because they've been told by their higher ups, their handlers, that basically we're going to release this when we tell you to. And I don't know if y'all noticed when Amy, I don't know her middle name. I think it's Comey.
ABC.
Okay, yeah. When
Amy Barrett Comey.
Yeah,
Comey
yeah.
Barrett.
When she was chosen, and she was, passed in to bring, be a Supreme Court justice. She had a look of fear on her face, 24/7. And I know a lot of that has to do with the anxiety,
first
the
of all-
left attacking her, and everything. But I don't think she would. I mean,
She was
I think she was ready for that.
she was labeled as right hot when she got in there. Like, they were like, this is an extreme right winger. This chick is
They
as
had
right wing
the
as it
black
gets. She got in there. She basically she's been a leftist since she's been in that Supreme Court up till now. So somebody scared the shit out of her, because she'll vote whatever they tell her to, however they tell her to rule, she'll do it. And have you noticed? What the hell's his name? The guy that they tried to say had an affair and they lied.
In the
Oh my
Supreme
God! Why
Court.
can't I think of his
Kavanaugh.
name? Yeah, Kavanaugh. Thank you. Kavanaugh, you think that he would have started throwing punches after they beat him up so bad, and he just took it on the chin, and he's like, what else can I do for you, sir? So our Republicans in the Supreme Court have no backbone, and that's something that we just got to kind of prepare for with this stuff, because it's like we got Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham on our side. I mean, they're not really on our side. It's the same
Look
thing
what
with the
they tried
Supreme
to do
Court.
to Clarence Thomas. They try to say that this new Supreme Court justice was the first black person on the Supreme Court. Did y'all forget about Clarence Thomas?
Right.
Oh, they tried to play on the word female.
Yeah, but it
Oh, but yeah, the hell, dude, they try to trash him. Hell, there was talk about they might even try to take him out.
they tried to say his wife tried
Well,
to.
they poisoned him.
the election.
Yeah.
And they don't know how. It was Scalia that died, right?
Yeah.
Justice Scalia.
Scalia. Yeah. They think that they assassinated Scalia as well. There is suspicion of foul play about his death.
Well, there's too much evidence.
And look that shit up if you don't believe me.
Yeah.
I said it back then that most of these people were watching. Okay, Amy, you're watching an interview on TV being broadcasted by the media, and what in background, you can only imagine that the husband, kids, a mom, cousin, nephew, some family members are getting dogpiled by this radical ass bullshit that we let roam the streets and terrorize people, and just don't bring your ass here is all I can say. But it just, we let these bully people. Think about it. Look at the shit you saw that they're doing, just field goal kicking people upside the head, and it's broadcasted, and what gets done? Nothing. There's no, see, but here's the, what I think the coin that's coming is the same thing that happened when they were doing that. And a certain person was going to enact and put in some federal help, and they went all independent mode. No. Well, guess what will happen this time around? This time around, it's going to be you bet you go in there, because the tables are going to flip. But I don't know. Sorry, I start getting pissed. I ramble.
Well, am I wrong for when I see people that they appoint to the Supreme Court? Am I wrong for looking at them and going, what the hell is this person even doing here?
I think some people right now, dude, are just, they're being terrorized. The shit that we see, and that we just don't get it, but their family members are probably going through that, and they're being, I wouldn't even say blackmailed. It's, what's the word?
It's extortion.
Extortion, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that shit's happening.
It is, man.
And there's shit that's intentional. I said it yesterday, but if you look at the whole Roe Wade deal, you look at the release time of that, when that come out is at the same time at the ending of the premiere of that 2,000 Mules. The ending of when that first premiere across the country, when it did, at the ending of that, people, and that's Brian Lupo actually is commenting, because he had gone, and as they were leaving, everybody's commenting on, holy shit, all the details to that. And then as they all go to look up Twitter, a minute before that became the headline. That's what came out, was that. And then when you look at the document, the draft that supposedly got released, it's actually dated in February. So
way before they
held on to that. They used it as a bomb.
That's it. I mean, it's just, this is I
It's
don't
all
know,
for
some of
dimension.
it's so obvious.
Well, I'm glad they didn't use I'm glad they didn't use a Las Vegas concert or a school to make their point this time. At least nobody died for them to distract us, you know?
We ain't there yet.
I like when they do stuff like they show us Britney Spears' boobs in a taxi cab or something. Like, those were the fun days. Remember those? Like, when they didn't want you to think about something and you got a little too close to the truth, they were like, oh, look, Janet Jackson's 85-year-old boob. Woo! And then everybody forgot about what was going on.
I don't know. The umbrella sword fighting was always interesting, too. You always, whenever they
when I was
chase them
like
off.
10 years old, I was worried about on LimeWire about attractive celebrities twat shots. I'll just go ahead and say it. As a young kid, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't worried about no politics until I was about 18, 19 years old. They did their job. They did their
that's
due
actually pretty
diligence
early.
in destroying the kids.
Well, no, I want to comment. So Wildfire, I understand. So what Wildfire's saying is, honestly, we need to drop the left-right dim rep paradigm. There are two sides of the same coin, literally using two sides to keep us divided. I understand that, get that, agree with Indy when she said 100%. The only catch is right now, those are the two titles that are on the ticket. So, I mean, I personally never did decide I'm an American, so there's where I'm at. But I thought it was real simple. Hell, 3 documents, I'm American, there you go. But if you have to pick one, then I'm going to go with the conservative side.
Well, I used to say it's all the same, except now the left is so radically extreme that I can't say that they're both the same anymore. Like, the right definitely has its problems, and man, I got a couple axes to grind with the right. Don't get me wrong, but they got to get in line, man, because this stuff that the left is coming out with is so insane, bizarro world crazy this country will not survive with these people driving. Like, we have to do something about these people. Like, and that's where I'm at. And I was a libertarian for years and years and years, man. And now I'm like, holy crap, these people are psychopaths. Like, we have to stop them. And I'm getting desperate, man. I'm starting to get worried. Like, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, they're just rolling around killing whoever they want. I mean, what are we, some kind of like banana republic or something?
We're getting there. We
Yep.
are getting there. Totally being mind jacked to get there. And it's this whole all in one thing, and oh my goodness, and there you go, and it's like nope.
And we're
This is
rigging
America.
elections and
Yeah.
like,
Well, see, anyway, this has all been exposed now. That's why I say, I don't know. I'm still all for you got to try in November, because that's so we know now. So it was so obvious, and everybody can stand and go, oh, I knew it. Well, then how did they get away with it if everybody knew that? So then there's that. But, we're here now and we talk about it, but then we can't just throw in the towel. And I'm with you, because when I sit here and watch this, while I'm not happy with the Republican Party by any means because of people just like T-Gal, Mitt Romney, there's a piece of crap. Man, once I learn more about him, I don't even understand he was there that long. But so I can focus on that and just go, oh, but I don't. That's there. It's kind of the lesser of two evils at this point. But I watch during these hearings, during these votes that these freaking people do, that whole left side makes it a point to be there is a difference in there on that floor. At least there are some over here on the right side that will stand up saying that this is wrong. They're just outnumbered. So it's not that they're not doing anything. It's just that you don't hear it because it doesn't matter right now because they're outnumbered. Those people don't even show up over there. One person shows up, says their narrative, and all of them just vote, yep. So no, I'm with Bug out. There is definitely a separation. There's a difference in them too right now. So, and right now, that's
well. And the other thing, and this is what bothers me about the left right now, and at least the crookedness and the efficiencies of the right follow a doctrine. There's an ethos in place. The thing with the left is they rule by the seat of their pants. They judge everything issue by issue, and they contradict themselves. That when they talk about climate, or when they talk about this, or if they talk about that, look at this gender stuff. I mean, they'll talk about gender and say this is how it is. Then when they turn and talk about something else, they'll directly contradict what they said to these other people to win that issue. Like they just want to win, and they don't care how they win, and all their crooked deals are stacking up. And it's going to come home to roost here pretty soon. And
well, that's what I hope. Because dude, it's like watching.
We don't have that many more miles on the tire until it falls off.
Everybody talks about the Supreme Court lady and how she couldn't identify the sex thing and all that. But watching that, that's what I mean. It's just like you watch Cruz, you can watch these Republicans will question and call out the other one. Well, you didn't answer the other when so-and-so said it, so let me ask this again. But every time it goes to a Democrat, they intentionally would powder puff her, not even dance on that, or trash the person that was even trying to ask it. So when you see intentional shit like that, then there is definitely a difference. And we can get distracted with this whole, it's them and us thing, but it's right now the ticket on the table that's doable is going to be through a legal process, and it's through the voting system. And otherwise, you're not going to have support. You're not going to have backup. You're not going to have any substance to make any long-lasting difference. Wow. So, we can go half-cocked and be like a fuse, and just it was exciting while it lasted. But there you go. But I'm just too old. Been there. I didn't have too many.
The deal that I would put forth is, let's skin these leftists that are killing this country quick. Let's skin them, and then after we get them out of the way, let's go drown the crooked Republicans in a baby pool afterwards. I'll stick with it. I'll stay the course. I'm perfectly good on that. Let's get rid of all the corruption. Let's get rid of all the bad apples. Let's get rid of dudes that have Chinese spies for wives that are taking her to every single government function that they attend. How about we get rid of a guy like that? Yeah, I'm talking to you, turtle guy. You know, and
Who's
you know, Mitch McConnell. He is married to a Chinese spy. Like, he is a direct pipeline of information to China.
Right. I thought you was talking about Shifty Shift. Adam, I think that's his name.
Oh, no. I was talking about Mitch McConnell. Like, it's time for that dude. It's time for all these people that signed at the crossroads to just go away. It's time for them to go. We need real people that are trying to get real results. And I've been given more faith because just watching DeSantis go against the grain, and he's still alive, and nobody killed him. I'm really surprised by that, by the way. I thought one of these crazy leftists would have shot him by now, you know? But the fact that he's doing it lets me know it can be done, and it lets me know that there's still people out there getting into politics that still have some kind of like soul. They got some balls, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need more people like that guy. So if you got a career politician that's selling out to the left or selling out to the right or selling out to Ukraine and China for profit, making $8 million on a $250,000 a year job, I'm talking to you, Obama. Like, yeah, these dudes got to go.
Yep. All I know is that the philosophy and the thinking that this whole, like, oh my God, look at what all's happening. Look, the election, the coup, and oh my God, that's it. We need an all new administration next week. And it's just like, I don't know where that thinking goes, but maybe it's just, I'm just a dumbass in the woods, but I just don't see it. So you've got to, and I know right now, cards on the table say this is the game that's being played. So I might not like the game.
Yeah, let's finish this game.
I'll play along with that game. When this game is all over, then that's when we decide what the next hand is. But this whole, you're throwing in a towel when you could be sitting there, you know, you don't know if you're holding 4 aces or not, but you're just going to go ahead and fold it because, well, you're side talking over here. So you're really not in the game. You're focused on the chick sitting.
Well, you're holding 4 aces
over there. She's got a cool looking garter on her calf. So you're kind of like going, oh yeah, there we go. And here, let me just throw in these 4 aces because, you know, I might can actually get that chick off that dude's lap and I might could score that garter. So I'm willing to shoot for some useless ass shit over here because this isn't important.
But that's not a real chick with a garter on her leg.
Yeah, they'll figure that out when that moment comes.
Right? But like this famous person that said that made a couple of movies, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away.
Well, dude, I guess, and I've said this before, so here's the, you know, and it's just here's an analogy. Dude, all I could say is you roll up in that damn tanker out there, and from like what I see some people's philosophy, I would roll up in that tanker truck, look over there and go, shit, man, look, it looks like that kitchen's on fire in that house. Oh, well, shit. Go ahead, just call your contractor and get them scheduled for next week to come and build you a new one. Yeah, we'll just do that. Let's back up. Okay, come on, let's go. We're going to have pizza. And it's like, that's just, it's not my thinking. You show up, there's a freaking problem. Let's see the solution. Now let's start working on that solution. You just don't throw in the towel and go, oh shit, well, there you go. Might take a little effort, but then I'm used to sweating. I'm used to getting my hands dirty. I'm used to putting in the work. So
you're used to going and grabbing a
and
hose.
It's amazing. Everybody that wants to throw in the towel are people that are supposedly ready to go to work on the whole complete extreme end of things. And it's like, I'm not quite sure but it's like, whatever.
You're used to going and grabbing that hose and start getting water up on it.
Man, I chopped down
the problem with your
saplings when I was a kid. I know how to do this axe thing. I can bust down that door in a minute. You know how many people I've watched bust their ass too because they've watched Hollywood thinking they can just go up there and kick a door in. Oh, I got this shit, man. I got that. And it's like, oh shit. And yeah, it's like, it don't work like that, dude. See, they set that door up in the mill to do that when he does that. So that's not reality.
Yeah. I've seen him bounce right off.
You know,
I'm like, whoa. Darwin.
Your card game analogy that you had, that card game analogy that you were talking about.
The Garter.
The problem
got
with
him.
this
See
last
how quick
election.
the Garter was.
The problem with this last election was you have 4 aces, and you're like, I think I can win this. But what you don't know is that out of all 52 of those cards, there were 72 aces in the deck. You know, there were more aces than there were cards when the game started. You know, and
But you don't have any cards anymore.
you're like, how are there
Throw it
so
all
many
in.
aces? How does everybody have aces? There's got to be something wrong here. And the dealer's going, sorry, you lose. That's what happened on the last election.
That was the last one, but we know that now.
The blackjack dealer has gotten to the end of the deck and said, "Sorry, no more chances." I don't know. I was just
And
throwing
hey,
that out.
Sojo. And there was somebody else that came, other people. I don't know who all, Oddball and
Nikki B.
Oh yeah, Nikki B. So hey, welcome everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening. What's up? Wherever that worked for you.
Good morning, America. How are you? We're pissed off. That's what we are.
You know, it's. I will full disclosure. You know, I say something that pisses you off. Sorry, not sorry. I guess you'll have to clue me in on what it was, and then I can go from there. But I'm not intentionally saying anything to piss anybody off. So I will say that heads up. So.
Hey, I ain't trying to make nobody feel better.
Yeah, you are. You're always up here. You're a possum. You're always in the shit.
Yeah, me and shit. I ain't trying to help nobody.
Baby and eater.
Bug Out won't even talk. Bug Out's still visualizing the garter on the calf. I can tell right now. He's going, I wonder what color that garter he was thinking of. I wonder what color he was talking about. I wonder what if it had flower on it, would it have a rose? What did it have on it?
No. I'm just wondering what kind of cow it is.
Calf. The calf of the leg. Not
cow.
Oh,
you still got milkmaid on the mind. I see. Okay, never mind.
See? Yeah. He's thinking cold hands on warm.
I know, man. I thought I had distracted him with the whole garter thing, but nope. It's still, we're circling back to milkmaid.
Well, you mentioned calf, and so he circled right back.
He's acting more redheaded every moment. I tell you, this circle back's becoming a habit.
See, I can show you I'm not redheaded. With you, we've got to take your word for it. So that's not a fair game to play.
Yeah, it is, because I don't circle back.
Rescue's hair color is NA.
Gray. I got a
hair color, not applicable.
That's it. Who was it? Oh, I was talking to, it was Biox. He got up on the panel yesterday or day before. Yesterday. And it was funny because, dude, he was sitting there, he got up on the panel, and he has a thick head of hair, but he does it on top. Well, he shaves all this on the side. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, check it out. We're like opposites. And then I took my head up and I said, I can grow it on the side, but it's not on top. You grow yours on top and shave the sides. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, I guess you had to be there. He's a redhead.
No, that's funny.
That's a ginger.
Kiss off. No, baby shark.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There's the
redheads. 2% of the population.
I swear to God, if you don't have a wrench, I'll time you out. Do not bring up baby shark. Do not bring that up. Jesus.
Do what?
That made you bring it up.
You made me bring up shit.
What was she saying about redheads? You sure dig those redheads.
Oh, I said they're 2% of the population. They're 2%. So if you pick on them, it's a hate crime because they're a minority.
Cut it out. Now, they're not 2% when you go to Scotland or Ireland.
Not 2% when you go to the store.
Kiss off.
Just saying,
Milkmaid was
so-
like, should I kabonk Kiss Off? And then Kiss Off's like, don't time me out. Oh, what the hell? Go ahead, baby. Short doo 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 doo. Go out, baby.
They pulled the pin on the grenade anyways. Tossed
Just go out. Right on, Kiss Off. That's the way to do it. Shit. Go down swinging. That's what's up.
No.
Jeez. Yeah, this has been a good ass live stream. Man.
Oh, there it is. Who got? Oh, Milkmaid did it. Bam.
Oh shit!
All right,
I
Kiss
love
Off.
it.
See you in
I love
300 seconds. I think it is, isn't it?
5 minutes.
I love
5
it.
minutes. There
Yeah,
we go.
As long as no one else comes in and times them out after.
Oh.
that.
Right? That yeah. Oh Lord.
So what happens if I were to
It
go
wasn't
up
me.
now and make them a mod? Does that take away the timeout, or they're just
No.
now a
No,
mod and
you're still
timeout?
gonna have to wait. You're still gonna have to wait
Oh
when he
damn!
comes
So
back.
you could even like antagonize somebody. So you could time them out and then go make them a mod. They'll see that they're a mod, but they're still timed out. And before it expires,
Yeah.
you take the mod away. So then they come back. To you
Oh
and go,
Lord. That's some
that would be
ID
like an
channel
that would,
shit,
you know,
bro.
ping pong. They did ping pong to Ghetto one night because when I took his wrench away, they commenced to banging him around. Dude, he kept getting. There was nothing he could say. And then I don't know how long he ended up being timed out for, but that would be like an extreme version of ping pong because that'd be antagonistic.
Me and 1A was involved in on timing someone out for, what was it, 3,200 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, it was about the next day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Ray was one of those. Ray was one of
Ray
those.
was
victims.
one of those. Batman Prepper was one of those. Hell yeah, he was.
And then Mike Marcus was another one. Yeah.
I've done that to a few people.
So morning, Nikki.
Yeah, I was wondering that too, Nikki B. So Robert Z-Man, within 70 days, he reached 1,000 subs.
Oh,
So
so
last-
you do a thing on that.
Yeah, so last night he'd had a beer. He's had a couple beers in there. He's waiting for DJT to come back in office, you know, the big celebratory thing. So last night it was a celebratory thing. So he went and got a beer, and then he put a straw in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
going down fast.
Oh, a 2-year-old skunk beer, you know. Oh yeah, he's like, he ended up having the camera upside down. He was hat was upside down.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
I was
They
like,
say if you
take the
drink
straw
through
out.
a straw, it gets you more drunk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've heard that.
you drink faster.
I don't
Yeah.
know what the science is behind that.
I think you actually get more. It doesn't carbonate as much, and you drink faster. I know you'll drink it down quick.
And then
What's
he was
up,
chasing. And then he was chasing it with a Pepsi.
There you go, Milkman.
My problem is like the first beer or two, they're just gone. I just drink them and they just go away. Like, shoot, that's it.
That was our problem, dude. It's very easy, especially if they're 12 ounces. If you get 16 ounces or tall boys, then it's
Yeah,
a
it
little
was tall
different.
boy.
But when you're
Yeah, it was
drinking,
tall.
you know, just a 12 ounce, bro, that goes like water. That ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I remember back in the day, just like drinking. Oh man, especially if it's light beer. Oh my god.
Well, I always feel like that guy when I go to a restaurant because I'm like, you might as well just bring me two because I know I'm just gonna. I love draft beer, man, and we don't get out that much. So when I get around a actual establishment, I'm like, yeah, just bring two, dude, because I'm just gonna destroy that first one. Like, you're not even gonna be back at the bar by the time it's empty, you know. And if he doesn't do it, then I put a hex on him. I do.
Yeah, bro. Where'd you learn that from? The Haitians? Down there in Florida, you learned
Well-
that from the Haitians?
That's how you learn how to do it wrong. There's a ton of Haitians down here, but they're
Yeah, bro, they be tearing shit up. They're not. Some of them are, but a lot of them aren't friendly people. Just put it that way.
they're so angry half the time, man. Oh my God. And I don't mean all of them, of course. I'm not trying to generalize. I'm not trying to start any. I'm not trying to be that guy, but man.
So would you say they're 2%?
I'll tell you.
What's up? You
South Florida? There are way more than 2% of South Florida.
I know. I was joking because you said the redhead.
Yeah, I know what you were doing, but yeah, I worked for a minute when they shit canned my
Kiss off. Come right back in like Apollo Lane.
Hey, milkmaid, only the strong survive. LOL, baby. Shark doo 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 doo.
I'm surprised Kiss Off didn't come in there going, Reese's peanut butter cups, shark doo 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 doo. Clubber Lang or
Morning Yankee, what's dope?
Apollo.
But yeah, when they shit canned my Alaska gig, I worked for immigrations and customs for a while, and I kind of got to know our elements of immigrant society here, and I was surprised at how many Haitians. I knew we had a lot of Haitians, but I didn't know we had that many. You know what I'm saying? We have a ton of Haitians here.
Well, they're everywhere.
So, are they Haitians?
Many of them, yes.
What you talking
It's like
They just
because
you know what I'm saying?
What's up, Billy?
well, because I was like contracting, and I'm not a government employee, but I'm contracted by them, right? But they treat me like I'm the man, and I'm like, hey, read this, and they'll look at me and just go no. And I'm like, oh, can you not read? Because literacy is an issue, you know? So I get it. I'm like, well, can you not read? And they're like, I can read. And I'm like, well, then read this. And they'll look at me and go, no. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, number 37. And they're like, hold on, it's my turn. I'm like, no, you got to read that paper before we move on. I'm not going to read the paper. I'm like, exactly. That's why I'm going to let you sit there until it's time to close for tonight. And then you can get in your car and take your ass home. And they're like, you can't do that. And I'm like, can I? I don't know. Why don't you call my supervisor? He's right over there. Like, go get him. Like, I'd love to have that conversation.
There you go.
Now, I had to tell a couple of those people, like, I don't need this job. I'm just doing this to get my wife to stop nagging me about not having a jobby job. You know, I got the money. I just... Man, I was on this unemployment with all that COVID shit and stuff. I was making so much money on unemployment. And my wife was going, don't you just want to get a job? And I was looking at her like, no, you know, like, what are you, stupid? You know? You mean to tell me that for the first time in my life, some of this shit worked out for me instead of against me? I've missed every boat up until then. And I just happened to be at just this sweet spot where I was just getting money thrown at me because, you know, the Space Force was feeling guilty because they broke our contract and they gave me a big chunk of money. And then COVID, the government was like, oh man, here, just take this money and just stay home and just, oh yeah, you can't find a job. We'll take your word for it. You know, I didn't even have to put jobs into the unemployment thing because I was going through Alaska and like, they were just like, whatever, man, you're good. Here, take this free money. I was like, okay, you know, and then I left and took a job that paid less than my unemployment. And then I'm getting yelled at by these people all day. And I was like, you think I need this shit? I'm like,
Milkmaid.
Lord.
I will cut my fingers off so I can't sign your paper. I'll do it right now.
Then how will you smear poop on your face when you need to?
Yeah.
But no, I think they were used to that regular bureaucrat that like just caved in. And I was like, I got 5 more hours till I go home. Like, it doesn't matter how many times I say next. Like, I'll sit here and stare at you. I don't give a shit.
What's up, Hawkeye? Morning.
Getting a lot of at the time when I was there. We were getting a lot of Guatemalans that were unaccompanied minors, and they were illiterate as all get out. They couldn't just read or write English. They couldn't read or write Spanish either. Like, so they came here as kids.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. But it's the way you said it. I'm sorry.
No.
Funny.
Oh,
It was funny.
You're offended. Get over it. I found it humorous. I don't know. We all have our emotions.
what did I say?
Get mad
Was that
about
something I said?
it. You know what I'm
Shit,
saying?
hell,
Go
that
ahead,
they
get mad about
didn't know the English or the Spanish.
They couldn't read
that.
English or Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
I can't
Oh,
see you.
you know what I'm saying though. Like, there's a.
No, break it down.
But I'm like, I'll hold their hand. I'll walk them through the process, you know, because I'm like, this is a young person. They're terrified. They probably think they're going to jail or something, you know. And I took a little more time with them because it was like, you know, it is what it is. But when somebody just says, I don't have to listen to you, just give me what I want. Give me that card so I can live for free for another 2 years. I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling it today, dude. You know?
Just not feeling it. It's not the cards today.
And that's why
Your
you get
card is not Trump
you get so
mine.
fed up going to a job like that. You get so fed up that you're like, I will work in a freaking monkey prison to get out of this place. That's how much I hate this job. And then they're like, hey, you want to work in a monkey prison?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Where they flick poop at you.
Ain't that bad, bro.
Hey,
Damn,
at
I
least you
love
got
to
your-
work at a
At
monkey
least you got your
prison.
sunglasses back that one time.
Hey, we got to meet George.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's to George. Good old George.
It's funny, man. The days that I don't bring him stuff, like I bring him little things like grapes, you know, because grapes I can throw through the fence kind of easy. I can kind of play catch with them, sort of, you know. And the days I don't have something like today, when I walk by, it's like all these voices at the same time. They're going, "Oh," you know, like, "Oh man, he didn't bring anything." It's kind of funny. A whole bunch of
Kind of funny.
let down little monkeys going, "Oh, that dude screwed us today."
Yeah.
Those are the ones that's not going to give you your glasses back. They're
Those
like, no,
monkeys
you
are
didn't
gonna
bring us.
beat your ass.
You didn't
They're gonna
bring us
jump.
no grapes that one day.
This
What's
monkey's
up,
gonna
Angie?
jump you one day, Bushido. You know, it may take them 2 years to adopt a plan that's, you know, worthy, but they're gonna jump you one day and be like, damn. You know, you never gave me any treats like that.
Well,
I wanted some grapes. Damn, bug out, I wanted some grapes. Like, really? You know,
My hair is kind of long on the top, and one time one of them got a handful of my hair, and I had to talk him off the ledge. You know, like, dude, I'll snap your little monkey neck. Like, you need to let go of that.
Did it work?
They get bored of it after a while, you know.
Bug out. Did it work?
He said they get bored.
What do you call the ones with the FBI when they come and talk down a person?
Yeah, the hostage negotiator. Yeah, you do a bunch of that.
But did it work?
What's the
Bug
monkey,
out.
the monkey negotiator.
I don't know if it works or not, man. Like I said, they get bored, you know. Like, you know, then after a while, they're just like, yeah, whatever. They
That day did
move
it work?
on, you know.
That day when you did that, did it work? So we ought
Well,
to try
dude,
that
it's
on
like
a
I could
bigger
do a
scale.
rain dance out here. I could do a rain dance out here for 6 days, and eventually it's going to rain. You know, did it work? I don't know if it worked or not.
Well, how
Alright,
soon did he release your hair?
Yeah, that's what we want to know.
Did it take an hour or did it take?
Said after a while,
Yeah,
Monty's
about 3
got
or
a
4
point,
minutes, I'd say.
because Bug Out said after a while, he let go of your hair. Well, how long did it take? That's what we want to know. Like, were you there for 20 minutes being held hostage? You know,
How many ticks on the clock
See, that's where
before your hair was
asking
How many-
how long it took. Talking about that, let's go back to that card game. The card that said "Ask him how long it took" would have been a good card to throw right then. That would have been a perfect card to throw down on the table. You would have been gangster mode if you just threw that card down. I could have just said 3 or 4 minutes, and then we would have moved on like 15 minutes ago.
Oh shit!
You guys are trying to sound like a damn Chinese fortune cookie, giving me all these analogies and shit, and I don't know what that means.
Stop.
Why didn't you just throw him a grape? Why didn't you just give him a grape, bro?
Give him the damn
Oh,
glass.
just give him a grape. Give him what he wants, and he would have fucking let go. Like, what the fuck?
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
You allowed him to pull your hair.
He's trying to figure out what card to play.
Yeah. Fucking give him a grape. Motherfucker, leave. Like, damn.
It's funny though, because that little hair incident happened right after that truck crash with the monkeys on it, you know?
Oh.
And like the news was going, all these monkeys have Ebola and they got AIDS and they're all deadly and you'll get pink eye. And like I'm watching this monkey chew on my freaking hair, and I'm like going, dude, stop doing that, you know? And you know, it's like they're saying all this shit about these monkeys, and I'm like, it's bullshit, you know. Like they don't, you know. I whatever, you know. It is what it is.
No, it's Ebola.
Bro, but from what I've got from you, from everything I've heard from you over months about the monkeys, is that a grape will solve every damn problem. You just admitted
pineapple, dude.
Other
Pineapple.
monkeys jealous because you give grapes to other monkeys.
You get
and then you wonder why they're beating on you. Give them a grape, bro. It's simple.
Some cheap sunglasses.
Give them some.
Pineapple is the big money, man. Pineapple, you give them a piece of pineapple, they do the little happy dance and shit, man. It's pretty funny. They're like, "Oh, I got some pineapple."
I can visualize it. Doesn't make that even more funny. I was like picturing this old boy holding that slice. It's like score, yeah, baby. Oh man.
And it sounds like y'all just got to take abuse from monkeys because they're monkeys, and you have a soft spot for them, and that's why you're there because you love animals. But yeah, it's just like,
well, the
give them what they want.
all
They're
around the
already
ring, ain't helping either.
Well, the other security dudes, they don't interact with them at all. They just ignore them.
They're just there for a paycheck.
You know, nobody else. Yeah, and you know, it's like the people that you have to deal with, they get wrapped up in dealing with the people because there's always like workers and stuff coming in there, and people that they're contracted, they have to sign NDAs. It's like kind of like a secret facility, right? So they get hemmed up like dealing with these people, and I'm like, man, it's so easy to set these dudes right. You know, like as when they come in, if there's somebody that hasn't been there before, it's like, look, man, here's the deal. Like, I'm going to give you a lot of rope and you can hang yourself with it. You know, like you can go to prison today, you know, it can happen. Like, I'm just letting you know. And when you give it to them like that, you know, you're like, look, I'm not going to bother you. I'm going to let you do what you came here to do. But if you start messing around, like it's not me. You know, it's not me that's going to get you. It's going to be somebody way bigger than me. You know, I'm just the dude that's watching the door, you know, like,
hey, William, what's up, buddy?
Or the gate or the road or whatever.
Dude, do they have a lot of problems with people that don't quite understand the NDA thing?
I don't know, man, to be honest. They all I'm worried about is what they do while they're there. Like whether they understand after that is not my problem. Like I'm responsible for them when they're there. And that's all I kind of keep it down to, you know what I mean?
you don't hear like a lot about like, oh yeah, man, them contracts. So it's not apparently happens a lot. I would think most people would quite understand the severity of that.
Well, everybody in that area knows that it's there. Everybody knows all about it. And like, in fact, I went into the gas station one day on the way to work, and the girl working at the gas station saw the shirt I was wearing and knew that I worked at that place because she like dated a dude that worked there that told her that the company that does the security was the one I was working for, you know? So like, I mean, they know like all kinds of stuff, and I'm going like, so this like, I don't want to make assumptions, but I'm going to say pharmaceutically active young woman, you know?
Hey.
I mean, like,
sorry
she
to
knows.
interrupt. Bug out, rescue, Monty, bug out. I love y'all, but I gotta go. I gotta drop down.
Later, brother.
And I apologize
All right,
to interrupt you, bug
Peace, love
out.
you.
All right, man.
But yeah,
No, that's cool, dude.
Have a good day, brother.
no, I didn't mean
See
to,
you later,
brother. I
dude.
just said I gotta go. So y'all take it easy.
Later,
Later,
man.
1A.
All right, man.
All
good
for
day,
my
brother.
American,
Yeah, see you later.
for my American people. So you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, Ridge Runner's still under NDA.
I've got so many, man. That's why, like, I got to be kind of vague sometimes when I talk about that place because there's a lot of stuff I can't say about it. This is an easy one, though. Like, when people start asking me about Afghanistan, it gets weird, you know?
Yeah, well, yeah, especially I'm sure because Well,
So
let's
what
see.
about-
This week I can tell you about, but the next week, man, I can't really tell you about that. I can tell you about Wednesday, but I can't tell you about Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
So what about the chick at the gas station?
Oh, I was just like, you know, taking it from an operator perspective. I was like, this chick knows enough that, like, if she wanted to try to do something, like, she's already done her BAMSIS, you know, like, you begin the planning, arrange reconnaissance, make the plan. You know what I'm saying? I'm like she's got a lot of data and she doesn't even know it, you know. And I was just like, man, if one of these regular people decided to do some dumb shit, like, the knowledge is out there, is what I'm saying. So like, there's people that like clearly aren't observing their NDAs, if you know what I mean. But whatever, you know.
But whatever.
The beauty of it is, if somebody breaks into the place, I shoot them. I mean, that's pretty easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you don't even have to talk about it. So it's just there you go. Done and over.
The crazy part about that place, though, is you have to go there by the road. If you tried to walk there, you would get eaten. There's bears, there's panthers, and there's alligators. It's like, take your pick, you know? Like, I don't know which one's going to get you first, but one of them is going to get you, you know?
So it's like...
It's a pretty frightening place.
A main road, and then it has like one of those long-ass roads going back up in there that then has all this located there.
Miles and miles and miles, dude. Like, you like, if my car broke down and I was the only person there, I would wait until people showed up and get a ride. So I wouldn't walk to civilization, even with a gun, man, because like, if it was dark, I wouldn't do it, because you're never going to know when the panther gets your ass. You know what I mean?
This is true. Bug out works.
They'll be like, he had 17 bullets in his gun. Why didn't he just shoot it? And everyone will think I'm dumb, you know? Yeah, and, you know, the fat cop would be like, I just would have shot him. Like, yeah, okay, tough guy. Yeah, there you go. But
Where
panthers are ninjas, man. Like, you.
That's where your carry gun's a 500 Smith & Wesson.
Bears, panthers, and alligators. Oh my!
Yeah, that's a pretty rough environment, man. It is like the beginning of the Everglades, and
we don't want
to
forget the peacocks.
The panther part of the Everglades. You know, more specifically.
You know, come to think of it, now that Amy brought up the peacocks, isn't it kind of ironic that the peacocks survives where the panthers and alligators and bears and shit are, but there's a badass peacock flaunting this shit? That's a pretty ballsy
Well, who
little
knows how
dude.
many
Now that
didn't
you
make
kinda
it,
start
dude?
putting- How many come stalking up on him and he spun
Man,
that
we
bad
just-
boy around and fanned him out and was like, "You don't want none." And they're like, "Yeah, okay, cool, I'll go on then."
Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Like, you know, you heard him. He turned around and he was like, "We got a problem, dude." You know, and I was like, "No, I'm good."
That little peacock had some balls.
And you got to think
Damn, I guess
in
that qualifies
peacock
as cock and balls.
vision, with their little peacock brains, like he probably thought the truck was the animal. You know, like they don't really realize that there's like a person in it. And he was like, this forerunner is up my ass. I'm gonna fight it, you know. I mean, that's literally, he was like, I'm gonna fight that car. Like I could take him.
You want some? You want some? What?
Like, have you ever got too close to a goose nest before? When they fly at you and peck at you and flap their wings on you, it's fucking terrifying, man. Like, they don't really hurt you, but it's just like psychologically, it's just devastating. It's crazy, man. I've never been so flustered in my life.
Yeah, visually it'll fuck you up. It takes you a minute. You got to run away and you turn around going, wait a minute, no, get on. And they're like, well, no,
Yeah.
do it again. And you want to run again.
And they got no fear, man. You get close to that nest, that mama goose will take you on. She doesn't care what size you are. It's happening, you know? And you're trying to like rationalize it. Like, I got to walk from here to here. I have to go past this. And no, man, there's no reason. They're like Terminators. They're just like, they switch to kill mode and it's just on. It's pretty wild.
Yes. Dude, I gotta say too, depending on where they hit you with that beak, oh, that shit can hurt.
Yeah, they're all. I'm looking at the chat now. For the hell of it.
Yeah, it's the peacock's BB spirit animal. I don't know. Maybe the peacock is BB spirit animal. Aha! There it is. Amy done figured it out. The peacock is an experiment also and crossed with a raptor so others know he's top of the food chain.
Top of the fast food chain, maybe.
Well, I don't know. He's still there, so apparently whatever he does works because they ain't ate his ass yet. So, you know, something's working.
Well, man, as I drove off of that place, in the back of my head, I was like, in the shit hit the fan, the odds of me eating a peacock just drastically went up, you know? Because I'm looking at that bird, I'm like, we're cool today, but there might be a day where you and I are not cool, you know, like, and it's just business. Nothing personal.
Come to think of it, what if it really wasn't even really there? What if that was just a Matrix moment? An overlay that shouldn't have really happened. Oops.
So
how tired are you, bug out?
So how many times do you check the back end of your Forerunner when you get ready to leave to make sure there ain't no monkey in the back?
Oh no! Well, I would know. I say that, but
the front seats, the fenders, are everything be torn.
One day we're not going to hear from Bug Out one morning, and then somebody like Nikki's going to get on going, "You won't believe what's on the news right now," and it'll be like Bug Out's truck, and he'll be unconscious over in the passenger seat. There's like 4 monkeys taking over. 2 of them are driving his truck.
Reminds me of the Clint Eastwood movie with Clyde, where he just destroys the limousine.
You're like, holy shit!
Oh my god, man! When I was young, my folks used to breed Newfoundlands, and my stepfather finally got a Corvette. He wanted a Corvette for ages, you know, and he got a Corvette. And a squirrel or a groundhog was running from the dogs. They were chasing him, and somehow, I think it was a squirrel, he got in that Corvette, and they were leaning up against the windows, barking, and they scratched the paint off of the door on the top. And then one of them got in there, and the squirrel hid under the seat. And that Newfoundland, they're big dogs. They're like 200 pounds, right? Ripped all the leather off of the seat, ripped all the foam out, and just destroyed the seat, got the squirrel finally, killed it, and spread its guts all over the inside of the car, just shaking it until it like just fell to pieces. I came home from school and I saw that, and my heart dropped. And I did what any other responsible kid would do. I'd go, I'll just pretend I didn't see this. And I went home and I turned on my Nintendo and I pretended like it never happened. And I let him deal with it when he saw it.
What happened to the car? What? No way. I could
what?
Play that shit off.
No way. Yeah.
So the dog just took it 3 steps further than just scratching the door.
And Blackwatch, I don't know. Are you really here? Or is this just another blip in the Matrix?
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Redberry knocking on the door. You're in episode 1124.
Did you say Ray Bradbury?
Ray Bradbury.
He didn't do the Twilight Zone. That was Rod Sterling.
Oh, that's it. What dude Bradbury did? Shit. Damn. Now
he did have a show. He was more of an author, of course, but I forget what his show was. Was it Ray Bradbury Theater? Actually, I think it was under his own name, the one that he did.
Let's just see. I forgot. Damn. Yeah. So anyway, then the other dude. So yeah, Sterling.
Ray Bradbury was a good author, man. Those were the days, man. The Isaac Asimov days, you know? Back when science fiction was fun. Now it's all people being butthurt and talking about cloning and shit.
Yeah, Bradbury Theater. '80s and '90s.
Gene Roddenberry did.
Gene Roddenberry was Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fahrenheit 451, Indy. That's one of his crowning achievements. That's a must read for anybody right now. That's very applicable to today.
Oh, well, the Illustrated Man.
I know. Get it.
Did you ever read that, The Illustrated Man?
I'm sure I did, but I'm drawing a blank right now because I'm thinking about Fahrenheit 451.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of along the same lines. It's just more of like on the technology and this psychological connection on people. So it goes that way, where the one is the books and that the other is the technology side. So what's
I know
ironic,
Enemy Mine.
Those are from the 50s.
Yeah. Well, they had a surprisingly pretty accurate window. You know, they knew how to project into the future back then. And it's, you know, you take things and you watch the evolution of how people think. Like we could make theories of what 50 years from now is going to be like. And depending on how astute we are at observing what's going on here and how fast things change, you know, the thing you'd have to do now compared to then is you just have to speed the whole process up. Instead of saying 50 years, just say 5 years, and you're going to get the same result, you know, because it's moving so much faster now than it ever was. And that also is a sign.
Well,
you know,
and
it's,
you know, you have 10,000 people come up with 10,000 things that the way they see what's going to happen. But what happens is by the time you get there, there's only one or two that survive that trip. The others you never hear about. They don't exist anymore unless you happen to be directly tied to maybe somebody that's in there. So those little theories also, then all of a sudden this one looks like, oh, see, they knew. And no, their guess was just the one that followed as things fell into place. More people collected on that one in a row, but it started out as a guess, a theory, a thought.
Man, if you read, and actually, I believe one is actually a film interview, so you could watch or read interviews with Orwell. And, you know, George Orwell wasn't necessarily on our team to begin with. You know, he was a little weird himself as far as politics went, you know, but he knew what he was talking about. He wasn't guessing. He was very calculated about his predictions, and he actually, like, he had the meat to back up his potatoes, you know. That's if he hadn't had done those interviews and actually, like, kind of spoke off the cuff about things, I would have never known that, and I would be more inclined to agree with you. But I know Orwell for certain. This guy, he was, in the respect of him saying the shit's going to hit the fan, he was one of us in that respect. He was very different from us in other respects, but we can meet him in the middle on that.
Well, no, but that's what I mean. And I only say that just simply because the human factor, while you can, you know, come up with some pretty good guesses, but there are things that can come into a human event that will change everything completely. I mean, so there's things that could happen next week that totally change everything we've been talking about all of a sudden in the blink, you know, just, and it could even be natural. Now, when the dust settles, or half of the people are probably not going to think it was natural because where the thought was already going. So that's what I think happens to a lot of, that's how we get there's some pretty deep theories, I guess you could say. And you just kind of sit back and kind of wonder, man, how do you get there though? When you kind of look at it, you know, it's kind of, you can kind of see it, and it just becomes almost like what, I don't know, me growing up, we used to call them like urban legends. Now that term is just like downplayed, but it's like, oh no, this is really what most people talk are urban legends. It's just that now we have a CGI world, so it's like, no, see, watch this. Click.
Well, like, for example, if I were to write novels, what I would do.
Hold on one second. I need to tell you something. I was asked to read you this. I'm sorry, I saw this. It said, where is it? Hurricane said, rescue, tell Bug Out I love Enemy Mine. No one knows about that movie. So apparently that's a movie, Enemy Mine.
Oh, yeah. It's,
Damn, I cut him off, and now he's going to start breaking that. I should have just let him
enemies get stranded on a planet, and they're opposing each other, but they need to depend on each other to survive. And survival stories, look at The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is a survival story, but what it's really about is inter-party conflict. It's about the same team having disagreements more than it's about fighting the enemy, you know? And that's a survival situation is always making compromises to survive with other people. And that's why a mag is so important, because the more mission oriented your mag is, the less you have to make those compromises, you know. But what makes a good book is people didn't get to choose. They didn't get to pick. They got stuck with people, and they have to make it work under the stress of the austerity of the environment, you know. And Enemy Mine is one of those stories where two complete enemy races, like one's an alien and one's a human, and they have to get along. But what happens at the end of the story, which I think is pretty cool, and I kind of felt this in Afghanistan, because I started noticing as I was starting to understand the culture and stuff, like that story made more sense to me because the human ended up going to the other planet and carrying on the family tradition of the alien because he died there and the human survived, you know? When I read it when I was a kid, I was like, well, that's cool, I guess. But now that means so much more to me, you know? Like it became a better story yet again as I got older, you know?
Through life
Anyway,
experience.
sorry to get it all heavy on you.
Perspective. Oh no, you're good. Dennis Quaid and Gossett Jr. Yeah, I remember that one. As soon as it was like Enemy Mine. And then as you started to talk, it was like, oh wait, yeah, that was that reptile guy. And what's his name?
They did make a movie of it.
Hurricane pops up with Dennis Quaid, Gossett Jr. It's like, yeah. But see, that actually just to touch on history, that whole movie, there was one episode of Star Trek back with Shatner I think that I guess you could see where that's come from, because that's what happened. Kind of, it wasn't as orientated with the movie, you know, that whole show, because this episode was just him getting crashed down on this thing, but then having the whole alien find, and then they have to get along until he can finally get rescued, of course, because he always gets rescued. That's kind of that whole mentality, and it's actually been carried on in others. Hell, you can look at westerns where the cowboy got along with the Indian, you know, to get by. It's amazing how that part's been promoted kind of in a casual way throughout different shows and movies and whatever, but yet it doesn't stick for shit with people. But I like when they remade Dances with Wolves and did it in space.
What? Avatar. That's right. Yeah. Avatar was Dances with Wolves in space. Think about it.
Well,
it's the same movie.
Nuh-uh. How? Because in Avatar, you've got the mining company that's wanting the resources.
He hooks up with foreign girl, absorbs the culture, and then chooses to continue with the native culture instead of going with his own. It's the exact same story.
No, it's not. Because the beginning of it is on total different precedents. Dances with Wolves.
It's in space, dude. They had to change it around a little bit.
Yeah, but that was the whole precedent, was because he went out there to what was going to be the fort. There's nothing. He starts doing it and then starts to build a relationship with the Indians and as a whole, as a culture, to understand the culture, not the chick. The other one was more of a mission. It was to go in there and infiltrate, to spy, tell us what all they got so we know where to go kick their ass at. So it was a total different concept.
Which was exactly what Kevin Costner was supposed to do. It's the same shit, dude.
No, sir. Monty, where are you at?
Oh, see?
I'm right here.
See, dude, when you find out later that I'm right, you're not going to tell people. Like, I've just figured out, it just hit me, and he's right. The problem is you're not going to say it to anybody. And that's what bothers me in advance. I'm a little heartbroken about that.
Well, you just have to be.
But you are going to realize.
No, I'm not, because it's just, he
you
gets assigned to a fort.
It's already happening, dude.
Up to this fort, he finds out that it's actually all been abandoned in a piece of crap.
No, it's a planet. He goes to a planet. There. He doesn't go to. Oh, you're talking about the other one, the original. Yeah.
Establishes a relationship with the wolf first. So he gets the wolf connection, hence the name Dances with Wolves. So that's actually the main thing.
But the wolf,
relationship with the wolf, and then he develops one.
But in the movie, the wolf is the avatar.
And
the avatar is the wolf.
Shown the viciousness of the way that those people were being really treated overall, he decided to go ahead and stay with them, and then he joined with her because he fell in love and went.
And they had those flying things that he connected to with his ponytail.
Mining called, here's a planet that has resources we want. We established this base, but now these people are in our way. But we have our military there. Well, hey, you know what? There was this dude that used to could operate in this suit, but he's died. But hey, he's got a twin, so put him in it, and he'll really like it because his ass can't walk anyway. So he's going to really enjoy this.
You
So
do
he
have a
does.
point, because
So he
we
has
didn't
fun.
want.
So he goes out, and it's to infiltrate and to spy is the mission. And in the process, he gets a little nookie. He gets sidetracked, and like
Yeah,
always,
you're right.
that brain thinks over
You
the
are
other
right.
one. Totally different.
Because we didn't want oil or gold or coal out of the West. Like, we didn't go over there for that. So you
That
do have a
wasn't
point
what
there.
Costner was sent
We went
for.
to the. Oh
That
wait,
wasn't
we
what Co-
did go to the West for exploiting
Costner was
resources.
not
That's
sent
right.
there
No,
for
I'm
that.
still right. Okay.
No, you aren't. Because Costner was not sent there for that reason. But little homie there was sent there to cover up for his brother that was already doing it. Total different.
It's okay, man. It's
That's
all
why
right.
that one was called Avatar, because it was could have
My seed is planted, dude.
Go play along.
My work here is
No,
done. You'll figure it out eventually.
I now know that there's something in the air in the monkey farm.
No, dude. See,
So
Milkmaid,
how they keep them
where
going.
you at?
Now I know. There's something in the air in the monkey farm.
I can feel it.
Nope.
Coming in
We need
the
George
air
back. This is a
tonight.
George disconnect. That's what it is. This is the disconnect of George. You're suffering some kind of mental breakdown. And I'm sorry. I wish I could be there for you.
dude, I can't believe that you can't see it. That's like, it's so obvious. The first time I watched it at the theater, I watched Avatar because I had the 3D glasses on and everything, and I was going like, wait a minute. I was about halfway through, and I was like, this is Dances with Wolves. You know, I mean, like, I saw it immediately, and nobody else gets it. It's crazy.
Maybe you should have watched them without the 3D glasses.
Oh, man.
Did anybody watch it at the theater with the 3D? I was like swatting mosquitoes and stuff that were on the screen. It was the best 3D I'd seen at the time, like in my life. I know, it was amazing.
Oh, it was great. We just did 4K at home.
Dude, my wife she said, hey, should we get one of those Oculus units? And I looked at her and I was like, I don't know. And I was just wanted to tell her, like, you'll never hear from me again if you buy one of those things. I'm gonna abuse the shit out of that. You better not do it. But yeah. I can't really talk anymore about that, but I think you know where I'm going with that.
Did you see the video where the guy, his old lady's getting ready to go step out the door to go to the store, right? And he's in right before he goes, oh, let me see. And he's like motorboating, and she slams the door. She goes, I caught you, and he takes off, runs right into the refrigerator, knocks himself.
Dude.
Oh, it's so funny.
I've got one of the ones for the phone.
Dude, man, I couldn't resist that kind of power, dude. Like, yeah, I just need to. I'm at the point where I need to leave that shit alone, man. Like, no, thank you. Like, it's, you know, people. Like, if you become a crack addict, they go, oh, you're a crack addict. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Like, when I starved to death in the house because I watched VR porn for like 72 days straight, people are going to go, what was wrong with him? You know, like, nobody's going to go, oh, that's too bad. Here, take a free house, and here, let me give you like food and shit, you know, because it's like free needles and stuff. There's no free needles for a guy watching VR porn, you know, like, there's no support plan in place, you know. I'd just be one of those.
Man, it wasn't. I mean, it's okay. I personally don't like it, but then I'm kind of weird that way. So I don't, because it's the peripherals go away, you know. And when I don't like that, peripherals are gone. And the minute my peripherals are gone, it's like, yeah, now my shit got contained. I don't like being contained. I like being able to see.
Dude, a friend of mine has, and I almost never go to his place, but he has that thing, and he's got it set up, and he has this game where you run around and shoot aliens, and it's so bizarre, man, because like I'm running around and I'm holding this little plastic gun and I pick it up and I shoot and an alien just explodes and catches on fire and shit. And like I'm looking around and I can look on the top of the mountain and look down and stuff. But when I take it off and I realize I'm just standing in this dude's living room, I feel like I'm like, oh, so that none of that ever happened. You know, like I totally, my particular mind, when I put that thing on, my mind just goes, this is real. Like, yeah, this is happening. You know what I mean?
Really?
And I was just like, oh, yeah, dude. Like the real Oculus thing, you have like the earphones you put on, and then it covers, and you have some peripheral vision, you know. But like, man, you put that thing on, and it's like you're there, dude. It's crazy. There was another one he had where you're on like a roller coaster and you're shooting ghosts and zombies and shit. And dude, it seems so real. Like I was like freaking out because things were sneaking up on me, and I was like, the aim thing, the calibration on his gun was off, so I was shooting stuff and I was missing, and I was getting mad, and like I took the goggles off, and then I'm like standing in the dude's living room, and I was like, oh shit, I'm not on a funhouse race car, you know, I'm not on a roller coaster right now. It's just wow. But I was just thinking of that, and I was like, my God, man, like. Oh, like don't ever get me on a bad website with that thing on, man. It's all over.
Dang. Yeah, because I mean, it was cool in a way. But I can't. I mean, it's like the roller coaster. Everybody, when they first came out, and the roller coaster was one of the first apps that came out, and oh man, people would talk about how matter of fact, I think it went little viral with all these little videos showing how the grandmothers and all these elderly people, and they were, oh my gosh, and people shocking. And dude, I did that, and the matter of fact, we had 2 of them, and gave one of them away, and the people we gave them to were just like, oh wow. But I don't know if it's because I just look at the monitors too damn much, so it's like, because I don't even like certain monitors. Well, I mean, my laptop sucks nowadays.
If you're not doing that actual like system, and you're just getting like a stereo projection, it's not the same thing, man. It's different. I don't know how to explain it, but it's different, and it's convincing, dude. That's all I can say.
Well, there's some that actually have a rotating tread pass underneath them, so it's like you run. You actually have some sensors and some little tie strings so that it'll follow you as you churn, and it'll start to churn the whole little thing. You run in place. That's I forgot, was that CES?
Yeah, the one
2020.
The one that he has, it used cameras, and you had to make an outline, so you had to draw a circle with your hands. So if you went outside of that circle, the game would basically stop, because they don't want you running around the house and falling off the balcony and dying and shit. So
dude, people at first I was like, when the phone first came out, people knocked shit all over bug out. I mean, they were tearing their houses up because you put that on and they get to swinging like the saber things, and next thing you know, that picture's not on the wall anymore.
Yeah,
you're going, holy shit!
And in the beginning, I'm laughing
right up on the wall.
Because when you're standing in the room, you're like, I'm gonna know where I'm at, but you don't know where you're at, man. I mean, like it. Oh, you go somewhere else. You're not there. I was like, now I understand drawing the circle. I totally get it now.
Yeah, that's what the new setups and the ones that they release on the thing. That's the typical setup is to have your sensors in the corners up high, and then you draw out so it can pick up your basically your boundaries. No, CES is where I saw that's, and of course those are always the very unique, type. It's like the whole simulating type chairs that vibrate, move, tilt, and everything. You just don't see those in the stores, but they were at CES. They're pretty badass. I gotta say, I personally would love one like an Abrams. I could probably get into some fucking tank shit then. That'd be badass.
Yeah, for real. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
oh man, that'd be the shit. Have the fucking 3D type monitor set up. It'd be.
The other thing I would like to do, and it sounds boring, but what that Oculus type stuff would be perfect for Imagine having a tabletop like miniatures war game where instead of painting 10,000 figures and stuff, you just had them and you can move them on like a little fake sand table and stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. Or like the Empire builders, like the Civ, you know, Civ 20 or whatever number they'd be on by the time they made it for the Oculus, you know. But imagine like physically zooming around a planet and like zooming in on civilizations and stuff instead of just like playing it on a flat screen. That'd be pretty cool, man. I don't know.
What if
I'd be all about that too.
I'll go all old school here with some D&D, but can you imagine if you did some kind of like a party like that? So you had your character and you're looking at it, and so you operate your character, but because it's a connected virtual type game that you could the dungeon master could actually, for the thief could actually detect shit that nobody else would really be able to see. But yet you could have
it'd be a different game for every player.
Oh, that's it, dude. That would be badass.
See, I'd be on that shit. I'd be playing the hell out of that, you know?
Dude, that'd be the shit. You'd be sitting and you could just camp out, everybody be kicked back. You got a beer, you got your goggles on, and you're just sitting there and you're playing. And it's individual. You're together, but yet it's an experience off of your character. And since it's broken apart like that, yeah, you could. Some people could see things others don't, detect some things that don't. What's up, Von Eric? Good morning.
It's all fun until someone breaks out the bag of shrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you don't need it. I'm telling you, man, like, you can bypass that because when people take hallucinogens, they're trying to break through that barrier of reality versus like the veil, you know? Now you're going into a false, a simulated veil, but you're breaking past that membrane. You're already there. You're totally in what otherwise would be a hallucinatory experience, except you're being given that hallucination through a technological device, you know? And it's pretty cool, man. That's all I can say. Now, I can see people abusing it, and that's what I was joking around about, but like, man, talk about like a tank game or the Dungeons and Dragons thing. Like, you could take that to levels that, like, you know, you imagine like you sit there and like for as long as you are even playing the game, like you sit there for days just making your character, you know, like you want him to look right. You want him, you know, you get his look down, you get all that stuff together, you work on his skills and everything. Then you take this guy, you meet up with your friends, you go in the dungeon and you go squash some kobolds or whatever. And like, when I look at you, I see that character. I don't see you. I see the character. It's like, dude, like that would be real. It'd be crazy. That would be awesome.
Morning, Phoenix. Amy. And I would say, yeah, best life. That what you said. He said, then you find out there's a real tank on the other side of the world. You're really controlling. And that Indy was like, that's a movie
even
too.
better.
I think it was called Ender, wasn't it? Wasn't that called Ender? Where the kid and they had him playing this game, and they thought it was a simulation game of attacking, only to find out.
Oh, Ender's Game.
Ender's Game. That's it.
Ender's Game was a big, giant, thick book. I never finished the book, and the movie was a little different than the book anyway. But like the Forever War was like it was bigger than the full size dictionary. You know, I was like, hey, ain't nobody got time for that. But that was crazy, man, dude. That Forever War. Actually, that's a must read too, at least some of it, because the dude, like, he's in the space military kind of, whatever you would call it, and because he would go into the warp and back, every time he would come back, like 40, 50 years had gone by on Earth, right? So he would leave and come back, and everybody would have pet tigers, and then he would leave and come back, and everybody's gay. And then he would leave and come back, and everybody's like, you know, on a retro Jimi Hendrix thing. And then he would leave and come back, and like people were wearing pants where one side's cut off like shorts and the other side's long. And he was just like, man, I can't keep up with people anymore. And then you get to this stage where like he keeps going with the military because he's like 300 years disconnected with people that he knows. His family is gone. They have no idea who he is. and like he's basically an occupational orphan, and the only thing he has anymore is the war. Because the second he goes home, he doesn't even know how to talk to people anymore because the language has changed so much that it's like a guy from the 1800s going bully show, gents, bully show, and they're going, what does that mean, dude? And he couldn't even communicate with people. Like he couldn't order a chicken sandwich at the restaurant,
Hey,
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Hurricane wants me to tell Bug Out I can naturally see through the veil. I understand what he is talking about. So I'll say one thing about the VR
that whole Sam Hain thing, man.
The VR thing that bothers me is that, and I don't think I'd ever do it just because I don't like being sealed off. Because I will say there's something about having your whole visual orientation is all being controlled. That's the nice thing about side peripheral is it kind of gives you a perception of depth and everything and orientation, and man, you isolate that off and this now becomes the image, and that picture can change, the message will change and you'll never know it. You can literally become one of those little sci-fi movie for fuckers and be just
if I get it, if I do end up getting it, I will bring it over one time. I will go to your house and I'll set it up, because I'll make sure to get the avatar game for it, so that when you play it, you'll know that it's Dances with Wolves after you've experienced it firsthand.
All right.
No, that's okay. As soon as I look at the camera and I see him coming down the road, I'm just gonna smear poop on my face, and then he won't pull in the driveway.
You're gonna blend in like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the first movie Predator. He covers himself with mud and he's like laying there. And so if he covers himself with poop, he's blended in.
Hey, what's up, guy?
Hey,
later, Money. Have a good day, buddy.
I'm gonna lay down. Love y'all. Much love. God bless.
Brother. Get you some rest.
Yep. Later,
yeah, man.
Bug Out. You got to get some. You got to get some brown pudding and put it on your face. And we just got to see it once. Oh, dude. I got to go down to my sister's farm. We got to move some equipment around, and I'm going to go down there and hang out for a little bit today. Kind of excited.
There you go.
Yeah. I got a whole bunch of, I do a lot of hunting down there, and I got a whole bunch of tree stands set up, and I'm going to go around and maintain all my tree stands down at the, she got a whole bunch of set aside too. She's got about 700 acres in set aside. That's all just it's all just timber. And then they have, I don't know, I think they have 300 head of cattle, something like that, Angus.
Wow,
there you go.
So,
that's good steak.
That is good steak.
It's got to be a good spread then.
Yeah, they got a pretty big farm, and his mom just passed away, so they inherited her farm too. So, which he always took care of anyway. I'm excited.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. How you guys been doing?
Another day in paradise, sir.
Another day in paradise.
Yeah. This was my long week at work, so I finally got off for the week. It's not too bad though. I mean, I do.
Yeah.
I've done worse before. It's 50 hours in 4 days, but it's not that bad, really.
We got Mother's Day brunch, and I think we've got 1,400 people for brunch, and then it goes right into the next week, which is graduation weekend. So this is the Hawkeyes. We're at the University of Iowa, so we're gonna do, I don't know, I think we do almost 6,000 people in 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, it's stupid. Our servers, you were talking about being a server and how much money you used to make. Our servers just bank. on those days. I mean,
Yeah.
they make
If you're at the right
thousands.
place, yeah, if you're at the right place, I mean, it is a lot of work. And I was pretending like it wasn't to piss Virginia off, but it really is like a lot of work, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, if you're done
But
right,
it's
any job is actually a lot of work if it's done right. Pretty much when you think about it. Any job.
Yeah.
You're gonna do
well,
it
you can
right.
make a job easier. You can make a job easier than it has to be also, though. You know, some people have like, if you do something that you have an aptitude for, it's less work than it is for somebody else, though, you know?
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know what I hate about getting
That's
old?
the thing.
Well,
It's the friggin' it's
What's
the
that?
friggin' it's the skin, man. I used to be able to heal up in just minutes. Scab over.
Well, Guardian, I see.
I was
All I
tearing
see
a
is
tree
the
down.
star, brother. That's okay. Got you. There we go. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
No, it was Guardian.
So what
I
happened,
was
Hawkeye?
cutting a tree down. I was just cutting a tree down, and one of the big branches caught me and just scraped me up real good, and you could just see the scabs, but usually that would just be a scrape, and now my skin is like it gets scabby, you know.
Because you're getting old, dude.
That's what I'm saying. That's the
You're an
bitch
old
about
man.
getting old.
I mean, damn, you should have realized that when they started talking about how dinosaurs were ancient and shit. And you're like, but I had one as a pet. What
Dude.
the hell?
God told me that skin would last longer than 65 years. I'm not kidding.
He also told you how to take care of it better, but did you follow instructions?
That's so true too. That's so true too. Press one.
What's up, Guardian? How goes it?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing?
What's going on, man?
Sir.
Hey, Guardian.
Good. Just got back from a nice cycle, about a 2.5 hour cycle, so I went quite big this afternoon, which is always good. Just staying healthy, trying to lose some of that weight I picked up over the lockdown period. I picked up like quite a bit, yeah, and I've been able to shed a lot of it, but I've still got a lot of work to do.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a little cardio deficient right now. I've been doing a little better with working out, but my cardio situation has not really improved lately, and it's probably what I need to do more than anything, but it's what I'm not doing right now. If that makes any sense.
Well, are you working on your core? Like, are you doing any sort of mountain biking or anything like that? Like that's like strenuous on a daily basis?
Hey, will you hold down the phone for me? I'm gonna be right back. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're all good, Rescue. So yeah, I'm saying, Bushido, are you doing anything to work on your core at the moment, or have you just kind of been like putting it on the back burner at the moment? Hello, by the way, Hawkeye. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Guardian.
Yeah, I've been kind of back burnering it, man. I've done minimal core stuff. The problem is on my days off, I try to hit the gym, but I get a honeydew list that's like 1,000,000 miles long. I have a weight set at work where I'm at, so I can do the basic stuff, and I've been keeping up on that. So when I go to the gym, I'm trying to knock out all the stuff that I can't do at work, you know? And the problem is I can't reliably get there because like my Saturday's already shot, you know, like it's Mother's Day. Who knew that was coming, you know? And
yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm looking at I'm thinking about buying an elliptical. Get a decent elliptical so I could, you know, just have it at the house.
When I get this room built, I have an elliptical already, but I don't have a place to put it yet. So that's the thing that's kicking me in the ass is I have the elliptical, but it's sitting in my mom's house, and I can't just go over there and use it, you know. And so it's like, I don't know, man. I was hitting the elliptical every day, and I had it down, and now, you know, with the way that this arrangement has changed, you know, I got to get this room built, man, so I can stick that elliptical in there, and then when I get home from work, while I stand here and talk to you guys and drink beers, I can be doing the elliptical at the same time. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's my thought. I do a lot of things that are sedentary right now, and I could be doing those same things on an elliptical, you know, with a little work pad.
Yeah.
I used to get on the elliptical.
I was just agreeing. Go ahead, Bushido.
You were coming in and out, man.
Back to square zero on the cardio, you know, and I haven't ran in forever. I was running pretty regular too, but the COVID stuff, like that was a lifestyle change for everybody, and those were the things that got cut out of my schedule, if you know what I mean. Because when I was working in Alaska, I worked there for 6 weeks, and then I had 6 weeks off. And when I would work weights when I was on the island, and then I would work cardio when I was at home. So it was real easy, you know. And now it's like, you know, now I'm like a workaday guy like everybody else, and I can't, like, you know, my mojo kind of got pooped on, you know.
It is, but I think there's a whole nother side. Sorry, go ahead, Risky. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something there. My apologies. So yeah, I was just going to say that it also comes down to what we eat, because that's, you know, where I like kind of fail sometimes myself, like, because I know how to eat healthy. I know the requirements and that type of thing, and I know what I shouldn't be eating, but yet, like, there are times where it's just like, you know, specifically with my wife at the moment, having a little bit of cravings for some of the sweet stuff, you know. If there's a chocolate just coincidentally lying around, I'm like, damn it, look at you, chocolate, you know what I mean? It's so bad. Like,
yeah,
I want to just get rid of all that nonsense.
My wife does the same thing, Guardian. She comes home with sweets, and I keep telling her, I don't want sweets in the house because I'm kind of borderline diabetic now. And I said, and I can't hold myself. I can't keep myself from eating those friggin' sweets. It sucks. I have no willpower. When it comes to sweets.
I know.
See, I don't eat sweets.
Go ahead.
My sweets and my bread consumption is really low. The problem is my sweets and my bread come in beer form. So, like, I made that choice a long time ago. I was like, I gotta give something up, and I was like, sweets and bread, natural choice, you know. And here I am. But now I'm getting older. I'm getting to the point where I can't get away with that anymore. I kind of did what they.
We lost you.
He's been coming in and out.
All right, I think he'll be back in a second.
Yeah, you know, like, and if you have the metabolism of a young person, you can get away with that. But now it's starting to catch up to me, and I am having to make yet another change. I can already see it happening. You know, I either need to get on this cardio again, or I need to start changing my lifestyle. It's one or the other, you know.
I think another thing that comes into play regarding this topic is just stress, like the effect that stress can have on a person as well. And then, like, if you sometimes your job can directly have quite a big impact too. Like, I particularly have an extraordinarily low sense of job satisfaction at the moment. I'm working to support and to put bread on the table, and because it's the right thing to do, quite honestly. But am I actually, in any way, do I feel at the end of the day that I've made any sort of change or any sort of difference or done anything whatsoever? Like, no. And that's why within my hobbies, that's why I do what I do, like on the daily when it does come to crime prevention, that type of thing, because I get my fixes kind of thing from there, you know. But like when it comes to job and stress and work and career and that type of thing, like, I can't explain to you like how draining and how bad for you that can be. And then that essentially turns out to, you know, I'm not going to blame it all that on weight gain, but like I definitely can say that it's a contributor.
Oh, well, for me, I feel your pain, man, because I don't work with any other people. I'm alone pretty much. And this job that I'm doing is about 25 tiers below what I'm qualified for, but it's an easy job, and they threw some money at me, and it pays the bills. It keeps the wife happy. You know what I mean? I'm kind of, you know, I'm making a concession. And you know, I got to figure out how to be a regular dude. Because all this jabby jab and koofy koof stuff, I can't just be hopping on planes every couple weeks anymore. It just doesn't work like that anymore. And I don't want to play ball with that stuff. And I'm definitely not going to get jabbed. So like, that life is over for me, and I just have to realize it and just, you know, start accepting that this is my reality. You know, like it's almost like I'm on vacation and the vacation just never ends. You know, that's kind of how I feel when I feel, you ever watch Happy Gilmore, the Adam Sandler movie?
Dude,
where
Adam Sandler used
he's
to be
going
my
to these
favorite
golf
actor, right?
tournaments.
Of course, yeah.
But when they say, "Oh, so you're a golfer," and he looks at him and he goes, "No, I'm a hockey player, but I'm playing golf today." Like, that's what I feel like every day when I go to work. You know, I feel like Adam Sandler playing golf, you know, but go figure.
Yeah, I get it. I think, you know, it's unfortunate that Adam Sandler used to have such good movies. Like Little Nicky was another great one. The billionaire one, the Rich Daddy, I think it's called. Big Daddy, that's the one. There was a couple of really good Adam Sandler movies, and it's just kind of like the more recent ones, they haven't connected with me. You know what I mean? Even The Waterboy. Look how good The Waterboy was. Oh, that was a brilliant movie back in the day.
Yeah.
And like now, all of the Adam Sandler new releases.
I'd even say, because it's the kiss of death, they call it, when you take a Saturday Night Live skit and you make it a movie, it tanks at the box office. And The Waterboy broke the mold. You know, it was the one that made it. And that it was kind of inspirational, but in that respect, and it was a good movie, you know, I liked it. But here's the thing, man, like he and Jim Carrey and a couple other comedians, they both went to the Church of Moloch at the same time and signed at the dotted line and said, we're going to become weirdos. And now they're not one of us anymore. So now they're making stupid stuff, you know? I mean, that's
true. It's changed.
You know,
It has changed.
They joined that Hollywood cult, and Hollywood culture, you know, everybody sees the writing on the wall, man.
We just like,
almost like the sentence goes out and you stand at the back porch and you watch that sentence go out.
Yeah,
like a boomerang, and you're going,
yeah.
Okay, hold on, it'll be back.
Yeah.
And then here it comes within range, and it starts to get louder, and then as it passes by, you get the whole sentence. And it's like, okay,
yeah. And we sit there and wait for it. You know, we want that boomerang to come back because, you know, that's Bushido. You know, he's got. We like listening to that. You're coming in and out. You're boomeranging. Your signal comes in and out. So we hear about a third of what you're saying, but then there's kind of a time delay, so we hear that second portion of it seconds later.
Yeah, it's like you're sitting there talking about going, I pulled in the parking lot at McDonald's, I got out of the truck, and then I was walking from the counter with the hamburger and I had some fries.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, so we just kind of wait for the pause.
Yeah. No, my screen's just all reloaded and stuff. So my reception. Wait a second. Hold on.
Hold on. There's a cat on my router.
No, he might have to switch because.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you switch?
Dude, I was on the Wi-Fi the whole time. When I run through my car, I have the Wi-Fi on, and I didn't turn my Wi-Fi off on my phone. I've been running through the house Wi-Fi this whole time. That's why it's been sucking. Got to figure it out.
Now he's back in the game.
Yeah, but look at what time it is, man. I went this whole day like going in and out. Thanks for telling me, dude, when it was happening 2 hours ago.
Hey. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger.
Well, look at all the data it saved on your phone. You know?
Well, look how many
yeah.
people paused what they were doing to wait for you to finish the sentence. So you actually slowed everybody down for a little bit. So see, it worked.
You know, I think that happened because you started talking about Captain Kirk, and it made me Captain Kirk my English and pause.
Is that what it is, you think?
I think it is perhaps what it is.
Damn. That's
that dude. Let me tell you, Captain Kirk is Captain Kirk, though, because he's like 98 years old and he's still doing that sci-fi show on the History Channel.
Oh,
The Unexplained.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
He just went to space. Well, he kind of went to space. It's like, dude, if you can see the thing in the air, you're not in space. Like, can we all agree on that? It's kind of like international waters. If you can still see the boat, you didn't go there, you know? But anyway.
Dude. I don't know if you are weightless, I think you're in space.
Dude, I was weightless on a C-130 before.
Yeah.
I definitely wasn't in space.
There's training flights that we do up there.
There's training flights, but you're still feeling the gravity. You know,
no, there's zero gravity flights up there.
Yeah, but
I
zero
had a
gravity
C-130.
flights are just the plane. They're just the plane doing this, and when the plane goes down.
Yeah, but you can actually. We go up high enough now where you can actually enter into that.
I was on a C-130 that took evasive action, and if I didn't have my little seatbelt on that I normally never put on because I'm like, if this thing crashes, we're gonna die, you know. But for some reason that time I put it on and I was like dangling, and the seatbelt kept me in the chair, and I was floating because like something locked onto it, and the C-130 just did a spin and it dove, and I was with a bunch of Marines, and they all had cups of dip spit, and I just watched cups of dip spit floating in the middle of the plane, and I was like, oh, when this thing stops, this is going to be really bad, you know. Yeah. And sure enough, man, when it righted itself, they all just splashed to the ground, and it was just wintergreen everywhere. I mean, all you could smell, it was like Peppermint Patty just blew her brains out with a shotgun right in the middle of the cabin, you know.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that, of all things, but you know that show you told me I ought to try to start watching The Expanse. Well, I started watching and actually got to the scene where they were in that little ship, and then that deal penetrates the hull, and homeboy loses his head.
Yeah.
That's what made me think of that, because everything's just floating up there, and then finally it comes anchors, and as soon as the gravity injects, it goes whoosh.
Do you like the boots? Is that not believable? The anti-gravity boots that are magnetic that just cling to the bulkhead of the ship.
Man, they just do it. Oh, I gotta say, yeah, it's been an interesting show, but
the technology was what kept me watching it, because it's like the storyline is good. Don't get me wrong, the storyline is good, you know. So I'm not trying to take shots at that. But what made me keep coming back to it was from being on ships and being deployed and all this other stuff. It feels really real. The same thing with the movie Aliens, by the way. The movie Aliens, to me, is the best Marine Corps movie that I've ever seen. And I know that sounds crazy. People are going to say, what about this movie or this movie or, you know, the one with R. Lee Ermey? But I'll tell you, man, from being deployed, you know, boot camp is like a fraction of a second and it's over, you know. The deployed, you've been there, done that. Like everybody knows their job. And nobody gives a shit anymore, but you're still doing it. That's Aliens, you know. It feels just like a ship deployment, but the Expanse has that same feel where it's real authentic, because like you're in space, but it's the near future. So it's like you have spacesuits, you're going in zero gravity, you're doing all that stuff. But if you had a 1911 in your pocket, you're still in the game. A 1911 is still like acceptable killing machine at this particular point in the future, you know?
Oh, this is true. Yeah.
It's really cool. I love that near future type stuff. I haven't seen the remake of Dune, but I read the book and I saw the first one. And the first one I liked, but it hasn't stood up to the test of time very well. Let's put it that way.
Because the one that's kind of the unit deployed thing. I mean, but yeah, I'm not.
I want to see the remake. I heard mixed reviews on the remake, so I'm kind of I'm challenging myself to watch it, but I just haven't got around to it yet.
I didn't even know they had remade it.
Yeah, they did,
Yeah.
and just in the last year or two, it came out. Actually,
You know, considering when the first Dune was done, though, those special effects were pretty good considering the time. you
Oh,
know?
yeah.
It's kind of like the first Star Wars. You know, I mean, it was at the very beginning of all these special effects, but they were actually pretty believable. You know, they were pretty good.
Yep.
The only thing that I didn't like about the movie was my childhood imagination of the force shield when they fight with the knives, you know. They just put cubes around the people, and I thought that was so gaudy and dumb, because in my mind it was so much cooler than that. You know, in my mind it was like my 12-year-old like sci-fi little imaginative brain made it so much cooler than that in my head, you know. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's dumb, you know. I was just like, this is stupid, but you know.
Well, I was a big fan of the Police, and it was so cool to see Sting. I love Sting's part.
Yeah, and that was when, you know, that was a good time for him. And you know, like when he was in, what was it, Quadrophenia that he was in?
Yeah.
Or Tommy. Or one of those. Yeah. He really he was pretty strategic about his castings when he first started getting into acting, and he was smart about it. And look at Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I mean, he knows when to choose a role. He's not always an actor, but when he is, he's pretty much on it. You know, that's a smart dude, man. He's no dummy.
And he's on tour. I just watched a video, 2022. He's on tour again. And he's still got a pretty good, decent voice.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, there's such good musicians, and you know, if you keep making music for decades, eventually, as their progression goes, they're going to lose you. You know, the Police, they were a little bit before my time. Like, I was young when they were really popular, so I'm not going to say I missed them, but I was not at that age where it was as meaningful to me as it should have been. You know, I was like late single digits to early double digits when the Police were around, you know, like as a popular band, you know. But I really liked the Police. I loved that you know, the ska fusion sound and all that stuff. And I ended up really getting into that later, actually, like even more so. But that was one of my stepping stones into that. But I still like it. Some of the stuff that Sting did on his own, I feel like he had moments where he was like, I'm going to make an amazing song today. And then he said, man, I made 3 amazing songs, but I need to make an album, so I got to make 4 more, you know? And then he made some songs just to, you know, he put some B-sides in there, you know? And
the album 10 Summoner's Tale, I think that's one of his best albums. And
yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he did some good stuff. He was a good writer, got a great voice, good musician.
And if I thought it would make a difference, I would go to the church and light a candle to make Geddy Lee's voice tolerable to me, because other than his voice, I love Rush. I love their political stance. I love the music. I just hate his voice so much that I can't listen to him, you know? And I wish I liked it, because I want to be behind him so much, but they just lose me. You know what I mean?
I saw them on their first tour, their very first tour of the United States. It was in the 70s, like maybe 76, 77. I was out of high school. Yeah, they were a pretty incredible group. It might have even been while I was in high school.
Well, dude, listen to some interviews with those guys when they get into politics. and it'll blow your mind. These guys were one of us years and years and years ago. They're
And
they
from
get it.
Canada. What the hell? You know?
Well, man, a lot of freedom Americans are something you call Canadians. And it's just a sad, honest truth, man. Like, some of the most hardcore America-ing that's been happening lately is coming out of Canada, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's even from back in the 80s, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you look at the Liberty movement, it took root in the early 90s in Canada just as much as it did in America, you know? Because they had that thing where the Canadian government, and I'm probably going to get this wrong and somebody will get pissed off. You're probably going to hate me for saying this. But anyway.
Morning, Frederick.
Like, the Canadian government had taken some Native American land and wanted to make golf courses out of it. And it was like burial grounds, like some no stuff in America. You know, in USA, that's like you don't ever do that. But they have different laws, different stuff, different paper. You know, all their stuff is different than ours. They look and smell like us, but they're not us, you know. Well, the Canadians unified across the board, the natives, the French Canadians, the Canadians that seem like Americans, the Canadians that say A too much. I mean, they all got together and they beat the crap out of the government, and they said, you're not doing this. And they backed off, you know. And I learned a lesson from Canadians way back then. I was like, holy shit, man. Like, these Canadians are getting it, man. Like, they're doing it. Like, we talk about it. They're freaking doing it, you know? So anyway, hats off to those guys.
What are they at, like 40 million? 30 million?
Who knows?
God, I don't know. I don't know.
I
know they're the second largest landmass outside of Russia.
I wasn't aware of that. I think they're a real low population, because I think when we were talking about it, and we're at like 330, and I think they're at like 30 or 40 million or something, because we were talking about what a major difference.
Well, I know where you're going with this.
Too.
I know where you're going with this, and I agree. It would be a great place to put our FEMA camps. There's really a lot of space, you know.
I'm comfortable in the one I have right now, right here. No, they're
I'm the same way.
Canada. He said 37
I'm
million.
the same way. I couldn't live in a big city ever again, you know, just around a lot of people.
Hell, dude, I might have thought I wanted to move up until the past few months, and then I realized that, oh no, I'm just content right here where I'm at. I can see that the more I hear, the more complacent I am right here. I love being in the woods.
Yeah. I mean, our town gets one murder every 3 to 5 years, you know, so we don't even have that around here. Got just a bunch of farmers with weapons.
That's funny, because we have a lot of migrants here, and there's probably been 4 murders in a 5-mile radius of me in the last like 2 months. But they're killing each other. So right now, is it a problem? No. But it's something where I'm like, man, I need to keep an eye on that, you know?
Yep. At some point, their fight will be over, and then there'll be somebody else. Whichever side comes out on that.
Well, that's sorry, I'm like brushing my teeth while I'm talking here. But that's the thing that I tell these guys in this mag is, I'm like, look, we have to train. We have to train. We have to train. And the whole idea is, people that don't get it, if they don't get that they need to get moving on, they're going to get put down. That's the deal, you know? Like, we don't let people walk up here, take a look around, write an intel report and then leave. That doesn't happen. Like, no, you don't come here, and we can set it. We can let them know before they get here. And if they don't want to listen and they want to get here, it's like, dude, we told you the second you get here, you're never leaving. Like, we got to be hardcore on that, because the second that there's a removal of the undesirable dregs of society, like, we've got a lot of in this particular area, there's a lot of the jailbird meth addict types, they're around, and the migrants that, like, they spend their whole paycheck at the bar the day they get paid, and they're back to zero. Like, we got all that stuff going on here. There's a whole lot of that. And
once word gets out, it's its own.
And a lot of these guys, they're all going to kill each other. But I mean, that influx and my strategy here that I'm trying to convince people of is, every rational person, when this happens, there's the locals, and then there's the people whose family is somewhere else. There's a lot of imports here. All those imports are going to go north the second they realize that it's for real. They're going to go north. Boom. People in Miami that are going past me, they're going to be 4 hours past me when they run out of gas. That's Tampa's problem. That's Orlando's problem. That's not my problem, So yeah. I'm like, let them go. The people that leave are going to be somewhere else, and we don't have to worry about them. Nobody's going south. No one's going to say, I'm going to the tip of Florida. Like, that would be the dumbest thing ever. The fact that we are such an unlikely choice makes us a likely choice. We can hide, like, right in plain sight, sort of, But the thing is like...
Well, now you're telling everybody, Bushido. Like, you're done the opposite completely in reverse.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Anybody listening, here's what we're going to do. If you come here, you're going to die, I mean, that's the plan,
I get you.
Party of bug outs.
You're going to be like, oh, but you said you were going to be there. Yeah, and I'm here. And now you get to meet 62 grains of freedom,
I don't know.
Yeah,
some people could actually, some people could provide useful skills. I could do some pretty good tracking for you. I can grow some vegetables. I can do some fishing. I got some good skills to bring to the table.
Do you know how many loadouts I have?
Okay,
I got a lot, dude. And I can only wear one of them, and I have a lot. And my wife keeps going, why do you keep putting these things together? And I don't tell her, because I don't tell her anything. But really what it is it's like, I'm going to run across a vet tech. I'm going to run across a mechanic. I'm going to run across a doctor or an anesthetist or a dentist or a, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you can come in.
So do you know what you should do right now?
Are they going to think like you?
Yeah, that's another thing, but this is also something. You should right now learn the things that they should know. Learn a question or two from each of the trades that only one or two of those, that only somebody that's proficient within that trade would be able to answer those one or two questions. Because I can come across, to somebody and tell them that I've got all these skill sets, but until you kind of know for certain, you got to be cautious of people trying to BS you. So I'm saying maybe learning a question or two that would actually that only somebody that's gone down that path in that career would know could be useful to you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. We've talked about all this stuff before, here, but it's, to be honest, I think most of the good talent is going to be mobile enough that this would be the last place on earth that they would go, they're thinking of other places. This is a place, most people that come to this part of Florida, they'll live here for 5 to 6 years and then they leave again, or they retire here and they still have a home somewhere else. And that's where grandma's family is and all this other stuff. And she's just coming down here to dodge the winters, So all the snowbirds like that, they're all going to leave. And all the people that are their residents somewhere else, where their family, the people that they're like, I'm going to need to make an impact and protect my family, all those people are going to leave. And there goes 80% of the population of this state. Boom, gone overnight. If it happened overnight, they would be gone overnight. They would leave that day. So in that respect, the numbers change a lot. And all we have to do is just wait and wait and wait and wait. It's a pretty easy game. I know how to wait.
Yeah,
pretty good at
well, patience is surprisingly something that not a lot of people have when it comes to like legitimately being patient and having to wait for tactical reasons. It's something that, like, if you are just comfortable, if you learn to cover the basic requirements that you've got while waiting, and then you can just be a patient person, patience will always win the game. Like, if you're patient enough, it's surprising what you can find out,
Yeah, I mean, here's what I do know.
One sec, I just want to tell chat, everybody, thanks for hanging out and stuff. Appreciate everybody. I haven't addressed you. I am now. And I also want to give everybody a 10-minute kind of a deal heads up, because I think I am going to try to call it here in about 10 minutes. That'll give me 8 hours.
There you go.
Yeah, you're good, bro. No problem.
So now, there you go. Go out, Bug Up.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I was going to say there. Shit. We were talking about
professions and picking and having the right people. And
yeah. Waiting. Yeah. Okay. Just from knowing the odds. Now, I'm not opposed to actively patrolling versus defensively patrolling. Don't get me wrong. So like, I would be interested in probing areas and stuff and knowing what's on the table, of course. But from having been offensive so many times in the past, and knowing the odds of being offensive, which nothing is in your favor, and when you don't have a logistics system behind you, you can't remain offensive. That's why all the great generals in history are famous, because it's not that they went and they defeated all these people. It's the fact that they could keep an army moving for that long without starving and without dying. And I mean, look at Napoleon in Russia in the wintertime, and that'll tell you anything you need to know. Like, it still happens, but to keep fed and to keep your ammo counts high and to do all that other stuff, these people would have to be prepared to the point that by the time they got to me, they were more prepared than I was. And I just don't think that most people have what it takes. I don't want to underestimate the situation, but what I'm saying is I got a few people that are serious about this. And then I got more people that I don't really know where they're at, but I do have people. So people isn't a problem. It's the thing I'm worried about more than anything are the half steppers that I keep saying, you need to work on your stuff. And they're going to show up here and I'm going to look and they're going to have nothing. And what am I going to tell that guy? That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that more than anything else. I'm worried about the people I know more than the people I don't know. If that makes any sense at all.
Well, it's the trusting. Like, trusting people is always something, I've unfortunately had enough run-ins with people that I've learned to have an extremely it's really, really hard to earn my trust. It's unfortunate that it's like that, but it's like I've because of being somebody that is always trying to engage with other people and create social circles and just wanting to find out more from people. Like, I enjoy human beings. Like, I love different types of people, and I've always been like that, right? But the thing is that I don't even know. Like, you gotta be so cautious, because there are so many people out there that'll like seem good at the front, and when you meet them and that, they're going to come off nasty maybe or whatever, say the right things to you and that type of thing. But there's so many sharks out there. There are so many people that are like, and I wish it wasn't so. I wish that I could tell people, you should trust people, but it's like, never trust anyone. Trust yourself, really. Like, trust yourself and allow people to prove you wrong. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
I agree. I totally agree with you. And the thing that gives me more confidence and I'm not a trusting person at all, first of all, like, and it's weird because I sort of fixed the game a little bit, like I don't, before I trust somebody, I don't tell them everything, but at the same time,
I used to do that, man. I used to be with verbal diarrhea. I used to share way too much. Go ahead.
But with the people that I can trust, I have enough people that I can fully trust and that I know are invested, you know, to the point where if I do need to take a risk with trusting somebody, at least I'm not all alone on that. And the thing that makes me have reservation is the fact that now I'm taking other people's interest in the mind also. Like, I can't just fly by the seat of my pants because there's other people that are relying on me, not trusting some total turd that's going to screw up the whole operation, you know? So there's that too. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like if I did trust someone and I did try to integrate somebody and it went wrong, at least I have enough muscle that there's nothing they can do about it, you know, if that makes any sense.
Yep, that's understandable.
Let me read this. It says bug outs. So Grumpy said, where'd he go? Bug outs concern is dealt with by building a larger community outside your circle.
Yeah, but there was we had a lot of areas to pull from. So we've recruited for this, if you want to call it a thing. I don't even know, what do you call a mag? What is there a word for that other than a mag? But we had a tactical range here for a few years, and a lot of guys that had the gear, they had the stuff, and we would just steer the conversation into prepping, and some people would go, "Oh man, that's stupid," and we'd go, "I know, right? Yeah, what a bunch of homos," you know. Or when we would bring it up another time and a guy would say, "Dude, I've been prepping for 10 years," and I'm like, "Glad to meet you," you know. And there's there are relationships that were made there. Now, from that, it's the same thing as recruiting for anything else. Like, I know that there's people that are doing it out there, but they're also not really interested in doing it with you, you know. And then there's some people that are, you know, and really, like, the people I was looking for, I'm looking for the people with no destination, because that's where you get your serious guy. The guy in an apartment, that's the dude that I'm looking for. You know, the guy that's got 5 acres, you can't rely on that guy. He's going to try to do it himself. You can't call that dude a key position, because he's going to try to stay home because he has some land, you know. Those apartment guys, they got to go somewhere. The second it breaks down and that building's on fire, he's got to go, like, right now, you know. I want that guy, you know. And that was how I was doing my thing. But one of the dudes in my mag is he's a law enforcement officer here, so we've been kind of combing those guys too, you know. And there's another guy I know that's in the school system, and there's a teacher or two that's kind of down with this. It's so weird. Look at Native Voice, for example. You know, you have all these teachers that have blue hair, and, like, you know, they weren't born with a penis, and then they had one sewed on, and then they decided to cut it off, and they don't know what the hell's going on, you know. And then you get a guy like Native Voice that's, like, totally dialed in, like, he knows exactly what's going on. Well, we found 1 or 2 of those guys, you know.
Got about 5.
Yeah, I think it comes down to certain personality types as well. I've just been, you know, I've unfortunately, like, also come across so many different types of people within my whole search for other people and stuff like that, just to find like-minded people too. And you'll always come across the people that are just you kind of know just by meeting them in the beginning that your synergy works. Like, not even just your chemistry when you're around a person. You don't even always need to be around them specifically, but, like, you know when there's somebody that you can kind of, like, speak to, and that you feel that you could have long conversations with. And it's just, I don't know, the people on this panel as well. Before I do close off, it's the people on this panel, and that's the reason why I come back, is to have some of the conversations that we do, you know, with yourself, Rescue, and Bushido as well. People that are like-minded when it comes to understanding that, you know, things might not always work out, and you just got to understand that, you know, it's good to be, you know, it's good to be prepared and to understand what to do, when to do it, and what to look for. But anyway, thank you for having me up on the panel, Rescue, and it's always a pleasure to speak to you guys. I mean, when I say that, I have so much fun here. And if you guys want to, you can go check out my Instagram, Guardian Prepping Instagram. I'm going to give myself a shout out. I never do so, Rescue. Don't worry. I'm not that type of person.
Put your
But,
little deal up if you got a link to it. I'm cool with
Dude, I would love to, but I'm IP banned from Instagram, unfortunately. I had the coolest Instagram ever. It was all pictures from Afghanistan that I was sharing with my kids, but when they kicked me off of Facebook, they kicked me off of Instagram too, for no reason. And well, they had no reason to kick me off of Facebook either, but you know, it was a twofer. Like it was both at the same time. It was weird.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. Instagram's only something that I've really gotten into within the last, like, I'd say year, but it's something that I just enjoy sharing my little kind of milestones when it comes to fitness, and I've been really working hard on that. So like it's a place where I can, you know, just kind of build almost a history where I was and where I'm going, and like share some pretty sights and pretty views of the local area. And if you want to see more about like where I live and what it looks like, you know, close to where I am, and want to see things that I get up to and things that I enjoy, Instagram's a pretty good place to keep track on that. But anyway, just going to say thanks to everybody, and don't worry, Rescue, in the future I'll never mention my channel or my Instagram. I hate people who do that type of thing.
Why don't you? You should, though.
You're always fine here, because I got no narrative. I got no. This is a virtual living room for me, and so hey, you're a friend hanging out. Throw your stuff out there. That's what I say.
No, I appreciate you letting me do so today. But yeah, if for anybody not here, it's unfortunate. But for anybody here, they can definitely feel free to check out my Instagram, and it's always a way to just keep up with me and contact me and stuff as well directly. But anyway, look after yourselves, and thank you for always having these streams, Rescue. It's always lovely to catch up, and it makes my week and a little bit better. And quite honestly, at the moment, I live in a relatively isolated place to a degree, so I don't always get the opportunity to speak to other people, and you give me that. So thank you. Bye.
Right on, brother. Later. Somebody's been hanging around Jeremy a little while, you can tell.
Yeah.
Catch that little
It's addictive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was talking this last time. Something got in my shirt and it stung me in the back like 5 times. And I'm really starting to feel the magic right about now.
Alrighty then. Well, that'll wake your ass up.
Yeah, that's a great thing to have right before bedtime, right?
That's it. That's that stuff that'll keep you waking up every few minutes going, oh man, damn. Just can't quite settle in. Yeah, I think I'm just going to call it at 8. That way I'll go ahead and get my bowl of chicken noodle soup. And I think I'm going to even take me a nap.
Yeah, it's 11 on the nose for me. This is my bedtime anyway. I always tell myself I'm going to sleep at 10, but it's always 11.
Well, I'm glad you hang out with me, brother. I appreciate the company.
Yeah, it's fun, you know. You never know where it's going to go.
This is true. Just get along for the ride. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle, please.
All right, man. Well, I mean, I guess we should just pull the plug then, dude. You know?
Roger, brother. Well, chat. Appreciate everybody being here, hanging out. D-Dog, set an alarm for bedtime. There you go. Oh, you done went to bed and now you done woke up. Hell, you're in mid-stride, sir. I know. You're on the move. But y'all have a great day. Enjoy some sunshine. Get you some rest. Just find a smile somewhere.
So you set an alarm when you go to sleep? Most people set an alarm when they have to wake up.
Dude, D-Dog is the only person, I can honestly say, the only person I've ever met my whole life that's ever set an alarm to tell them to go lay down.
I do.
Really?
I totally do. Yeah. I have a bedtime alarm, and then I have I have alarms that tell me, like, for example, I have an alarm that's about 2 hours before the trucks start rolling in. So the first thing I do when I get to work is I take my work shirt off so that I can use the same shirt for 2 days or 3 days. It depends on like how dirty I get it. You know, I wear it for the drive there. I walk around. If there's nobody there, I take it off and I fold it and I stick it on the passenger seat, you know? And then I have an alarm that I set that's like, hey, it's time to start looking like a grown up, you know? And I put the shirt on, I, you know, make sure I'm presentable and all that stuff. And then when the people start rolling in, I'm like, good, you know? I set alarms for everything, man, but I do set an alarm for when it's time to go to sleep.
Wow, I've never. I mean, I get the alarms with doing stuff and that, but I've never met anybody that ever set an alarm to go lay down until I met D-Dog, and he was talking one night, and all of a sudden, this,
I was there. I was listening. That's why I did that, because it blew what's his name's mind. He just couldn't get past it. He brought it up like 6 times.
it's like, wait a minute, what was that? Oh, that's your alarm to go lay down. And so ever since then, I just get it cracks me up.
But I have in case I mess around with cell phone games when I'm in bed, I have a little alarm that goes off that says, "Hey man, you're supposed to go to bed right now. This is like the last call. That's 11 o'clock for me." And then I have another one at noon that's a vibrate alarm. So if I am awake, it vibrates and I look and it's like, dude, why are you still awake? I have a why are you still awake alarm also.
Damn.
So yeah, I feel his pain, man. It's probably, maybe it's a jarhead thing. I don't know.
Well, I don't think he has that many alarms. He just kind of has the rest going on in his head. He just needs a reminder just to when to lay down and get some rest. But you, on the other hand, sir, you're like on the verge of Elon Musk shit, where you're like wired in.
Yeah. It is what it is, man.
Right. Hey, man,
you know what's funny though? If you look at the Martian day is just a little bit longer than ours. The reason why I get so hung up on time, and I did the math in my head, if there were 25 hours in the day, I wouldn't need an alarm for anything. I would instinctively do everything that I do right on time. The problem is that when I start the week, by the end of the week, I push everything off by an hour because I'm trying to operate. I'm trying to squeeze 25 hours into 24 hours as far as like my awake cycle is a 25-hour cycle and not a 24. It's really weird to explain, but when I read that the Martian day is about an hour longer than ours, I was like, oh my God. Suddenly I was like, maybe
now you're waiting to be deployed to Mars.
Yeah. If I got deployed to Mars, or maybe that's where I came from. You see what I mean? Maybe I'm like an orphan. Maybe I'm like a little Dennis the Menace that got lost on a spaceship or something and like just got raised by wolves. Maybe I'm like Dances with Wolves, except I'm an orphan that got trapped on Earth, you know?
There you go. You're the Martian baby.
Maybe. Never know. Or maybe I just need an alarm. It's one or the other.
Well, I think for now we'll probably just go with the alarm thing, but
we'll look into it. I'll get back to you on that. How's that?
There you go. Hey, G-Maw, you showed up just in time. I'm sorry because I was fixing to call it a day.
Yeah, and I'm out of here. Dude, I'll talk to you later, man. I'll see you.
Later, brother. Get you some rest.
All right.
Laters. Alrighty, chat. Well, much love to everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, look, and then V. I thought I'd done pissed that woman off. I hadn't seen her in forever. Felt like forever. I thought I done made her V mad again. But I'm glad everybody came. I'm glad you hang out. I'm glad it was a good one. It sounds like everybody had a pretty good time this time around. So that's a good sign. It's always a good thing. I'm going to get me a bowl of chicken noodle soup. And then I'm probably going to put my feet up for just a little bit. And definitely do something, move forward, push the ball forward. You know, if you don't know what something is, hey, you know what? Look up who is your county clerk? Who's your county judge? Who's your county sheriff? It's right outside your door. But much love to everybody. Everybody that's in the storm stuff, you know, keep your head on a swivel, stay safe. Much love to everybody. Hopefully I'll see you later on. So, hey T-Girl, good morning. You're good. Bye. I'm out. I'm calling it. Much love, guys. Y'all take care. I will see you later. And remember to smile or be the reason somebody smiles.